It's smelling nice. That
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's just again, everybody dey pay am. If anybody follow move, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we dey move, I be the master. Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love. Refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. You really move, I be the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my mouth, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you wife, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master, I be the master.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. I should be on the screen. So let me play another little music. So it lands on me. I didn't actually even know I was losing my voice. Let me play another music. So when it stops, it should land on me.
Azun. Pupa, Orobo, Lepa, School Daughter, Bestie, Shami Chopolo Robas, Eni, Eji, Eta, Enyomoro, Ebami Faja.
So there it is right there. That was for Larry. He goes by one of the upcoming night. Oh, I didn't know my voice was this gone actually. Just pardon me. Maybe I need some water. Who knows? So that was for Larry, and this is me now. Good day to you. Good to be your company. Sorry about yesterday. I just abandoned the session. It was that late in the night before I could really settle to run it. So the time was so spent that I couldn't really then do it anymore because it just didn't make sense anymore. But here we go again. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. If you're not already subscribed, then please do. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Send it to all of your oh, can you still hear me? This thing is now having a life of its own. So send it to all of your social media spaces. Send the links to all of your social media spaces. your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, your Instagram stories, and any and everywhere else. Whatever it is that you're on TikTok, share the links there. So share the links just as widely as you can, and super chat to us to stream. So let's get started. In this session, we're going to be reacting to Segun Sowunmi outing in the media space fairly recently. So without too much ado, let's just get started. We kick it off with this.
Every Saturday at 7 p.m. as he x-rays issues beyond the regular and dives deeper to depths that allow him bring you answers to...
Because we have a candidate in our mind before.
Who was the candidate?
We know we have a candidate in Abia State that time before he came. And, Mr. Obi now actually put pressure. Oh, this man has been wanting to be governor for the past.
And lost over 1.3 trillion naira. Senator Shehu Sani on X says many people have not learned their lessons from this kind of online money work, cry. And that's a wrap on this week's trending stories. Bye for now.
In this edition of the Mike On Podcast.
On Mike On Podcast, the mind is independent, and one man who speaks boldly is Segun Sowunmi. In this edition of the Mike On Podcast, Seun Okinbalue drives him on talks around President Bola Tinubu's performance, Atiku Abubakar's 2027 political moves, opposition politics, and more. Join the conversation today.
I think there's too much razzmatazz around this Seun Okinbalue YouTube channel. Too much razzmatazz. It's just a YouTuber. I'm not quite sure why he's I don't quite know. There's a bit of narcissism amongst these people on YouTube, especially, but social media in general. They have ideas beyond their station. He probably thinks that is the equivalent of Channels TV with all these, just too much razzmatazz. Bring the guest on, do your interview, and call it a day. What's all this just noise in the background? But let's carry on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Mike On Podcast. And on this edition, I was speaking with one person who speaks his mind, and so nobody can hold him back. He's audacious, he's bold. Segun Sowunmi is a member of the People's Democratic Party, and he's always spoken about the internal running and wrangling in the PDP, and of course on the state of the nation. So Segun Sowunmi is live for us here on the Mike On Podcast. Thank you so much indeed for joining us.
No, you're lucky, You're lucky. You have succeeded in creating two big conversational platforms that people respect. Well done, young man.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
And you are not only lucky, but grace has been on your side, isn't it?
We bless him. Bless his holy name. Now let's go.
They call you an Atiku man. Are you still an Atiku man?
I am a PDP man. And everything that PDP has held on to, I have carried to. I was an Obasanjo man. When he tore his card, I stopped being an Obasanjo man. I was a Jonathan man. And I remained a Jonathan man even when he lost his election. I am an Atiku man. I supported his play insofar as in PDP. I have been a wiki man.
You know what Segun Sowunmi actually is? It's a Yoruba man. I can bring you, is eulogizing Seun Okinbalue. He's been on our platform, he didn't eulogize us. I can bring you snippets of conversations that I've had with him, and you will see quite clearly, without equivocation, that his politics is Yoruba more than anything else. So it can be a good luck Jonathan if that was the expediency of that time. It can be an Obasanjo man, an Atiku man, etc., etc. But the core essence of Segun Sowunmi's politics is Yoruba.
Still have soft spots for him. I am the man of anything that PDP carries. I run my politics on two basic prism. The first is Nigeria first. If whatever is being discussed is going to conflict with what I consider to be the best for the nation, then I'm off that train. I'm for Nigeria. The next is I am a stable, committed, loyal, non-bending PDP man. I have been in this party since the get-go. Some other characters have left and come chasing platforms for election. Insofar as they are in the party, then I am their man. I pray that His Excellency the Vice President will remain, because he's still a PDP
Atiku
man.
Abubakar.
Atiku Abubakar, of course, he remain, and he still says he's a PDP man. Any day he stops being a PDP man, then I doubt very seriously whether I am the type of person who will follow anybody on such a journey. I didn't follow.
So when Atiku stopped being a PDP man, you stop being an Atiku man.
I will be his man up to the extent that I will look at him like a father figure whom I love. But to the extent that his politics will not determine my politics, that will not happen.
Should Atiku Abubakar leave the PDP?
You first of all have to tell me where he's going. And he'll have to explain to his friends and his family why. As far as I'm concerned, politics is usually both a group decision and individual decision.
Well, it doesn't look like what we're saying today. There was a visit of Atiku Abubakar, Tambuwa, Nasir.
I visited
they visited Buhari.
I visited General Buhari before them all. When the election was over, while they were still busy brooding and trying to make up their mind whether Buhari was a personality to be reckoned with or not, I visited him in Daura. So I do not begrudge them going to visit him. And besides, they said they went to pay Salah homage to him. So maybe when it is Easter, they will pay his homage to Obasanjo. It's okay. These are former leaders, but the future of Nigeria will be determined on a completely different paradigm, and it will not be on those assumptions that they make.
On the inside in the PDP, there are those who say that there's no likelihood that Atiku will run on the platform of the PDP.
Those are decisions he has to make by himself. The burden of running an election, a presidential election, is very...
Obviously, this particular interaction is from the archives. So this was events have since superseded some of the body of this conversation, but there's a particular thing. There's a particular reason why I brought this video up. It's because in the course of that interview, Sowunmi spoke about the dynamism that is going on in Lagos State in terms of the ethnic intermix, and was inviting people he described as immigrants to get out of Lagos if they don't like it. The immigrants, of course, the people from the Southeast.
Very heavy burden. And anyone who wants to run a presidential election in Nigeria must first of all determine for himself that he wants to. It is the right of every politician, just like it is my right to also look for the platforms that I want to contest. Sheung, who told you I'm not running for president in 2027?
Are you?
I may. I have looked at the kinds of politics of the country, the kinds of things that men like Shore, my brother, and his energy that he puts in, the kinds of ideas that people like Peter will be putting in. And I think I bring a lot more than that. I feel that we must be thinking about pragmatic solutions to problems. If you cannot give up to the level that a man in charge is giving, in terms of policy direction, I don't think you should be.
So Sowunmi, 2027 for president, very likely.
I have been a lot of, you see, because I created the alternative movement and I've been around forever anyway. A lot of people have been saying, Segun, your ideas are so profound, they're so strong. Why don't you? But I've always said to them before now that, look, the important thing is how do we collaboratively move our country forward? But if it gets to the point where everybody now thinks that their own ambition is superior to our own ideas, then probably we'll have to tell them, let's go there. It's beautiful. There are 18 political parties in Nigeria. The PDP as a political party, if they zone the presidential ticket to the south, I am going to buy the form. I'm going to challenge for it. I'm going to push strong ideas onto the table. I'm going to challenge them on the issues that confront the nation and potential solutions. I do not accept that after 26, 27 years in democracy, the conversation of how to solve the problem of Nigeria can be done at the level of just assumptions. We must ask the why. We must ask the when. We must ask the how. And we must interrogate the fundamental principles that is going to drive policy. So far, so good. We have allowed a generation of men who have been in charge of this country, either directly in the office or within a particular grade, to constantly assume that the country was created only because of the ambition. We say no to that.
So you think that you can be a better president for Nigeria?
I think that eventually, I hope that I will become president of Nigeria anyway. It's been anybody.
You've always wanted to be
that's
president.
Always been clear. This is the reason why I've done everything.
Just like President Tinubu, who said he's always won.
It has been clear. It's the reason why I've done everything.
So you will probably be the second president from Ogun State.
Can you imagine that? Segun Sowunmi for president. Can you imagine? So if we look at the hierarchy of things, where does it fall within that paradigm? So ideally, you want Tinubu as your president, and it's the president. But outside of Tinubu, who else goes above Segun Sowunmi in the hierarchy of things? Atiku Abubakar doesn't go above Segun Sowunmi in the hierarchy of things. He's too old, he's too dated, and too ethnic. Peter Obi doesn't go above Segun Sowunmi in the hierarchy of things. He's too ethnic and is too docile in the mind. He's too much of a dullard and very low in his IQ and very tribal as well. So Peter Obi doesn't qualify. Omoyele Sowore, he doesn't go above Segun Sowunmi because it's too narrow in his politics and it's too one-dimensional in his outlook, and he doesn't know the collaborativeness of crafting governance and administration, so he doesn't qualify. The only person outside of Tinubu that you want to argue is as qualified or maybe more qualified than Segun Sowunmi to be the president of Nigeria is probably Prince Adewale Adebayo. So outside of Prince Adewale Adebayo, I do not see anybody within the political space that stands ahead of Segun Sowunmi or even stands on par with him to be president of Nigeria.
If God permits.
I think that within my generation, the possibility that I'll be president is very, very high. We're only marking time because the 70, 80-year-old men who have been discussing the politics of Nigeria forever, we're honoring them as leaders. And I've always said, even to Atiku and even to Obasanjo and Koda, and maybe even to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that look, gentlemen, you no longer have the capacity to get us the kind of country we want. But there's something you owe us if you are not too distracted. It is to settle the directive principle of how this country will be stabilized. And one of the things I had hoped they would do, rather than bicker and be acting like kids, is to say, we have received a nation from our forebearers, if you like, the Awolowos and Kos of this world. We have impacted it as a generation, both the military and civilian, up to a point. We see that the vast majority of the citizens, of the 200 plus million people, are not happy and they are not well served. And we can see that the democracy is not giving them the satisfaction it ought to give. Therefore, let us stabilize the directive principle of how this country will run. Do you want?
And by the way, when he's talking about the directive principles, what Segun Sowunmi is talking essentially about there is that we should all agree that this, and this are the things that we want as a country. So we should all agree that we all want stable electricity as a country. So across party lines, that is a consensus. So whichever party is in situation, we'll continue to progress that until we get the ultimate achievement. So that's one. We want security, we want infrastructure, we want all of these things, and we want to template it in a way that is agreed right across the board of Nigeria, so that irrespective of whichever party is in charge, then they should follow that journey. And what Segun Sowunmi is saying is that the obligations that the septuagenarian and maybe older, the Tinubus, the articles, the old guard, the obligation they hold the Nigerian space is to agree on a directional path of travel as their final legacy before the paradigm shifts to a younger generation like himself. So that's essentially what he's saying.
Want to figure out how to make sure that every constituent part of the country feels involved? Do you want to be sure that your constitution, which you complain about all the time, is not fit for purpose? Do you want to take care of the constituent structure of the devolution of power as to what do you want to do with what you call federal rules, and I'll get into many you can maintain? What is the position on agriculture? What do you really need? These are the big envelope issues we expect them to talk about. We don't expect, after we've had one president die in Yaradua, one president spent a significant amount of time going to the hospital in Buhari, another president rumored to be going up and down the world in a way that you know that, come on, nobody goes on foreign trip that many times. We don't expect that the Nigerian Federal Republic of Nigeria, the presidency is going to be a sick bay for old people. And we cannot watch younger people in the other African country come to the table with strong ideas, which we know that by miles I am better than them. And then we'll be shying off or shying away from saying, okay, we do not know whether we'll succeed, but we have a right to challenge them to the ideas they say they are running. And more than likely we'll do that.
And that could be possibly in 2027. And would you be up against a ballot
the major thing
on the ballot?
The major thing that had actually been keeping me back has always been my sense of fairness. I'd always said that because Obasanjo has been president, Yaradua has been president, Buhari has been president, Bola Tinubu is president now, I've been uncomfortable with the fact that the Southeastern person has not produced the presidency. And to some extent, I had always felt that the best time to start saying, okay, let's discuss this thing differently is if we've been able to get an Igbo president or a president of Igbo extraction, so that the conversation around the presidency of Nigerian leadership will no longer be a conversation of, oh, it's from here, or it's from here, or it's from here. But if it seems like people are going to fall back to their tribal lines, then it must have to be that all bets are off, and we'll bring ideas to the table, we'll challenge people. I think we're better than them. I know I'm better than them.
Can you be up against the Bola Tinubu on the same ballot?
You know, the thing is that those who are up against him are not by miles better than me. The ideas they bring to even, in fact, I actually think he's superior to them in intellect. And for me to tell you that Ashadi Bola Ahmed Tinubu is superior to them in intellect, you must know that I know them. It's one thing for you to say,
you know, it's not actually breaking news. It's not breaking into new grounds to tell us then that Tinubu is superior to these people in intellect. Is demonstrably superior to them in intellect. In the politics that just went, that brought him into the presidency, he demonstrated a superiority of intellect. It was entirely Tinubu's brain that gave him that presidency. His own party did not want him. The Southeasterners did not want him. The vested interest did not want him, but he crafted a pathway that landed him that presidency. So that is to tell you that he was cleverer than Atiku, Peter Obi, Sowore, etc., etc. Buhari, Maman Daura, Abubakar Malami, what was that one? Adamu Abdullahi. He was cleverer than the collective of all of them. So that's why he's president. So telling us that Tinubu has a superior intellect to these people is not any breaking news. He demonstrably and has demonstrated that superior intellect. So that's not a gainsay. So there's no gainsaying that. And also in the way that he has administered the Nigerian state in a unique and a peculiar manner, different from how Nigeria has ever been administered in all of the history of that country up till date, is also showing us, both in the politics and in the administration, that is vastly superior to all of these people.
Are the policies coming together well? Is another thing to say that are those policies having, knock-on effects on the poor, but you cannot begrudge the vision that they are driving. I listened to some of them talk nonsense about the coastal road from Lagos. They can't see that is the waterfront that Dubai and other countries have that is being built. It's only an audacious leader that can think like that. I can see that. I see what he's trying to do with specialized economic zones for agriculture. So really, it will be tough for me to believe that they have better to offer. But I know I'm better than him, and he even knows I'm better than him, because we didn't start engaging intellectually today. Myself and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have been engaging deeply intellectually.
There will be those who will be asking,
deeply, since
have you been tested governance-wise?
You know, the
Bola Tinubu is.
So that's the thing about SEGUN Sowunmi. Actually, he has not been tested in governance. He just tried. He had like a very feeble attempt at running as to be the governor of was it Ogun State, or yes, it's from Ogun State. So this was what? How many cycles of elections ago? It was on a ticket once upon a time to be the governor of Ogun State. That went spectacularly badly, and it has just been a political careerist and an opinion, purveyor ever since then. So there is no antecedent in administration that tells us that his capacity to administer.
Being governor twice.
Listen. If their track record is anything to go by, maybe Bola will give you reason to say, okay, maybe, yeah, and he's president even before me anyway. But you see the others, there's nothing in their test record that excites. Their concept of managing even subnational states is too weak. I expect that anybody who has the vision of becoming president, if he has the opportunity of running a state, has to see the state almost as if he's creating another country. I don't expect them to run on the same axiom of waiting for federal allocation. I don't have a problem with the monies. I have a problem with the policy and the type of direction and the thinkings. I don't expect any governor to throw his arm in the air and say his issues are he can't manage security. There's nothing stopping you from having a low Earth orbit satellite look at your state and drop you to a dashboard where you can see what's going on in your state and what the movement. The guy in Enugu, I've gone to his state. I've seen that he's doing that. So what I'm saying is that over the years, you've listened to me a lot. I don't come to the table filibustering. I speak based on the fact that knowledge is available here, and I speak because I know precisely what I'm talking about. But when we begin to see the presidency of Nigeria look like the way they're making it look like, you have to say that we're in need of young people. And I'm hopeful, I'm very, very hopeful that Peter Obi will get his act together. Because for such a fellow, beyond even the price of the presidency, for me, I can see the price of the stability of the constituent part of the country, which is that should we have a nation that received an article of independence by 3 zones, Eastern region, Western region, Northern region, I'm not comfortable with the fact that the Eastern regions can't produce presidency here, and I want them to try to produce the presidency. But for me, at some point we have to tackle this narrative. Actually, what is the discomfort about the Eastern region not being able to produce a president, or not being president for over 50 years thereabout or more? So, what is the discomfort there? Is it because they're not allowed to participate, or is it because they participate and they're not allowed to succeed? So what's the angst? What's the angle on that one? So a lot of people keep saying, no, the Eastern people have not been president. The Eastern people have not been president. The Nigerian democracy facilitates for anybody to be president. So with that facilitation, it is then down to the Eastern people to craft a narrative that takes them to that presidency. So that's just what it is. Are you saying that we should wrap the presidency in a bow and take it to the interlands in the east and hand it over to their clan? What's the argument that the whole of Nigeria should step back and hand the presidency to? When has that ever happened? Every single presidency has been fought for, in the history of that country, either through the barrel of a gun or through the push of a ballot or through the ballot box. Every single presidency in that country, every single person that has been a president has fought tooth and nail
to become president. At the 2027 will be Atiku's number 7 attempt at being president. 2015 was Buhari's 4th attempt at being president. Buhari comes from a larger ethnic. If we take the convergence of the Hausa and Fulani together, it comes from a larger ethnic stock than Peter Obi. So it took him 4 attempts to be president. You know, it took Tinubu. Tinubu has been ambitioning to be the Nigerian president since 1999. When did he finally succeed? 2023. So that's what it takes. So it's not a sense of entitlement. It's not a sense of, oh, these people are, if they want to be president, then let them craft a pathway to that seat. Just like Tinubu did, just like Buhari did, just like every other person did, just like Abiola did. You know, the Obasanjo narrative is a succession of the Abiola mandate. So that was the price of the Obasanjo presidency. It was the cost of Abiola's life. So these are some of the prices you have to pay. It's not a matter of an Igbo man has not been. If the Igbo man would never be president of that country ever, if they don't understand the politics of that country, and it is down to them to understand the politics of that country, and if they choose to subsist in this arrogance of ignorance, then we can continue to keep them in perpetuity, in servitude, and in subordination to the rest of the ethnic stock. So we need to pack this nonsense that we've never had an Igbo president. If the Igbos want the presidency, they should just jolly well go on and take it. Just like Tinubu jolly well went on and took it.
The major Achilles heels for him is that he has to understand he can't carry a mob around that quarrels with everybody. You have to know that to lead a nation, you have to be providing leadership for all. And people cannot accept your leadership if it is assumed that your followers only have an axe to pick with every other tribe. That's a problem. But I hope he can fix it. If he can fix it, that will be something I think is worth everybody's energy, so that we can say to ourselves, while our parents mismanaged the diversity of this country and started risking the implosion of the nation, we, their children, were fair-minded, were brave, and were knowledgeable enough to know that an injustice must be removed. But if he's not serious, then we cannot wait forever. We'll have to take off our gloves.
Would this in some way defer to Atiku Abubakar if he's going to be on the ballot?
Unless he's on the ballot in the PDP. If he's not on the ballot in the PDP, I'm not interested. I don't believe that any leader should not see that there is a limit to ambition. You cannot run a nation on an assumption that the things you've been trying to do, or that Abraham Lincoln story is all crap. In America, they have basically one language. This is a country of multi-ethnic, multicultural languages. You cannot. There must be stability somewhere. And I expect that for Atiku Abubakar, he ought to know his stability is PDP because he was one of the founding fathers. And if he does not think that stability must exist in PDP, then the question you have to ask is that maybe he will not even be able to stabilize.
Well, how does the PDP now reconcile the optics of Atiku Abubakar leading a high-profile delegation to visit a sitting symbol of the APC establishment, which is formed? That is how you regard it.
Period. There's a time for everything. When the number one, if you like, since he's the last candidate, leader of the PDP, begins to throw rhetorics into the space that injures the platform that gave him the ticket 2 times, then you have to look deeper to see where lies the challenge. So like I always tell people, sometimes when you think you are the solution, you must sometimes look and say maybe you are actually the problem. You can't, no one man's ambition is bigger than that of a political party.
But
in any case,
there's a punishment for anti-party activities.
No, that, you see, the party,
if Atiku Abubakar, you said
all the parties are weak. If the parties had been, as I had suggested, you heard me say, it's time for them to reform. I've been screaming it for more than, I started screaming it in 2015. And I did say at a meeting of leaders of the PDP that you cannot solve the problem you've created with the consciousness by which you created it. You need to start reforming it. They didn't do that. So we limped on till 2019. They didn't do that. We limped on to 2023. I'm amazed that the political party that has not been successful in 3 elections back to back will not see the need to press the default button and try to repair their institutions from within so that they clean it up on the inside and then present it anew. But of course, what we see, which is also what one of the things you are saying with the man, with Atiku himself, is that we see that they have reduced the totality of the mystique of a political party to the ambition of their individual ambition. So it therefore means that if people feel that the ambitions are not going to be served, it must naturally mean that the party is not doing it. But I don't agree with that. If your ambition is going to be served or not served, you will have to wait and do the dirty job of cleaning the party. You cannot be the ones that created the party, at least be part of the people that started it, and then be the one that will kill the party. That's not how to...
I mean, but there are those who will say Atiku has tried his effort, but you know also the effect of the Yensam Wike and the Wike factor. How easy would it have been for Atiku to have been able to clean up?
What about the people who thought Atiku factor was the basis by which they couldn't even get their own ambition? Do you know how many people have contested against Atiku? Where do you want to put people like Bukola Saraki and the others who have lost to him? Listen, the game is the game. You have to understand that. The fact that they even say somebody 1 week factor, it pukes me. Because I don't expect an institution that has produced an Obasanjo, produced a Yaradua, produced a Jonathan, produced all of the vice presidents that they produced. I don't expect them to suddenly feel so powerless. If the seed that is going to implode the party had not been sown when it was, it will not come to this.
So you can't blame Wike for what is happening.
And if the seed haven't been sown, cannot be expunged up till now. I don't have the time for every day calling one man in the midst of all of them. They're all as guilty. That's why I always say none is all good, none is all bad. Because sometimes it always seems as though you expect. Do you know how many people are members of this party? Do you know how many cells PDP have? In every polling unit in Nigeria, there are members of PDP. In every ward, in every local government, in every hamlet, in every home. Even as of today, we still have 12 governors on the stable of the PDP. Do you know how many senators they have? Do you know how many House of Rep? Do you know how many House of Assembly? And you're going to read all of that to Wike or to who? I come from Ogun. I know that, yes, we couldn't, the court systems and the way we have to prove election cases in the country needs to be reviewed. Because sometimes you can see the facts. Everybody can see the facts. But when you get to court, it's not because the court is doing anything untoward. It's just because of the way evidence are picked, the role of INEC after the election, what kind of rules of admissibility of evidence, how much time you're allowed to call evidence that can speak, witnesses that can speak to evidence. These are the issues that make election petitions complicated. But it doesn't matter. People know what the facts are. And I've gone around the country. There's no hamlet in Nigeria. You will say PDP, someone will not answer power to the people. So it becomes a little bit of a big weight for people like me. I didn't leave the party when Obasanjo left. I didn't leave the party when Daniel left. And Daniel, apart from being governor, he didn't really become much again here. He's senator now in another party. Chief Obasanjo has been governor twice. I even installed his successor. I did not leave when he tore his card. Burji Kashamu died. I'm still in the party. Do you really think I'm going to be very happy that leaders of the party who are supposed to be looking for the solution to the problem of the party are the ones that are speaking these kinds of things to the party? If anybody wants to come to our party, they're welcome. And the party is big enough to accommodate them. The People's Democratic Party, my party, is the only party in Nigeria where you can be clear that if you put your effort in the primaries, you can win. After all, where was Atiku when they were forming the candidate, the NWC of 2017 that ended up giving him ticket in 2019? Was it not the Wike that were in charge even when he won in 2023? Even though Wike himself was on the ballot? I do not like people who make excuses. People must understand that leadership comes with great responsibility. And some of that responsibility include giving hope to teaming members of the political party.
Let me quickly ask you, that visit to Kaduna led by Atiku Abubakar. There are a lot of Nigerians see through things, and they will know that that is not just mere courtesy call, as they make it to seem. And and there are those who believe that maybe this is a subtle attempt at political realignment or back channel discussions ahead of 2027, especially given Buhari's recent reaffirmation of loyalty to the APC.
Listen, Muhammadu Buhari will have to determine what really constitutes integrity. And I'll remind him, in 2015, all the generals in the country, including Obasanjo and all of them, Atiku and Co., all put their hands together to back him as presidential candidate, and he won. By 2019,
that's not actually true. It wasn't anything to do with the general. The person that backed Buhari to win that election was Tinubu, and Tinubu only. Remove Tinubu. Let everything remain constant, but remove Tinubu from 2015, and Buhari would not be president. So it was actually Tinubu that made him president, not any generals or anything else.
Courtesy call, as they make it to seem. And and there are those who believe that maybe this is a subtle attempt at political realignment or back channel discussions ahead of 2027, especially given Buhari's recent reaffirmation of loyalty to the APC.
Listen, Muhammadu Buhari will have to determine what really constitutes integrity. And I'll remind him, in 2015, all the generals in the country, including Obasanjo and all of them, Atiku and Co., all put their hands together to back him as presidential candidate, and he won. By 2019, all of the big boys, if you like, the ones who people like to call the owners of the real estate, they turned their back and backed Atiku Abubakar in 2019. Bola Ahmed Tinubu still stood with him. Even though he had been ill for some time and all of that, Bola stood, and they still worked very hard and got him a second time. What then will he call Bola Tinubu's crime if he is now suddenly going to be the one encouraging anti-party elements? Of course, if they come and visit him, you can't drive them out of his house. But I doubt very seriously if Muhammadu Buhari will now drop the toga of integrity. I will not.
You know, it's not even a matter of loyalty that made Buhari back Tinubu. It wasn't even loyalty that made Buhari back Tinubu. If Buhari had gone against Tinubu, he would have suffered a heavier damage than anyone else, because Buhari crafts his narrative around fastidiousness, integrity, piety, honesty, and all of this. They craft his narrative around that. And everybody knew what Tinubu did for him. So if he had then suddenly turned against Tinubu, having then satisfied his own two-term complement of the Constitution, so if he then turned against Tinubu, it will be damaged reputationally and in the eyes of the people that he cares about. So it wasn't even loyalty to Tinubu. It was more to protect his image that Buhari backed Tinubu.
Not pay Ashadu back in his own coin. I don't expect people to want to win only by visiting big leaders. I expect leaders to win election by speaking to the big middle, the people who the issues that they want to talk about concerns them. I don't expect people to win only on the strength of their ambition. I want them to win on the strength of their message, the hope they bring, the ideas they are talking about. So whether it is for politics or it's not for politics is irrelevant. You are still going to have to calculate.
Because the talks within the APC was in 2023 that Buhari subtly worked against the Tinubu ticket.
But did he win or did he not win?
So that's the question.
Okay, so if somebody
whether
was,
or not,
without conceding to you, if somebody was not the president, had been out of power since 2007 in Lagos, and he won a presidential election, which you people say Buhari was not with him and policies were directed against him, and then you actually think that that kind of person is going to fret because of what? Have all the governors in the APC said they are unwilling? Look, I'm a PDP man. Well, they can sauce in their own stew. I'm interested in stability. The APC as a political party, I wish them stability. When they won the election in 2015, although I was not part of that, but I was happy for them because I thought, okay, Nigeria will have another stable political party. And they've won 3 elections too, which is not bad. So when they get to the hurdle of what they're going to do with their presidential election, it's their business. They'll take that decision. I am interested in saying very clearly, the pathway for People's Democratic Party of Nigeria to win the next election is very clear to me. It's unambiguous.
How would that happen?
Oh, I will not tell you that completely, but I will just say to you, in the last election, we got 6-point-something million votes. The third person, Peter Obi, who is also a PD man, really, until he went there, got 6.1 million votes. The third person, who is also a PDP man, Kwankwaso, got 2-point-something million votes. Can you not see that it is the votes of the PDP that was fragmented? Can you just imagine if we just joined the PDP numbers back together and figured out a decent way of picking a fit for purpose?
So now it doesn't quite work in the simplistic terms that that Sowunmi was describing it there. So the PDP votes are the PDP votes, and Atiku got 6-point-something million votes. But the Kwakwanso votes, they are not the PDP votes. Because if Kwakwanso, a lot of people actually voted for Kwakwanso because of his personality. If Kwakwanso moved back to the PDP, a lot of those votes might not necessarily migrate with him to the PDP. Ditto Peter Obi, if Peter Obi goes back to the PDP, because a lot of the votes that Peter Obi garnered in 2023, they were anti-establishment votes. And there's no more establishment party than the PDP. The PDP yet is the longest. If you look at since 1999 up to 2015, the PDP, 2015, the PDP has been in rulership of that country all the way through. So as we stand as of today, the PDP has ruled Nigeria for, at least in the Fourth Republic, the PDP had ruled Nigeria for longer than any other political party. So if Peter Obi goes back to the PDP, then that anti-establishment vote that finds its home with Peter Obi, would find it very difficult to migrate with Peter Obi back to an establishment space like the PDP. So all of these permutations based on loose figures is not necessarily consistent with the nuanced understanding of the dynamism of that space.
Candidates.
That would be like 15 million or thereabout votes.
So that's like a stroll in the park. We're going to win. And we are not under obligation to keep giving the ticket of the presidential candidacy of PDP to only one individual. Although nobody is preventing anybody from contesting, everybody must be willing, ready, prepared to play by the rule. And part of the thing that political leaders should not do is demarcate their party, forgetting that that same party they wish to demarcate had favored them one times too many. And if you don't get that, then I think you don't stand for it.
So it will have been, if Atiku gets the ticket of the PDP, that would have been 3 times back to back.
That's not even the point. What about the one we gave him that made him vice president, that made everybody know him?
That's twice.
Exactly. Add that to the 2 ones that we gave him as presidential ticket.
So you are inferring that it might not be fair for Atiku to run again in 2027.
No. Don't listen, Sheung. Don't let's kid about. What I'm saying is that, you see, the People's Democratic Party, my party, we are a party that allows free contest. We have never been a party where we hold anybody's hand. I mean, can you imagine we keep losing 2023 election? Do you know the kind of contribution they had been making before then? Do you know what type of bills he has been picking on behalf of people before then? But because it was a free contest, everybody came, somebody dropped down for somebody, and another person won, and the result is the result. Of course, people can brood, people can be upset and all that, but that's fine. But in the 2027 too, the People's Democratic Party of Nigeria will open up its rules, will announce when it is time for buying the form. Anybody that feels strong enough to contest should go and contest there. If I were Peter Obi, I'll come and take that ticket. I'll make a very strong stake for that ticket. And I
Peter
think
Obi should return to the PDP.
I think that.
But that's impossible now. Peter Obi can never primary. He was invited to a primary in 2022, and he ran away from the PDP. So he got the ticket of the Labour Party unopposed. the ticket of the Labour Party in that actually 2022-2023 space, the ticket of the Labour Party had already gone to Pat Utomi before Peter Obi joined that party. So as soon as Peter Obi joined that party, what's it called? Pat Utomi stepped down and handed him the ticket. Peter Obi was never primaried for the Labour Party ticket, and Peter Obi cannot primary. He doesn't have the politics. He doesn't have the backing within the political class, and more to it, most importantly, he doesn't have the money. So Peter Obi can never primary. He either has to be given a ticket or he doesn't participate. That much we know about his politics.
That I think that if I were him, I'll make a strong stake for that ticket, because I really do not see why the Igbos. This party was actually conceived in the bedroom of Alex Ekweme. I really do not see why the Igbos and the southern leaders and other leaders of thought in the country, especially in the PDP, cannot say, okay, we accept we owe a Southeastern debt. Here's the ticket. If Peter can do 6 point something all by himself, with no governor, no nothing, can you imagine what he would do with 12 governors and a strong grassroots infrastructure? Have you seen the way we do primaries? Our primaries are like movies. They're like a movie set. We don't joke about. It's so choreographed. It's so beautiful. And if we've gone everywhere else. We've not gone to the Southeast. But Peter is at liberties to do as he wishes.
So Peter, if Peter Obi goes to the PDP, it's almost like a stroll.
It will likely get
into the presidency.
It will likely get the ticket. I don't know about stroll. Every contest must be, keenly contested. You have to count. You can't count.
But it will be easier for him.
Because he'll be, if he gets that, if his numbers and his animate energy that is following him were to follow him into the PDP and he was the presidential candidate, I can guarantee you Peter will take the Southeast. Peter will take the South-South. Peter will take the Christian North. Peter will take North Central. Do you know how many votes PDP can bring for him, even without campaigning? Just PDP and people will just come apart.
But it doesn't look like Peter would leave Labour Party.
It's not listening. You asked a question that allowed me to speak to that possibility.
To the permutation.
If Atiku picks the ticket of the PDP, the challenge is we have to find somebody that can back him. If Sheyi Makinde picks the ticket of the PDP, the challenge is we have to find somebody that will back him. I've heard a lot of people in the country as I go and tell me that, Segun, why are you not even talking to us about Bala Mohammed? If Bala, the former governor, the governor of Bauchi State, if Bala picks the ticket, we'll back him. There is always a pathway for. If I, Segun Shomi, get a ticket of PDP, I know where to go find the running mate. What I'm trying to say in essence is that people must understand political parties must be nurtured. It's not every day that it's going to be easy. The difficult work has to be done by those that have been given much, and to whom much is given, much is expected. Nobody should use their gravitas to begin to try to see how they're going to destroy the oldest in this republic.
Because how do you then react to those who are making the illusion that PDP is gradually dying and they just waiting for its obituary? This was what former Deputy Governor Fidelis Tabgun directly accusing Nyesom Wike of actively working to destroy the PDP. And that those are saying that there is a pathway that the PDP, the way it's going, is being treated as though it's incapacitated and waiting to be killed and buried before the 2027.
Listen, the party that Obafemi Awolowo was started and did his politics, UPN, is dead. So to that extent, any political party can die. But I do not see the gloom they see.
Just for the better benefit of information, the longest standing political party in Nigeria is actually the SDP, the Social Democratic Party. That was the party that Abiola ran on all those years ago, and it still remains standing. The candidate last cycle, Prince Adewale Adebayo. So the longest standing political party still very much in play within the Nigerian paradigm is the SDP.
I do not see the gloom they see. What I see is that the last outing, which was the Atiku outing, there were 5 governors of the PDP who, for reasons of saying not south, they had their issues. Yeah, those 5 governors worked with the ruling party plus the governors that the ruling party had. And yet it could only muster 8-point-something million votes. And the PDP was still able to do 6.8, 6.9 million votes. Do you get? That's not the kind of party that you say is dying. You can be fixated on their annoying story about Nyesom Wike, but it's nothing more than an annoying story. There are things that people rumor, there are things that people insinuate, there are things that are really not true. The circumstances that led to a state of emergency in Rivers is pretty much known to all. And in this republic, this is not the first time we're having a state of emergency. Something always leads to it. And if it is that two brothers, Nyesom Wike and Fubara, could not manage themselves in Rivers, and that, long story short, everything crescendoed into a state of emergency. I'm not sure that when the president was announcing that state of emergency, he said, by the powers conferred on him by Wike, he took that decision for himself. I'm not sure that when they went to the Senate and the House to get the necessary legislative backing for it, I'm not sure it had anything to do with Wike. I think that we have may God forgive us all. You people that do it all the time, I'm not part of you. May God forgive you all who like to put a target on somebody's child's back. You have to sometimes remember, Wike is somebody's husband. Wike is somebody's father. Wike is somebody's child. You all can't create a monster out of just one individual in the country and be trying to create states out of demons. That's the problem I have. I prefer that we say, okay, there are issues, but stop creating one person as a monster and be creating others who are not even as good or as committed or as involved, and be creating them as saints. These are the kinds of things that make people's life become endangered, and I don't think it's fair. I saw the other day people were saying he has the stroke, he's dead. Can you imagine the level of bestiality and man's inhumanity to man? Where the hell were they when he was even trying to install the Fubara? Or did they think that even installing the Fubara as governor was such a stroll in the park? I'm not by any way saying he's right, but I'm saying that the media has to stop this. You need to stop demonizing yourselves. If you have an issue with him, say, I have an issue on policy. But you can't be calling, if you have a PDP, you call Wike, Rivers, you call Wike, you call Wike. Why? Is he going to die because of people so that he can be happy? And I don't think he will die for you people. I think he will do his politics according to how he knows. And we have had many strong leaders in politics. Now, at the end of the day, they will do their best, and their time will pass. And in any case, I don't remember anybody ever saying that the day of the vote, anybody puts a gun in anybody's head to force them to vote. You are just lazy. They are just lazy. They will not spend. They will not exert themselves. They will not negotiate. What do you think politics is? Politics is the coming together of people of interest to negotiate for power. Nobody has to do you a favor. If you want power, you negotiate with people that can contribute one way or the other. If you get so arrogant and so entitled to the extent that you think that you can just sit in your high horse and people are going to come and dash you the country, you must be joking. The last election is past, another one is coming. By the time the election is done and the votes are counted, we know those who are deceiving themselves, but they will never win. We may not know who is going to win.
Well, I mean, I imagine that I personally don't deal in the media practice of demonizing.
Exactly.
Anyone. But the question I'm asking is, nobody's name will be mentioned if those persons are not characters in the theater of such incidents.
True. But what I'm saying
is Wike not a character? Is not an element in Rivers State? Is it not a character and element?
All of them are.
And is Atiku not a character and element?
Yeah, but you see what I see.
But when you play a prominent role, shouldn't your name?
It should be mentioned. Yeah. There's a marked difference between mentioning people's names.
And we should leave these blame to those who are demonizing. No. But the question is, when we're having a conversation about him, I'm not sure he's demonizing him.
Listen. You should appropriate responsibilities, blame fairly. What I have seen, which is really what I don't like, is that it seems to be that everything that involves that man, there is always an assumption that he is guilty, even before you take the time to get his own side and the back end of the story. If you do that, and I marvel how The ones that are really the demons, you people powder their faces and make them appear like, oh, they didn't do anything, or no smoke created the fire. On my honor, cross my heart, hope to die, I'm not with him. But if you want to lead, and I want to lead in this country by the grace of God, one of the most important things you must beg God for is the ability for fair judgment. The things that Wike is guilty of, they are all guilty of it. Influence plenty. They only peddle it up to the level of how they can. Oh, they go to court, yes. Are you not going to send lawyers there? Have you ever seen Wike put on a robe and go and defend his own case by himself? You guys will bring lawyers that are spending all their time on TV doing all kind of TV analysis. He'll put together jurisprudence lawyers who understand the technicalities of winning cases, and then you want him to go and lose while you win. When you're sleeping, they're busy strategizing. When there's a need for monies to be spent on anything, even be it as little as paying the housing allowance of everybody in the party, you won't find them. He will pay. Do you expect the people whom he does that much for to suddenly not sometimes have soft spots for him? Do you even have an idea when they go to him to ask for help, what type of help he renders? Even when he may not necessarily believe in their ambitions. Look, I'm not his spokesperson. That's for the people he has appointed for such purposes. What I'm saying is that you have to learn. We have to come to the point where in managing the democracy of this country, we don't call a dog a bad name all the time just to hang him. And especially when we're pretending as if the other fox is a gentle animal. That's my point.
All right.
Just be fair to them.
Let me ask you, in another month or thereabout, the Bola Tinubu presidency will be 2 years. How would you assess the policies and the performances?
You know, I am someone who is always leadership bias. My bias is always with the leader. Whether it's my party man or it's not my party man, I don't care. My bias is always with that leader. Why? Because at every point in time, I try to look for what exactly is the intention of this policy. What is the intention of this leader? Where is he going with this? Do you get? And I always say, well, if you have called him, if he has won the election and he's the president, you have to give him some time to run his policies anyway. It would have been a different thing if you handed Malaysia to him where your indicators were all good and then he's fumbling. You know what? We all know what was handed over. And yes, he's struggling. The areas where I've had very strong issues, you have interviewed me on many occasions where I've had those strong issues. I think that for me, what I would just say to Ashadi Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Federal Republic of Nigeria, is this. Democracy is not a weak system of government. It is the duty of the leader in a democracy to think through what he wants to do, to plan it well, and to go and execute. And if there are unintended consequences which the poor of the poor are carrying, then your responsibility, knowing fully well that you are here to serve the people and you must be serving the majority of the people, is to ensure that you can mitigate the sufferings of the people. But you know, when I look at some of the things he's doing, I kind of like pity him. I pity him in the sense that there is a guy or a president who is doing everything humanly possible to give the local government more autonomy, to give them more resources, to create zones, you know, development zones for each of the zones. You can tell that those are policies directed at helping the people. The governors have fairly more resources. There's extra funds being allocated to help them with, you know, what they call their, what I forgot the name they have in their party, something for infrastructure. I think that we must get away from this idea that the only person to be blamed at every point in time in the country is the president. And if you want to blame the president, then you must be sure that you are not targeting him only because he's not a member of your tribe. Because when you read comments everywhere, you read the comments, you can almost tell. If the name sounded one way, you can almost tell what their comments would be. If it sounded another way, you can always tell where their comments would be. Even those of us that are a little bit balanced, it's becoming tedious Because you want to ask, what's going on here? This country has had a lot of presidents, not the first, and certainly will not be the last. And if you don't want him, you have another day in the next election to try and vote. All these assumptions, all these imaginary threats you create for yourself. Oh, he's not going to allow INEC to count. What do you mean by that? If you beat him overwhelmingly, he's going to go. When Jonathan was defeated, didn't he go? Anybody gets defeated will go. If you are unwilling to plan and work around how to get him defeated, then that's your cup of tea. If you imagine that, oh, he owns all the party, how? How can he own all your parties? It's your party people who need to understand what their duties and responsibility is. And if you think that one person, however highly placed, owns the votes of the people, I think that is the most crazy assumption. How can you even imagine that somebody is a governor of a state, therefore is the owner of all the votes of the people? That's not correct. He will influence where he can influence. It's your duty to find where you're going to influence. But you see, we're in a world now where even the Americans are beginning to do tariff all over, and people are thinking that the world is in a flux. The world is in a flux, such that it's an evolving, speedy process that nobody even knows how it will even play out. All these trade wars can lead into a proper war. You can't have a country like Nigeria. The only thing they're talking about is very, very mundane and irritating things. The president is beatable. It is his business how he runs his government. He has a duty to make sure that he understands the manifesto, whatever it is he promised. And this is why I don't like those who don't come for debates. If he had been coming for those debates, instead of avoiding them, he would have been asked certain questions and he would have given some answers. But they were not allowed to come. They will invite them for debate, they won't come. They will make up their mind that they will do whatever they want, however they want, anyhow they want. And how would the Nigerian people even have an assessment of the things that's why when you call me, I come. Because I want them to understand how I think, what I see. I don't want us to have a country of Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. No. I want us to have a Nigerian nation where we're using the best of our skills to push our country to the biggest level, because everything we need to be, it is here. We only need to stop bickering. We need to stop being excessively tribal so that we don't create xenophobic attacks against ourselves, where people would just be going on, and just because you're not from their tribe, they start attacking you, or we allow that kind of madness going on in the north, where people just wake up every day killing people, and the conversation will not be, why is this happening here? The conversation will be, go and blame the president, as if those kinds of issues were not even happening. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I mean, in your summarized opinion of the situation of things in the country, you are inferring that Bola Tinubu is doing the right thing, although he met a bad situation.
I don't know. I'm thinking that, look, if I'm not assessing it based on the kinds of things that I would have done. I'm assessing it based on the kinds of people and the things that people are around him are saying. They all said they're going to remove subsidy. That's Greek. And how you want to remove it, you want to remove it on the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, that's irrelevant. The point is, a lot of you said you're going to do it. I've looked at what they're all saying. None of them is saying anything other than the neoliberal economic policy of the West. If you ask them, bring them in and ask them, you will find out that, long story short, their story is the same neoliberal policies. At best, somebody will say, I'll manage the resources better, I will not allow corruption.
Do you feel a sense that our country is on the right path in the last two years or thereabout under this government?
I think that it's on a path. I don't know whether it's the right path or not. It's on a path. At least we have not heard that they can't pay salaries. We have not heard that, everything has failed. We have lived in this country long enough to see when there was a massive bank fail after a military regime. And it was so massive that people lost money. People lost wealth. So they are paying their salaries. I wish they'll be a little bit more serious. I think he doesn't have a good cabinet. I think he doesn't have a good cabinet in the real sense. I think that maybe he's micromanaging them. I don't know. I'm not a member of his cabinet. But I think that also, I don't think that they are communicating right. I think that, unfortunately, they still think that the concept of communicating on behalf of government is to be some kind of attack dogs. And I think that they are too weak in the management and control of the communication infrastructure, even for the country. I think that they have allowed.
All right. So the first thing is we're not seeing any super chats, so we need to be seeing super chats. That's the lubricant. So lubricate the session with a super chat. We need to say super chat. So that's the first thing. So the second thing is, yes, I agree somewhat that the communication of the government is not having the impact that it should. But this particular administration, this Tinubu administration, has been the most communicative administration that we've ever had. A good example is the tax reform bill. So they proposed this, they put in place this new tax bill, and then they've traversed. There's no day that you don't see Taiwo Oye, whatever it is, the Taiwo guy that is in charge of that space, and Zach. There's no day that you don't see them in one media space or the other explaining just how that tax bill works. They've explained it to the point that the opposition cannot leverage it anymore as a political tool because the information is so out there. So they cannot leverage that. So also the NEL fund, the students loan system that captures both tertiary and sub-tertiary education, the communication of that has been so overwhelming that they're not able to pull it back. So the communication on infrastructural development, all of these things, Taiwo Oyedele, thank you, Olupopin, or Alupopin. So the communication of all of these things has been so overwhelming that the obedience space, the article space, they've not been able to rebrand it or respin it or do that, whatever it is, that they cannot use it for their campaign of this. But the problem that the Tinubu administration has is that the voice of the opposition is bigger than theirs, especially the obedience space. The obedience space is so out there in terms of their ethno calumny campaigning, the ethnic bitterness, and the tribal jingle. They're so I've been on TikTok recently, and they're all over that space. They're in every single African space. They are corrupting the South Africans against the Yorubas, who their own ethnic nationality. They are doing that with the Ghanaians everywhere and all over Nigeria, of course. And it's just relentless campaign of calumny. So that campaign of calumny has bad news travels faster than good news. So that campaign of calumny by the obedience space, by Peter Obi and his followers, it has completely overwhelmed the government communication to be able to put out the positives of policies and administration and projects.
Everything, the country to become a country of anything goes. I think that they are not using the instruments available to insist that a certain type of behavior and a certain type of rhetoric will not be allowed in this country. I think that their security infrastructure, they're not using it well. I don't accept that there can be a sudden spike in terrorism in the country. No. I think that they are not checking to see whether there are political players who might be compromised. I think that they have not created the stamina to pull down big people. I think that they've not shown that they have the courage to do the kinds of things that even if Buhari did, he sent a very strong message to the judges that he's not tolerating this and did a Gestapo on them and busted them and threw them out. I think that the kind of radical energy you need for a leader to say that nobody is above the law, I've not seen that. I can't see that. I think that they've not been able to take on advantage of the administration of criminal justice system to throw some corrupt thieves.
So you can't gauge this government as excellent in any case.
No. I think that they are lackluster. The only thing is that the people that are the ones that are even saying they want to take over are even more lackluster than them. That's the predicament we found.
No, I don't think you can describe the Tinubu of administration as lackluster. I'm not quite sure if SEGUN Sowunmi understands that word, but lackluster is the last thing you would describe the Tinubu administration as. It says lacking in vitality, force, or conviction. So you cannot say they lack in vitality. It's a very vibrant administration. You cannot say they lack in conviction. In spite of opposition, they've stuck to what they believe is right for the country. And you cannot say that it lacks in force because there is no toe that Tinubu has not stepped on since he came in just to assert his belief. So lackluster is a wrong choice of word.
You see, I think that the citizens of the country need to understand we are not here to play. Nation building is a very serious responsibility. And if anybody is indicating interest that he wants to be president, I think you need to be asking them serious questions. I think you can't allow them to get away with the politics of taking advantage of people's poverty. I think you can't allow people to get away with the politics of tribalism. Oh, they gather in the north. What's that supposed to mean? Gather in the north to do what? This country is how many years old now? Was there ever a time that the north didn't get the resources that was allocated to them according to the federal allocation of this country? Why would what has the north got to explain to itself as to the level of poverty that is in that land and the low level of human capital development? So I don't believe that the north can bully anybody with their numbers. Because had democracy been the right type of democracy, people would have said those who don't even have an idea of evaluating what good governance is should not even vote. That's why you see the Chinese system is a bit more superior.
But in the real sense, the facts shows that the North is more superior in terms of political numbers.
No. They are only taking advantage of lack of family planning and breeding without control.
Is that their fault? That they have more political number strength?
No, listen, if you have an environment where by education people are no longer having 10 children, marrying 5 wives, and some people are still there, how is that an advantage? You have to look at the demography of the place.
That's why politically speaking, they stand a better chance.
No. That's
when they present a candidate and when they are in unison.
There is an imagination that those who are even masquerading today are the leaders of the people of the North. They are not. The leadership of the North is in a lot of cadres. Some of them are their Islamic leaders. Some of them are their thought leaders. Some of them are their traditional rulers. So if one or two politicians are saying, oh, not, yeah, you will have to say.
But the problem with that pushback is that all of those influence spaces, they always converge under one singular agenda. So their religious leaders, their traditional leaders, their opinion leaders, all of we're talking about the North, their religious leaders, their I'm just reading this guy. He says my voice is always quivering when I'm lying or propagandizing. So their religious leaders, their opinion leaders, or their traditional leaders, all of them in the North, they always converge under one singularity, which is a northern agenda. What is that northern agenda? The northern agenda is for the North to have rulership over Nigeria. And then once they've had that rulership over Nigeria, then they have their internal squabbles on how to divide the spoils. But that singularity of purpose to have rulership over Nigeria is what all those opinion spaces converge under.
It is the APC or President Bola Tinubu's party, just to say, are they not having their own northern players? Have you looked in the north and calculated how many governors they even have? Have you checked how many senators they have? That one person is screaming from one northern place. Do you know how many people from the same north are there? I have participated in the campaigns very well. I know what I'm telling you. In the build-up to 2023, I went around the north. I was amazed that it was even Bola Tinubu's jingles that were even trending. So politics is politics. We should be able to say that after every election, we'll spend about 2 years on governance. Otherwise, we're going to be a nation of politics without governance.
I mean, for the interest of the nation,
yes,
politics aside, anyone, even if you don't like the face of who is leading,
absolutely,
you pray for the progress of your nation.
I don't even know whether you should
government
pray or
come, government goes.
Yes.
The question here is that you think that the Tinubu government is lackluster. Those are your words.
Yes, they are.
And we are in a space that either we like it or not, our country must function. If not, we are going to be left behind, and all the countries of the world are moving forward.
Oh, yeah, you can see
what
that.
do you think must be done in this time, in this moment?
I think that the president must first of all understand soberly that coming to become president under the circumstances he has become president demands that there must be what you call low-hanging fruits. And that low-hanging fruit will not be measured around his age. The low-hanging fruits of Nigeria will be measured with how the poorest of us are feeling. and how they're able to cope. Any leader that thinks that he's building avant-garde, highfalutin ideas that does not impact the most miserable of our people, the poorest of the poor, has to understand that he's joking. And if it is democracy, of course, he's going to lose. But if he loses the election, it will not invalidate the fact that some policies are visionary. But it is for him to find the right mix. I find it extremely offensive that anybody will be president of our Nigeria, especially him, and he'll be losing the allies that worked with him. Elections are very serious. They are tedious responsibility. You shouldn't be losing allies. I don't expect him to happily be losing his allies. And I don't want to just be, if I mention National, they will say National is this, National. But I don't expect the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to be unconscious as to what men contributed to that journey. I don't expect him to wait for those people who...
Does it make him ungrateful?
I don't know about grateful or not. What I'm saying is that, look, you're not a politician, so you have no idea of how tedious going around is and what kind of, how draining it is.
But what does he need to fix this, to mend the fences?
It is, look, listen, I'm not here to come and teach him how to run government. If he cannot run the government, he can resign. If he knows he can't get the job done, he can resign.
He said he can do it.
Yeah, if he can do it, let him do it.
Does it look like he's not doing it?
Well, the thing is that if the decibel in the country is very high, it is his duty to ensure that he can calm free nerves. And if the touch points where people are getting angry are even his own people, when Nasiru started out with a small complaint, I had an interview with you, and I said, you can take anybody you like for granted, but you cannot take a disruptor like Nasiru for granted. How can Nasiru be? You think Nasiru is happy trying to destroy a government he helped bring about? He can never be. That's not the reason they threat. But when you don't treat people well, when you make light of their efforts, what you do is that you tell them, okay, go and do whatever else you like. And whatever else you like in politics is to work as much as they can against you. And if you know what you're doing, you must be careful that the people that are sitting on your table eating fish and chips with you, or is there a malangbegri with you, are telling you all is well. All may not be that well. We go around, and we know that some people are respected. I can tell you for free. I can tell you for almost free. Nasiru may end up being the man in this country who will inherit that energy of Buhari after Buhari, because the people that we speak to around, they see him as, especially the northern, the far north, where those areas where Buhari used to get numbers. They're hopeful on Nasiru. I'm not kidding you, they are. In fact, Nasiru is beginning to inch over Kwankwaso. I always thought that maybe after Buhari, Kwankwaso will be the one in that space. But Nasiru is beginning to stay in that space now. I don't know how he does it.
And that would be dangerous for Bola Tinubu.
I don't know whether it's dangerous for Bola Tinubu. But if Bola Tinubu is a one-time president, how is that dangerous for him? Did you not give him the opportunity to serve? Are they not going to list his name among past presidents, even if he leaves now? There's nothing dangerous for him. Nobody has promised him a second term. God has not even promised him the next day in the morning, like he has not promised any one of us. I think people are too unduly sentimental about whether he will get a second term. I'm not interested in that. I am interested in him fixing the country for this one term he has and being the best version of himself. For now.
Mr. Sowunmi, to wrap up now, on a final note, the country that you see, that you dream of, do you think it can come to pass under this government?
No, I think that nations are always a continuous work in progress. I think that if the president, Bola Tinubu, if he brings himself back and stop thinking that everything is okay and tries to say, okay, really, if I were the ones, never mind how he had been treated in the past, if I were the one that was being treated like this, would I be happy? And he can easily touch, there's enough time, there's 2 years, touch on all the places where he needs to touch. But you see, nations are built by a concurrence of people coming together to wish the nation well. You can't have too many of your leaders, too many of your people very upset, just cashing in on very cheap anger of the people and the frustration. And then you are the leader, you're not doing anything. The ones that are with you, we ran this country under Jonathan. What was the total size of Jonathan budget? People were not complaining that they can't even do anything. You guys are running a bigger budget, and you are running it with Nigerians who are the leaders of your agency. You know what I see with them? He has surrounded himself by people who he was the one that was doing the job for them. When he was not in power, he was the one that was doing the hard work. And now that he is in a golden cage where he can't be all over the place, he's surrounded by people who are so damn crass, politically incompetent. And if he cannot fix that, am I the one that formed the cabinet for him? That's his cup of tea. But what is important is that he needs to know the Federal Republic of Nigeria survived the military. By all means, we're going to survive him. And if he's thinking that Nigeria is going to become a one-party state, he should perish that thought. It's not going to be. It's even a tough task for us to tell people to calm down. Let us still stay within democratic ethos and principles. Already you can see them gathering in Kaduna. They are gathering here. Some people are saying end bad government every day. Those are not good indicators. People would not be angry if things were impacting well. All the things you've done, you've increased the tariff of electricity. Are we even getting the light? You slammed us the increase in tariff of telecom. Are we even getting service? Nigeria is one country where they have the largest number of drop calls in the world. Why? Why should we be oscillating around problems? You have gotten to a point now where almost all the critical stakeholders in the country are all even almost beginning to give up on democracy. And you think that that's not the reason for you to go strap your boots on, roll up your sleeve and get the job done. Rejig your cabinet if you must be. Open yourself up back to your friends. You may be in the villa, you are not in prison. And even if it's in prison, luckily you have the key. Why should people not be able to access you? Why should your political friends not be able to reach you? Why should people like Ndume be upset? Were they not the ones that stuck their neck out for you? Why should Nasiru be upset? Was he not the one that even practically bullied the North to say that we're going to go south when everybody was still saying they wanted North? When was the last time he even saw the former President Buhari himself? When was the last time he spoke to him on the phone? I know things that I can't afford to share with you. The bottom line is that those who want to eat alone, most often time, like the proverb says, die alone.
Otumba, SEGUN, Sowunmi, many thanks for coming on the mic on pod.
So that was SEGUN Sowunmi right there. So I'm going to play you a little snippet as well. And then after that snippet, if nobody comes in, we'll just end the session. So this is going to last for about 1 minute. So the link is in the comment section. If you want to run any commentaries on what SEGUN Sowunmi said, just come join. But I watch this.
Tribes are controlling the directive principles of their politics. The Igbos control the directive principle of their Southeast politics. The House of Fulani, they control the directive principle of the South of their northern politics. Why would anybody, with all due respect, begin to disrespect the Yorubas and expect that the Yorubas don't have a right to control the directive principles of their own region, of their own space? And when people are operating in that space, whether as indigenous or settlers or owners or even joint owners or even the people who taught it into existence, the reality is that you must be sensitive to the tribal or conclave of people. I won't come into the Southeast and start to speak to them in a manner that, especially when I'm living there, as though, oh, I'm the one. No, that's not it. And it's going at a speed that is getting too dangerous. I'm seeing that more and more people are sitting on it, and we need to tell young people enough.
So that's right there. So that's SEGUN Sowunmi essentially telling the Southeasterners to get out of Yoruba land. So we've got the progressive joining us. Let's see if it's there. The progressives, good to have you.
One man.
Chairman, how far?
Afade Mashlashi.
Look at that. Afade Mashlashi. It's been a moment since we last saw you.
Yeah, that's just I've been busy and like the time. Sometimes when you guys come on at this time, I'm not just available to join. I'm always watching, So
yes,
and,
the time we come out is not for human beings. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. in the morning, 1:30
for those. I think it's for your audience in the United States. I think that you're doing it just for them because us here in Europe, like it's almost like we have to stick to these afternoon sessions, because the nighttime ones, that one is almost like impossible for anyone to come on. I know there are people who still come on anyway. They give their best, which is good, I'm just watching I just finished watching with you now, and I was thinking that interview must be like the old one. I don't think that is recent.
Yeah, no, that's going back for about 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, because I sent you a WhatsApp. The guy is on tour with Dave Umai. He's checking roads, going praising the government now. Look, these are Nigerian politicians. That guy, Segun Sowunmi, is almost 60% in APC now and 40% still in PDP. And now is on board with the government's direction and where the government is going. I think at the beginning he made a statement about the generals coming together to make decisions to say they're going to support Buhari, and I think, in my opinion, that submission was kind of faulty in a way, because if you look at it up to today, there's only one person that have come out publicly to say, if it wasn't for me, Buhari would not have been president. And that person is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He's the only person that have come out publicly to make that statement. He even made that statement not only when Buhari was still alive, but when Buhari was still a sitting president. So if he had come out to say, look, these generals kind of spoke to, or kind of encouraged Tinubu to support Buhari, then that would be different. Because people still forgot that we had this conversation here last time, and people were saying, "Oh, Buhari was picked, was chosen by the APC. He didn't have to go through primaries," and that was very, very, very far from the truth, because it's almost like, we have these freshers. We call them freshers. People who just started following politics in the last election cycle. No, they had a very, very tough primaries. Atiku Abubakar, Kwankwaso, and Buhari. And if it was not for the Southwest vote, Kwankwaso would have won that primaries, because he had a lot of vote, and it was Tinubu that pulled the Southwest vote behind Buhari, that allowed Buhari to win that primaries in Lagos. And that primaries was one of the reasons why people kind of got behind APC, because a lot of people saw that primaries as very transparent. It was open, it was televised, and that was one of the reasons why the Buhari became president. So the idea that is some general somewhere, I still don't believe that. I think maybe you could make a case that maybe Jonathan should have fight harder, but he lost the election. So why is he fighting for? Is the man lost the election? I've heard people say, "Oh, he just submitted like that." But what else what else is he supposed to do? And look, one man, this guy now, I understand that he's made those comments.
Sorry, Akim. If Buhari had been president in 2015 and he lost an election, do you think he would have handed over to anybody, or would he just dabaru everything?
He would have handed over. He had look. He would have no options. Look, the idea. These people know that once the result has been declared, that is it. So they will do everything possible to make sure the declaration goes in their favor. Then you go and challenge it in court, and that was what Goodluck Jonathan didn't do in that moment. If Goodluck Jonathan was able to make that result to be declared in his favor, then it would have been a situation whereby Buhari had to go through the court process to try to retrieve his mandate. So if you then decide to say, "Oh, the result have been declared against me, but somehow I want to still look for a way to remain in office," then you're going to create a situation whereby you have no options. People are going to go on the street. You will not have any credibility. If they declare you a winner, people can say, "Oh, the election was rigged, the number was written," and all of that. But that that the umpire have already given you the victory. So it's up to the opponent to go to approach the court. Buhari would not allow that election, the result to be called against him. So he would do everything possible to make sure he get that vote, he get the number in his favor in the first place.
So what did you make of Segun Sowunmi's submission? Like you said, it's a bit dated because the politics are. And you were also saying that Segun Sowunmi is PDP in name, APC in spirit. Which you would say a lot of the PDP Yemsin Wike, of course, another example of that as well. But the positions is adopting in terms of the pragmatism of the politics, the that you cannot blanket criticize a government even when you are in opposition, and is also inviting them that the opposition is not presenting a counter narrative. The essence of everything the opposition is presenting is that they will do it better. Not that they will change anything being done, but they will administer it better. So if they are not presenting a credible and a viable and a well documented narrative, so what's the reason to change Tinubu if they're not telling us that, oh, they will cancel these things that is doing and do something different? So what are you making of Sowunmi's politics, which is saying is politics of realism, but it sounded as though he was already backing Tinubu?
Yeah, but the one man, they would be any politician that comes out now and said, "Oh, I'm going to go back to where we were before." I think it's almost like it's a losing strategy. The only thing they could do is what they are doing now. I would do it better, because you're not gonna, like, there was a consensus going into the last election that the position that we've taken for the past 40 or 50 years has not led us anywhere. So one man, we've subsidized petroleum product. They were always queue every time. It was never available. There was no investment in that industry. People were just paying subsidies for inefficiency. We were subsidizing the FX, foreign exchange, right? It didn't work. We were just pumping money into subsidizing lifestyles of the elite. We've been subsidizing electricity for God knows donkey years. We were always in darkness. There was never we didn't have power. So a new government comes in and said, "Look, we've done this for many years and it hasn't worked. Let's change direction." And that direction that we have changed, one man going into that the last election was a consensus. The Labour Party was on that direction of removing subsidies. The PDP was in that same direction of removing subsidies. APC was in that direction of removing subsidies. So nobody can come and say, "Oh, no, I'm not going to remove subsidies. I'm not going to remove this. I'll still continue to subsidize FS," because it is everybody have not come to conclusion to say that direction we have to change away from it. And you cannot compare Tinubu macroeconomics at the moment with previous government, because it's totally different. We ran a system of subsidized economy before, and this is the first time where we absolutely remove subsidies from petrol, from FS, and partly at the moment electricity. And I think we have to go all the way in electricity and completely remove subsidies. I think the challenges Tinubu is having now is that I think he's listening to this cry that Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are hungry, people cannot eat. He has to make sure, and his people have to make sure that they tell Nigeria that this is a long game where the governors, the subnationals have to play a bigger part. Tinubu will work on the macro economy. On the micro side, one man, how many states have efficient public transportation right now where they can subsidize intercity transport for their citizens? Maybe Lagos, and I think the Enugu governor just starting one recently.
I think Edo State has a decent one as well. At least they used to have. I'm not sure if
no. The way the Oshomole started one.
It's called Edo something, Edo Drive or something.
No, the new Edo line is not the type of the new Edo line is those nonsense transportation system that they used to operate that will take you from Benin to Kaduna, from Benin to Ibadan. The people don't benefit, that you're subsidizing nonsense. We're talking about like what you have in Lagos, the BRT system, like what you have in the Western world. So we don't have Enugu just started one now. I think Ubasani is doing one in Kaduna as well. Lagos have a very, very decent one. So you can subsidize transportation for the people. What about healthcare centers? How do you subsidize healthcare for the people? That has to be at state level. How do you subsidize education, primary and secondary school? That has to be at the state level. How do you make sure the people have good road network? majority of the roads are within the state.
Yes, but Akim, the Nigerians don't have a culture of holding their state government accountable. So the borehole is not working in your local government, and you blame it Tinubu. So we don't have a culture of holding localized politics accountable.
Yeah, because the problem is that the government is not listening to this nonsense, and then it has led to a situation whereby the minister of finance the other day was saying they've invested 300 billion to give people 25,000, which I think is just a waste of money. They don't, it doesn't like, and that is as a pressure, as a result of the pressure coming in from public spaces saying, "Oh, the people are angry." If you give 25,000 for 3 months, after 3 months, then what? Does that person's life become better after 3 months? It's a stupid idea for you to be flinging money. No, don't do that. Encourage governors to invest in their infrastructure and a subsidized transportation system, a subsidized healthcare system, a subsidized education system, build more road, and even build housing. If people are, if governors get engaged in those situations, the macro side of it, the federal government just engage on it. Security, decentralize it so that like we cannot expect the federal government to fix everything in that country. The state have to play their part, and the federal government have to play their part. Today, I believe that even the hardened critic of the Tinubu government are now saying that okay, this is the direction that we need to go. Even at the time of the election, go and listen to Peter Obi in Arise TV. He said, "I will devalue the naira and I will borrow money to defend it." He said it to Rufai Oseni at the time.
Is that not the, uh, Peter Obi makes a lot of dumb statements,
Yeah,
but that has to be the dumbest statement yet. You
yeah,
will continue to borrow money to defend an artificial value of the currency,
of the currency.
and then people will continue to round trip it, and then you subsist in that. So where does that lead to? How does that grow the economy?
And then you want to be a producing nation. How do you be a producing nation when have a strong currency? You don't need a strong currency for you to be a producing nation. You need a stable currency. And the current government have shown that they've been able to stabilize the currency, and we are seeing it in terms of export. It's working, and I think we have to continue to push in this direction. In my opinion, maybe Tinubu is worried about the next election. I think the subsidies on electricity needs to completely get out of it. If we remove subsidies from electricity, you will see that investment will come into that sector. Look, only just the band A and band B have proven already. We've had electricity more than we've ever had in the last 40 years, under just for the last few months. Like, you cannot deny it anymore. People who are on band A now have more electricity. You can say, okay, it's more expensive. Okay, fine. You pay for what you use. And then people on band B, like my place, I'm on band B, and I get between 20 to 21 hours every day. Sometimes one month, you can have 2 straight days without a power cut. So in this direction, we need to continue to maintain the momentum, whether Tinubu wins the next election or somebody else wins the next election, but we have to insist that we maintain what we have now. If we return back to this idea of subsidizing everything, we will still get ourselves back to where we were before. People will just tell you, oh, when Tinubu called me, the dollar was 400 or 450. Yes, it was, but to what to what advantages? The country was borrowing money to subsidize it, borrowing money to subsidize fuel, borrowing money.
Akim, and maybe Landon will bring Baba in and BT as well. But when people say, "Oh, the dollar was 400, 600 to the dollar when Tinubu came in," that's actually a misreading of economics. Because because it was that plus 60 to 80% subsidy. So if you add on the 60 to 80% subsidy, that makes it 600 to the naira, then it was actually the actual value would have been about 2,000 to the dollar, not 600 to the dollar, because you have to add the additional extra that subsisted in that space. So I don't think they quite understand that, but Bring it home a little bit, and then
Yeah,
we'll bring
one
in the
man. So
other
bringing it
voices.
home, I think, in my opinion, this is the right direction. You see, everybody's looking at Nigeria now. People are investing in the stock market. People are looking at investing in the country. The reason why you see people bring industry into the country now is that they've seen stability in terms of the currency. They've seen that it is not artificially manipulated, because if your currency is pegged and you don't have the reserve to back that pegging, the people are not stupid. Investors are not stupid. They know that, look, you're just fooling yourself. Before Buhari left, they started printing money. They started printing the ways and means to just to subsidize. They were selling petroleum crude product ahead. Selling it ahead just to subsidize. What was it that they didn't do? How are you supposed to run a country like that? They were if Buhari continued for another 1 year, that country would have been like Zimbabwe. It would have been run down without, like, it would have been gone by now. Both Emefiele and whatever they call themselves, they ran the country aground. We need to move in a different direction. We've seen the reserve has grown. The government has been able to bring in student loan, which I think is a fantastic idea. It gives it gives people who have it gives children access to be able to pursue their dream in terms of attaining higher education. If you want to, that's your choice. If you don't want to, do something else. It is. I think, in my opinion, is it perfect? No, but have we seen improvement?
The tech schools are free. They are not. You don't
Yeah,
access loan to
yeah,
go
that's
to
what I'm
tech
saying. So
school.
if you don't want to go through the university, it's your choice. If you want to go seek other option, it's your choice. In my opinion, we've seen more improvement in in many parts of our of Nigeria, because you cannot tell me that electricity is worse today than it was before Tinubu come to power. It's like, no way you can say that and anybody listen to you. You know.
All right, thank you. Akim, stay with us. Let's bring Baba in. Baba, good to have you. We were just reviewing a somewhat of a dated interview by SEGUN Sowunmi. It's one of those things that we were intended to do, but we're doing it now. So we're mainly reacting to that, but of course to the wider political space as well. So let's hear from you, Baba.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Thanks, Akim. Welcome, BT. And I salute you guys, the
Good morning.
commentarians. Morning. I think we're in an era where people just refuse to wake up to reason. They are in a funk of their own. And even if success is staring them in the face, they don't want to accept it. Whether we like it or not, this government has been brilliant, very brilliant on all levels, acknowledged by international bodies and admired by other countries, because it's the boldest step ever to rescue Nigeria. Akim talk about, on leaving government, Buhari left ways and means of 23 trillion naira. He left against street calculation. Tinubu thought they would meet something. They didn't meet anything. Even for them to take off, for this government to take off, they had to do ways and means of 7 trillion themselves. Yes, Tinubu did ways and means. The forcement to be able to stay afloat. Nobody remembers this, or they just refuse to wake up. And what is driving this stupidity? I'll call it stupidity. I am not very consistent with my answers. I'm not very consistent. I must admit that. Because how do you explain when you write an A on the board glaringly in cap and the classroom is telling you that's a Z? What do you make of those students in that class? So these are the kind of politics we are facing, and Tinubu is trouncing them. Wike, they hate so much with passion. is even a better politician than the dimwits they are supporting. Do you know this weekend, admiringly, Wike called Rivers elders, those bearded folks with bowler hat coming to threaten him, and Fubara, they entered into closed-door meeting to reconcile. That is politics. That is politics at its height. That's what politics is all about. It's give and take. It's about reconciliation. It's about common sense. It's about not muddying the water. Politics is about calm, reassuring your people that all will be well, even if it's not well. And I admire that greatly. Because a few months ago, we thought Rivers State would go asunder. And here we are, classically. They've reconciled themselves. So what is left for Rivers State is only progress. Face forward. Is that too difficult for people to even see or learn from? In the health sector, whatever problems we are facing, Nigeria is 65 calendar years. Tinubu administration is just 28, 29 months. So we're talking about for 63 years or thereabouts, this man was absent from the government. So all the problems that came to roost on the 62nd, 63rd anniversary, you are heaping it all on one man, and you want him to solve those problems with just a wave of the wand, like a magician. Hell no, that's not possible. That's not possible. He has to dismantle all those structures that brought us to our knees, that breeds corruption, and start laying fresh blocks. And they want to stampede him, go start distributing trader money, standing by the street corner in the market and handing out people and things like that. No. Tinubu is about structure. It's about institution. He has done it before in a state he ruled for 8 years. And he's bringing it to bear on the federal territory. For the health sector alone, in the last 18 months, insulin is almost free. Thank God BT is here. He can tell you a shot of insulin, what it costs in America. Chemotherapy, BT can tell you how much a shot costs. In the area of which of the other one, the diabetes or so, also all brought down chemotherapy down to 50. Something that, if I'm wrong, tell me, BT. Something that costs you $5,000 a shot in the West is 50,000 in Nigeria. Insulin is 12,000.
You know, just a vial of MPH insulin is about $300. That's every month for a diabetic. So you're on point, sir.
I mean, these are the things this guy is putting in place rather than throwing freebies. But those that are benefiting, they don't have a voice, because a lot of people are benefiting from most of these things. Yes, in the health sector, again, in most states, giving birth is free. Yes, it's not like they're going to give you every medicine that you required, you are asked to buy that and bring, but delivery will be free. Delivery will be free, and that's a first step. Consultancy is there. Even for me to see my specialist today in the West, I have to call. It takes weeks to get appointments. And admire back home, like I can walk into my hospital and see my specialist easily. These are things to be admired, but they don't want to see that. The tax issue is there. They are telling everybody 93% of Nigerians will not be paying taxes. Yet they will twist the narrative and say it's going to tax us to the ground. 92% will not be paying taxes. It's taxing the rich to favor the poor. That's about the tax bill. That's the tax bill for you. They don't want to have an understanding of this because they want to rule by all means. They want their candidate there. But then politics about negotiation. It cannot be handed out to you. Nobody hands anybody power. You have to contest for it. You have to fight for it. If you know you have something to give to the people, to help the people, to elevate your country, then you fight for that position or for that thing that will put you in that position, that will make you ascend the power table and then give to the people what you planned. It's not an happenstance. It is not Baba OBJ's factor. Those are rarity. You have to plan, project, reach out to people, have a very fat and rich Rolodex. Consult wide, far, and wide with people. You don't just stand and say because you have an influx of a movement in tow, and then think for that is sufficient alone to give you power. Where in the world has that happened? Where in the world has that happened? Without a national consensus of that country.
Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Baba. I'm going to be away for about 20-25 minutes. If anybody wants to come in, come in. So I'll just let it carry on. Come back in about 20-25 minutes. I'm here for another 10 minutes or so to let anybody in that wants to come in. But carry on, Baba.
Yeah. If you talk about the pay difference, like the Niger is saying here, oh, okay, fine. The pay is different, but the cost of the drug is it different? The manufacturing process is it different? It's not different. So if the man in the US is paying 5K, 5K, then the man in Nigeria will be paying 5K. So if you are paying just $50,000 for something that will cost you 7.5 million, know that somebody is paying the difference. Does that answer you? Somebody is paying the difference. And that is where subsidy should go, not in subsidizing electricity or subsidizing petroleum services for the rich. So let us be commonsensical in our thinking here, because these are the things that is driving Nigerian into this kind of a frenzy that is so unreasonable. Politics is about common sense and general consensus. So a lot of things are happening that is pitting the East against the West against the North. and it's not healthy for that country. It is not healthy. If it's the wish of people that are driving this agenda is for everything to split, what do they even know? Those that are driving this agenda. How many of them have seen people tied to the stake and shot in that country in just not too distant history of our country? Have you they seen blood? Because I just look at times, I question, some of these people, they don't have, because of the anonymity of the cyberspace, they just spew rubbish all the time. They don't even read. They don't even read to even know, okay, what happened in this season of our growth, in this season of our life.
Sorry, Baba. Just that space that you said that they don't even read. A good example. Tonight was here just what was it the session before or whichever within last 2 days thereabout, and it was pushing a narrative around the new tax bill, and it was quoting then that why would they be taxing people earning 70,000 naira, which is the minimum wage, but the tax threshold, you are tax exempt for the first 800,000 naira of your earnings, and then you are taxed subsequently. So whoever is on minimum wage will only be taxed 40,000 naira, will be taxed on 40,000 naira a year. And because of the low amount, they will come at the lowest entry point of taxation. So essentially, people on minimum wage, they don't
maybe
get
about 7 naira every month.
Yes, about 7 naira, less than 200 naira a year you are paying in tax if you're on minimum wage. But he didn't know that there was that threshold of 800,000 naira. But because of
one man, it was not his fault. There was nobody on the platform to. I was watching it and I was almost going to hit my head.
Yes, but the point I'm making
But
really is
Hakim, would it be his fault? I even consider Tunanja an educated person. All the noises that have been made about this tax education in posters, in this thing, announcement made here and there, so he has not been listening because he is not interested. It's just about the narrative they put in their head and they spew.
Yeah, because
sorry, woman.
Sorry, Hakim. Let me just say this, and then I'll leave you guys for about 20 minutes. The point I'm really making about that Tunaija's example is Tunaija, he wields a lot of influence all over social media. We know him on Rudolph's channel, we know him here, but I also know him on about 4, 5, 6 other powerful platforms. So Tunaija is all over social media and it carries a lot of weight. So look at him then propagating that false narrative that they're going to tax people on minimum wage, either out of ignorance of not knowing that there's a 800,000 naira threshold that is tax exempt, or out of just mischief making. So that's the thing. When you say people don't read, I just remember that Baba. But carry on. So Baba carries on. BT next. Midwest after. So just carry on the conversation. Just give me about 20 minutes. I'll be back. So Baba, you know how to handle yourself anyway. See you guys in about 20 minutes.
Baba. Yeah, okay, you're excused, woman. So as I was saying, yes, BT.
To your point about not reading, did you see our deputy house speaker? It does not know the difference between a seaport and a river port.
I heard that in Imo. That was in Imo.
I don't care about this platform because it's not part. But I worry that if a deputy speaker of the House of Representatives doesn't even know that
I tire. Honestly, I tire. I watched that.
This is one of the reasons why sometimes when I'm on this social media space, I just read some comment. I want to respond, but I said, why waste my energy, strength, anything to respond to this nonsense? Like it doesn't make you know for a fact that it's either this person is dumb, stupid, or just intentionally trying to be clever. Even there's one guy now that was used to criticize policies, but now you can see him on the X saying, "Oh, macroeconomy, I support all the policies of the government and the direction they are doing and stuff like that." Like, it has to get to a point whereby you have to realize that, okay, maybe I'm just being stupid. Like, it doesn't make no sense. Somebody asking you all the tasks that we are paying, what are they doing? What have they done with it? Yeah, you have not paid the country tax to GDP is one of the lowest in the world, right? They are saying, okay, let's increase our tax base. They're not saying let's tax people more money. They're just saying let's expand. People that are not paying, let's capture them into the system so that they can contribute. That's the reason about the tax reform. This Western world that we live today, Baba and Ebiti, there were people who paid high taxes, 70% taxes, who did not benefit from any form of health care at the time, who did not have access to a lot of the infrastructure that you have today in this Western world, but they did it for the future generations. They went through that time, they went through difficulty for the future of their country. There've never been a single generation of Nigeria that have made any form of sacrifice for the progress and the future of Nigeria. It's either what is the country offering us? They've never been what are we offering Nigeria as a country? What is our own role to grow this country as a people? In 20, 30 years, my children or your children are going to grow up in that country. That's for them, not mine. Uh, what kind of a country do I want those children to grow up in? This is how a Westerner think. Even up to today, when they are making decisions, when it comes to election, they will tell you, look, I'm doing this because not even my children, because of my grandchildren, because I want them to have this, I want them to have that. They think ahead of time. Whereas our people will say, what are you doing for me now? We're saying, look, we've done this for 40, 50 years, it hasn't worked. We're going to change direction. Why is that so difficult for you to understand?
Yeah,
That's it.
the thing is, look, ignorance used to be bliss, but now I don't think ignorance is bliss. If you are not up to in level of your information, then I don't know, because that seems to be what's pervasive now, or just people. I get confused, honestly, because these things are there. You just have to search for them, read, and have an understanding of what exactly is going on. Even the intelligent thing to even ask yourself, clear your mind, ask, how did we get to this position we are in my country today? Start from there. If you have a curious mind, challenge yourself, dig, find out, and look at the spectrum of applicable solutions being applied at the moment. Will they be okay? Will they take us there? Will they get us out of the wood? They don't just ask this question. It's just like a lawyer who sits in court and be sleeping. And once the moment he wakes up, he shouts, objection, my lord, objection, my lord. What's he objecting to? He doesn't even follow the court proceedings. And when it comes to these tax issues, let's take the footballer, which is a very common narrative. We hear this footballer is earning $1 million a month, and we all, man, that's a lot of money. Yes, gross, as gross is a lot of money, but the bacon that footballer will bring home back to Africa will be very, very low, because his tax level will be so high, and at times even above 50% he will be paying
Yeah,
in
in the
taxes.
Premier League, I think it's about 50% or 40% they tax them.
He will paying.
No, I
So
think
these are
I think it's around 60% or so.
very high taxes, because the more you earn, the more you pay. It's a very simple. It's a very, very simple policy, so that the poor masses can be taken care of, because those are the people, some out of their fault, some not their fault, they find themselves vulnerable. And you don't say because they are vulnerable, they're in a vulnerable position, they should be forgotten. No, they have to be lifted up also. Those are the people that are my concern. And one of the key things this administration has removed from that downtrodden masses is the cost of tertiary education, because that has been one of the tough nuts to crack. That how are we going to solve this? Because nobody of means has not been affected, because there is no way your own flesh and blood will come knocking at your doors. They have admission, they cannot go because of money. They are already in year 2, halfway through. They can't further their education. They drop out of school. But now that's not the case. And to me, that is the hallmark of one of the things this administration have done in the last 2 years. That nail thing. And they've taken it further by saying if you are attending technical school, you don't have to pay a dime. It is free. It is free. Now, the tariff had made it very difficult, had made importation very unattractive. The tariff we are operating at the moment has made it very unattractive. So people have started looking inwards. And this kind of policy takes time because it has to be steady, stable. You have to convince those exporters overseas that that country means business. They are not going to change the policy, no matter the pressure piled on by their people. And if that sunk in with them, they will now start looking to come put that factory down in that country, which is now yielding that kind of result. Because our cottage industries are not doing badly at all. They are not doing badly at all, except if you don't have them in your states, you don't have them in your states. Because I know the Ogun axis are doing very, very, very well.
Abba, good morning, sir.
Yeah, BT. Good morning.
I put a link in the comment section for you guys on the chat right now, on the private chat. When you have time, sir, it's just 16 minutes. You need to watch it. That is a global investment forum. I follow them every year, but this year was very unique because they had the 3 biggest in the world, though. The 3 biggest infrastructural portfolio investors in the world, which includes Ogunlesi as well. So it's a lady from India, the Nigerian Ogunlesi, and a guy from the US. They are the biggest 3 portfolio when it comes to infrastructure. And what I picked up from that video is very significant to your point. I think it's coming to power. I think figured out where Ogunlesi is coming to the Nigerian sector. But the whole point is that the days of relying on government to foot the bill for everything is over. But the way Tinubu has the economy set up is, in my opinion, it depends on your governor and how pro-business they are, because they have to search for investment. Federal government can help you, but you have to be proactive to get people to come into your state, which Ogun has done, and like many others have done. So that's the new model. I mean, Ogun being from Ogun to us is a bonus. I get that, but we have to. I mean, it's using somebody else's money now, so you still have to provide an enabling environment for him to come in with his friends to invest. So that is the new Nigeria now.
You know the shocking thing? Look, when there is this Yoruba saying, "Teguni bajuri, aya ara lati ya atokun." If the masquerade dances well, is chaperone will be very elated. I think that's how my English can carry me. You know the Otaidi Roko Road? I won't mention name. Like other billionaires, yeah, they are all dollar billionaires who Buhari gave that leeway to use their taxes to do some road infrastructure. Bua did his, and of course, Dangote did his famous Apapa Oshodi Expressway with concrete. But the other guy did not, he was allocated the Otaidi Roku way. The last 6 years, he never touched it. But with current happenings in Ogun State, he has started working on it. And the Otaidi Roku Road, which houses about along that axis on the right or the left inwards 1 kilometer or thereabout, has 2 universities, 2 church headquarters, Honda, Tolerance, with Indomie, with a lot of industries in that axis. And at times I even wonder that what's about Ogun State that is having everything. Even I was shocked when the Emzo woman, her latest ventures, which is what I think about $35 million. She's situated it in Ogun State. I thought she would take that elsewhere by reason of her name.
But
that way. Yeah.
What do you then think of those that because this is what I don't like hearing all the time from the average Nigerian, not the average Nigerian, the misinformed Nigerian that will always say, why is he always Ogun State? Why is he always Lagos? Why can't they spread it around? I'm like, this isn't a government project now. What do you mean spread it around?
That's why
I mean, even the E1 thing yesterday, that the boating thing in Lagos, they're like, oh, we have more beautiful areas in Bayelsa. I said, really? That's not the way it works now.
It's not about beauty, it's about what is available. Honestly, the atmosphere, I don't know. But I want just to believe that I won't put it to luck, because luck is about preparation, meeting opportunity. When you prepare, you don't have the wherewithal, and the opportunity comes. When they merge together, the result is success. So that is what these 2 states have done. And Ogun State, I know BT, you may argue that, is enjoying also the proximity to Lagos. I would dare say it's enjoying the proximity to Lagos, because look at the Otundi, the Tongeji refinery coming up in the Porto Novo basin, or the side which is the Yewa people now. They own that basin. And there is going to be an $8 million refinery or so in that axis. Lagos State is already building a port, a deep sea port, to service vessels that will come to take that oil. That is kind of synergy that is going on. So states need to emulate these kind of things. So it's about planning. States are having much more money. And I start to question the intelligence of people, even television talk head, that will sit down and say, they should come and tell us what they've been doing with the subsidy money. And I said, is that too tough to decipher where that savings on or the non-payment of subsidy money is going? Can't you tell with the size of the FAC allocation? Is there any state in Nigeria that doesn't receive its monthly FAC allocation as basic? Not to talk of security votes, the 13% derivation funds, they share, ecological funds, they share, and the IGR.
Baba,
yes.
I think the problem is when people make such comment, right? You have to ask their level of knowledge when it comes to understanding the system of government that we run. we have a constitution that says any money that comes into the federation account have to be shared at certain percentage between the federal government, state, and local government. So it doesn't matter where that money come from. It could be money from, say, not spending money. Like it could be money from no more spending money on subsidies, money from no more subsidizing the FX. It doesn't matter where that money come from. The federal government has no right to keep the money as a savings or anything. The money goes into the federal account and everybody shares. So if they want to make any savings, it have to be an agreement between the state and the federal government to say, okay, let's keep certain amount of money. Can somebody mute again? So they can say, okay, let's keep certain amount of money for the rainy days. That have to be an agreement between the government, the state governors, and the federal government. This idea that somehow, the money from subsidies, the federal government have absolute right to it, that is lack of understanding of how the system work,
It's funny. And a lot of the governors are doing very, very well. I won't lie to you. People like Enugu's Umba is doing so very well. Enugu is one of the cleanest states in Nigeria today. Check out Enugu State. Very clean state, well laid out roads, and the infrastructures are being put in place. And besides that, he is giving out contracts to other people from other states that are not from Southeast. That was why I was angry when the Sujimoto guy messed them up with their 5 billion, I think, infrastructure in education. Because here you are, this is a man that hasn't got any obligation to give you that contract as an outsider, as a considered outsider, and he gave it to you and you mess him up. These are the new Nigerians we are trying to forge by the policies of this present government. And people don't want to see it for what it is. All I have is pity for them, because the kind of country they wish for, if they witness just 10% of it, I don't want to say what will happen to them, because they've not seen anything. What have they seen? That's why I asked that question. Have they seen people tied to the stake, tied to barrels, and being shot live? If they've seen it at all, it's just only in movies, not real life, where Nigerians have to flock to Kirikiri shooting range or the Barbie shooting range to watch that obnoxious spectacle of people being shot. They don't even know where we are coming from. Let me stop here so far. BT, please come in.
Good morning. Good morning. Bye-bye once again. One man.
Good morning.
Midwestern progressive. And like to your point, illiteracy, ignorance, it rules the internet, especially the Nigerian space. And we need to do a better job of educating people of how things really work. I was having a talk about with a friend of mine, and he was just lamenting the fact that people have misplaced priority and anger towards Tinubu. It's like, man, why can't you guys focus on your local government and go over there and protest? You can easily win. It was just going on. I'm like, well, the tribal thing comes into play. But the only reason I even came up was because of the Ogunlesi thing. Can you remind me the name of the other guy that was with him? He's also a Nigerian billionaire as well.
Him Bello Sage.
Yeah, him. I don't know where he wants to invest in yet, so I'm excited, and I believe that there are many more Nigerians like that.
No, he's an angel investor. He invests everywhere since he sold his UBA stake to Elumelu.
Oh, I don't really know much about him. So yeah, so people like that need to come into play. And our boy from Ogun wants to focus on infrastructure development. That's good. I mean, look at Nigerian stock market. This year alone, what, 37%? That is amazing for a so-called struggling economy. So I think the disconnect to me is where, how do I connect? If I'm a middle class Nigerian or low class, middle class Nigerian, how do I move up the ladder? I think that's the next step now. But like to Baba's point, the priority for Tinubu the first 2 years was to create a system that is sustainable. Unlike our shameless former VP, what's his name again? The guy from Ikene. Share. Do you remember when the guy was sharing money in the market? That was an embarrassment. What's his name again?
Free that money.
Yeah. That was just.
Come on. What's that for?
Yeah. That was. That's an
and the moment they won the election, that dried up immediately.
So, kudo, we blame the Tinubu for canceling that ministry, so-called humanitarian ministry. Now it makes sense, Baba. It makes sense now. Like, man, there was no need for that. Let's just get rid of that so-called humanitarian. It was just to steal money from the government, because you can't.
It's about institution. Put the institution in place. If you don't have a job, you know where to go.
Yeah. So, but to my earlier point is that I like I said earlier, I want to see more governors in action. Sheyi Makinde, I think it's coming up now, because Baba, I have my own ranking for Southwest, by the way. Believe me, I have my own ranking, and I think Sheyi Makinde has moved up on my ladder. I have Sanwo-Olu no one,
but not when he's spending 64 billion to prop up the governor's lodge again.
That was
I
for
don't
election.
like that.
That's for election. He wants to run for president. I don't know who gave him that idea, but you know that's what he wants to take control of the party, of the PDP. So he's having this back and forth with Wiki. So that's where that comes from. But it's done well. AKT, they're doing very well, but they are under the radar. So I'm not sure about Ondo and Osun. I don't know what's going on with both those two states. I've not really heard anything from them, but I have them as my two least performing Southwest states. But the other four,
they are paying salary as at when due. That's my own start point. How to measure them.
At this point, Osun needs to evolve beyond a worker state. Like that's government working, civil servant. They need to move. They need to move past that. You can't keep doing. They need to move past that. I mean, like build on it. Not but that is one part of your what they have in Osun. I mean, there are cultural things, many things that you can do. I mean, I'm not sure about their airport. That should be very close to Ife, by the way. If you understand the need for that, for tourism and stuff like that. So I just want to see more governors do well, perform, and we need to put pressure on them as our associates. Like somebody was showing me, you say, OT build roads. I said, we don't care about your roads. We are going past our roads now. Road is a given. You have to build roads. So I'm not going to give you credit for building roads, but no, you have to build roads. Our own level now is bringing in investment. It's our own minimum standard now. We don't care about roads. We need roads, but if you do it, I will not praise you for it. We just have money pouring in. That is our own standard. So everybody needs to improve their own standard. Somebody building roads and schools and hospitals should be a given. It should be it should be part of what you do. So why do I have to praise you for building roads? No. Now, if you do like a super highway or like a Formula bridge, okay, I see that point. That is different. But just roads, no, you should be building roads. So I'm not going to praise you for that. To the Sowunmi story about the immigration thing, we've gone back and forth on that on this platform. And like he rightfully said, everybody should control their territory. Doesn't mean you're not welcome in mine. But you cannot hold on to what is yours and then want me to be liberal with mine and talking about one Nigeria. So I think we shouldn't even debate that anymore further. That should be, well, everybody should. That's common sense. I think. That should be common sense. You should not come to people's place to then telling me that it's for everybody. I think we've gone past that. So that should, but Baba, that is not, why that's not in our laws. We start having clauses about indigenship in relation to political posts. I think it's very important to protect people of those areas, especially the groups that are very, okay, you call them the so-called minorities, right? That can barely feed up on local government.
Let me shock you, BT. For these same people, one of the states there, you fill the form, you still know more about indigenship. It goes further to ask the ward you are from. Ward. Can you believe that? What I don't like about this is the hypocrisy of imposing a standard on me, which you are not adhering to.
And I don't fault you about for not. If you don't, in your area, I understand.
Every fiber in me abhors that. Every fiber in me abhors that. Don't impose on me what you will not accept. That is more than hypocritical as far as I'm concerned. Because when you have to take statehood to wardhood, let me put a wardhood, then that is the extreme you can go. That means in your own states, there are some people who are more favored than the other based on the ward they are from. I'm not doing that. My own state cannot impose that on our people. We will unleash on that government. But that's the irony today. Everything is about Nigeria when it's convenient. It's about convenient. We talk about Nigeria. When it's not convenient, then you talk about another thing entirely.
But Baba, question to you, sir. If I can be pro Yoruba, sorry, if I say I'm pro Ogun State, it's Ogun it's part of Nigeria.
It's part of Nigeria.
It can be pro state and still be, if it's part of Nigeria, you're still contributing to Nigeria. It doesn't make you less Nigerian or anti-Nigerian or anti anybody else. So I don't get where people think that, because somebody is pro tribe or or his ethnic group, then it's anti the federal or anti other people. No, I'm not. If I say you should go focus on your state, doesn't mean I hate your state or I'm an anti-East.
You're just stating the obvious.
Yeah. Don't go around telling me fix your own area. I'm like, when I ask you about your homeland, you want to ignore that question. Wait a minute. You address home issues first before you start talking in public. And like I said before, maybe it's a cultural flaw. I don't know. But I would not do that. You would not do that. So I don't know why that is a thing where people have issues with it. They don't want to address their own problems, but they're quick to point fingers at somebody else. It's not tribal.
It's so funny, honestly. He's very, very funny. And it's not also funny because it's becoming a trait, or how do I put it? Because I've seen the goodness of Nigeria. I've seen the goodness of Nigeria. So I'm seeing the worst of Nigeria. So forgive me at times when I'm confused. That where did all this crept into our polity? When did all this crept into the system?
Because, not being like, remember what happened in your state like a few years ago when they were recruiting into the Nigerian army, and they had people from the north claiming to be from Lagos.
that was an eyesore. It was a spectacle for sore eyes, because I saw the people, the Hausa guys coming up chests in front and brandishing local government confirmation of their citizenship of the state. And
so that's
up to that moment, they've been passing.
They've
been passing.
So that's my point. Like that is one area of government. So now let's put it out to other sectors. That means in civil service, in military, in navy, is happening everywhere.
Of course, there's no lie about that. Look, the thing is, like I always say, that if we have to analyze where we are as a nation today, and I can write a very good thesis on this. It has nothing, absolutely nothing, I repeat, to do with the Southwest. The Southwest has no agenda on other parts or ethnic group in Nigeria. When they were going into the military, it was an abhorrence for an upcoming graduate in a Southwestern home to say, I want to go join the army. No, you will be looked down upon. So never but we know at the time of the 66 school, the people who have the highest number of officers, up to 66% in the army. Was it by design? We know also when we're negotiating for independence and we're telling them that let's put this clause in these documents we are about to sign, that if at any point any of this tripod wants to leave, they can go in peace. It has nothing to do with the Southwest. It was the Southwest that pointed it out. Let's put this in. But they went behind the back with the British backing and they didn't put it there. Rather, they even put it that it's not negotiable. It's not negotiable, our unity. So when also 6 months rule, all of a sudden, everything we've been relying on in the last 6 years of independence, everybody stay in your region, share your money, take 50%, give 30% for all the states' coffers, so that's how we share before 1966. 50% of whatever you have in your region, you keep. That's your sweat. Then 30% of it, you put in a coffer where all the states or all the regions will come and put something, that 30% of their own earnings too. We mix it together and we share. Then 20% is for the center, the federal government, to play with, to take care of the prisons, the military, and all the rest. But for that 6 months, they came and said, no, it's unitary. In fact, to the last kobo, everybody, bring your money to the center. It's unitary government we are going to run. We know those who headed that economic team of that 6 months period. And people seized upon it after they took over, after that 6 months, and they never let go. And they enjoyed it for the next 40-something years. And those are the even people who enjoyed that unitary coffer, that pause for over 40 years, that are coming today to tell us Nigeria has shortchanged them. That their people are suffering in the north. Their children are suffering from kwashiorkor. Let's look at this from a historical perspective. Let us know where we are coming from, how we got to this position, these tight spots we are in today. Let's just look at this objectively. Let's reason together. Because that is the only way we can find solutions. If we continue to deflect and lie through our teeth, then we can make headway. We can just continue to be a country and not a nation. Sorry about that, BT.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, yeah, we can freestyle that. So I see your point. Because if you move funding away from the center to the state and the local government, like in the form of regional government, you are also moving responsibilities away from the center. So part of getting funding comes with responsibility to the regions. And like people have said, like we cannot go back to 3 regions. Obviously, it's going to be probably 6 or 7 regions because using the geopolitical zones. I don't know where Quara would choose to stay with what they're going to right now. But I think perhaps in this quest for state
What
creation.
about West Kogi?
Yeah. In this quest for state creation, I think it's time for that for those people to start clamoring for their own states. If you can get that 12 local governments in Kwara plus West Kogi, like you said, together, maybe they should give them their state and just merge them with the Southwest, so we can be done with this nonsense. But so you need to look at the structural reconfiguration of Nigeria towards what you just said, which I support, by the way. I support that. Let everybody fend for themselves. You can come visit and come stay, but we will know that this is our place and you have yours, and you have rules that you have to follow if you want to live in point A or point B. You will not come to a place under the disguise of one Nigeria and misbehave. Feel like nobody can question. I think that's one of the issues I have about this current system, Baba, where somebody comes to one area, misbehaves, and when they correct that person, they'll tell you, "Oh, it's one Nigeria. You can't do anything about it. I can go anywhere I want." That thing annoys the heck out of me. Like, really, you can't. Don't say because it's one Nigeria. I can't go to Kano and say I'm going. In fact, today or Friday evening, no, I'm going to fry pigs in front of the mosque because it's one Nigeria and I have the right to. I will not do that. I will not do that. So, but if you have regional government, they have their own defined laws, their own defined rules. If you cannot abide by it, then you don't go there. That would be something that I think we should look at. But back to my point about this so-called indigenship of local government areas, where somebody can go there and become A, B, or C. I think that should also we need to update the law to protect those groups in their own regions, in their own locality, because it's fast becoming some form of invasion, in my opinion. And you're eroding their rights culturally, economically, and I think you have to protect the people that are indigenous to those locations. You're welcome to join them, but we have to protect those people. I think that would be something that the government should consider.
Yeah, Midwest people, are you there? Midwest people, are you there?
I did, my brother. I did listening, but I go do something before.
Sorry, Midwest. Sorry, your mic is. I don't know what's going on with the mic, but I heard that they moved. I heard that they. My God, what's going on with?
Can I come in?
Yeah, I heard that they moved that road to your state. Now you're gonna be having 100 kilometers. Is that true? The coastal road or whatever it's called.
I had it as well.
Ainzo, welcome.
Ainzo, welcome. I heard that they also.
Baba, how you doing?
Can I come in?
Oh, Midwest. Okay, hello? MOP, go ahead.
Hello.
MOP, is that you?
I can hear you, man of peace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you, MOP. Go ahead.
Greeting everybody. I've been listening, almost about 10 minutes. But everybody's talking, the subject is very, 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 very good. So having said that, I differ a little bit from, the talking point where we're talking about the indigent, the tax, and everything we're talking about. I'm a proponent of the tax, and where we are, United States, depends on the state, we are being taxed. We are not taxed compared to the European countries like in like in England where they are taxed almost about 40% or something like that. But tax has to be paid. But this tax that was done, the devil is in the detail, because in my own opinion, I think it should have been incremental because what they just did is very radical. The people are being taxed. Some people are being taxed, to death. So what I'm hearing right now, even the Olo show is going to be taxed. So how are they going to get the tax? What is that going to do to the country? I think the tax has become so radical the way he did it. Of course, the president, the president is known for for his taxation. Even when he was in Lagos State, there's nothing wrong about taxing, but it should have been incremental instead of the way they just did it, or be more progressive. Maybe peace. Let me use the
So
word.
what do you
more
mean by
peace, maybe,
incremental,
increment could
MOP?
have been a better
Can you
thing.
explain?
But I
Can
just
you
feel like
explain
it's
incremental,
the
please?
tax from the way I'm looking at it right now is very radical in my own opinion. It shouldn't have been done that way. Do we need a tax, changing that kind of people need to pay tax? Definitely. I'm a proponent of that. But I don't quite see it the way, some of you are speaking about it. That we know. Because if you look at you have to look at what people make, not just tax. You can't compare some other African countries to us because they are not being taxed. Because they are being taxed heavily more than us, like Ghana or some other countries. But they make more money more than the people in Nigeria make.
MOP.
It's not. My name is not MOP Progressive. I'm comparable fact, please.
Comparable
Okay,
facts.
okay, comparable facts. Okay.
Comparable facts, right? So the
Yeah.
tax law.
Can you change your voice too?
The tax law, right? Comparable fact. The tax law is not for people to pay higher taxes. It is to bring people who are not currently contributing to start to contribute. It's been litigated. There's a calculating formula on the website. All of these things are out there. If you are a minimum wage earner, it's there. They have a threshold.
No. I think that's where I said the devil is in detail because those
No,
minimum wage earners, hold on. I've followed what's been happening recently. They are being taxed. So don't tell me that those thresholds. They are being taxed.
There is a threshold. Listen to the guy who
they are not applying the threshold. That's what I'm saying.
They've not started. How are they going to apply?
They've not even started.
They started in January. They've not started. So everything you are hearing.
Midwest. I think what's comparable. Man of Prestige, I don't like this change of name thing when they do it. Now, which kind thing be this now? All of a sudden, your voice is the same. Then you now expect us to just change midway from Man of Prestige to comparable facts. It's not fair now.
Okay, hold on.
My brother, it's not fair. Okay, but no. I just want to support your point.
Hold on. Let me talk before you go. You have to get used to that comparable fact because I'm trying to respect. Like I said, there's a guy recently that I just found out. His name is Ola. He has his platform is Man of Prestige. I don't want to usurp what he started with, and I'm trying to compete with him. That's not fair to him. Okay.
Man of, I just say Prestige.
No.
Okay, let me give you.
This is one I'm gonna use. Okay. Whether you like
let me give you an advice. So because tomorrow someone is going to steal comparable facts, and now you have to change your name the third time. So let me give you some advice.
I respect all that, so I'm not gonna compete.
Okay, well, let me give you some advice. Go and trademark this comparable facts name, so nobody go thief am tomorrow. That's the advice I'll give you. Make a notice from this. Yeah, but I was just going to say that Midwest, I think you and Man of Prestige agree on the same thing. He's saying
progressive NG.
Oh, sorry, progressive. So he's saying that the devil are in the details. So essentially, you're saying it hasn't been rolled out when they roll it out. So I think it all comes down to when we actually see the implementation of this thing. That's when the rubber will meet the road, if you understand. So
So, but
I have some questions for Baba, but I'll wait to ask them. Yeah.
the details are already there. They've said to us there's a threshold, and that
And but
threshold is a set amount.
abstract details and implementation, my brother.
Hold on one
If you've done
second.
project management, there are two different things.
Yeah,
You
one
and I
second.
know that.
Look, they've already said to us there's a threshold, right? And they said to us that if you earn certain amount of money, it depends. Look, there's what they call taxable income. So you have to, if if you're a businessman and money goes into your account, you, with receipts and everything, have to prove to the taxman this money is for this money is for that, and over the cost, I pay 500,000 or 800,000 for rent. I pay so money for transportation, so money for transportation, so money for transportation, or so money for this, for that, for that. You take out all your expenses. Whatever is left of that money, if it's not up to 800,000, you don't pay tax. It doesn't matter if that money was 10 million naira. Do you understand now? So that 10 million naira, you will have to do all your deductions first.
Yeah, they also made provisions for even when you're done with that first removal, you also get credit for your rent. I think
Yes,
about
like it's crazy, man.
about
People just
200K,
it's not like you have 10 million.
about $1
Then you
million
have 10
pretty
million. No.
much. About $1 million naira is not taxed if you add in your rent to the income.
Transport.
So, yeah, transport as well. It's not taxed if you can prove that you spend that much.
So the only people that will be really taxed are the people with high discretionary income. Pretty much.
Exactly, Ainzon. This is it. That's why 92% of Nigerians are not going to
Did you
pay
listen to the guy
anything.
that
Baba, what's the point now? If you're trying to generate revenue and you're only going to tax the high net worth individuals, there's still going to be a lot of gaps, and people just going to cook their books to say, okay, I had the following expenses, therefore my net income is this, and it falls under the threshold of 800,000, therefore I don't have to pay tax. Abi?
Well, that is why they are saying, Ainzon. Let me answer Ainzon.
Don't they cook their books in America too? But you have enforcement of the laws now.
But in Nigeria, we have an enforcement issue. We all know that. Abi?
So then, hold on. Then let's fix that.
No,
I agree.
I agree. Look, it's on aggregate. That's the beauty of the tax. And look, this is the reason why banks, the customers that sustain the banks, are not more than 10%. So those 10% are the ones they are using to service the administrative charges procedure for the other 90% customers. So that's about what this tax is about. It is that 8% high net worth citizens that have not been captured effectively that are in trouble with these tax laws. And those upper middle class earners. The thing they are trying to do right now is the enforcement to be in place that it will be very difficult to wriggle out of the tax nets. You and I know that in this part of the world, you can only get away with tax dodging for 1-2 years. But the moment they discover you and I know that big trouble.
So it's not even trouble. You still have to declare it. You still have to come and prove to look this thing. People are just making it complicated when it's not. It's the idea of this tax law. People don't understand. It's not necessarily at the beginning to generate a big revenue. It is to grow the economy. So what they are trying to do is to encourage investors to say, if you have a business. Before, if maybe you earn in that business, you have certain level of turnover, you get tax. What this one is doing is that no, you don't need to pay taxes. We want you to continue to invest in that business to grow bigger. When you grow bigger, then we then come and collect tax from you. So that is the whole idea. The idea is that's why they say it's progressive. The tax law is super progressive in a way that it encourages you, it encourages investment, it encourages small scale investors, people like barbers, hairdressers, mechanic, restaurant. It encourages all of these people to continue to grow. It is the idea is that if you grow bigger, the government will get money from you, and then you will be able to bring people into employment. Those people who you employ will also contribute to tax and
Let me ask
everything.
you, Akim,
Yeah.
how many barber can make 1 million in a year in Nigeria? That will
How many
tell you
what?
have been making 1 million.
Who are
How many
Midwest? Now you ask that question.
Oh no, no, hold on,
Wait,
hold on,
wait, Akim.
no,
Let
one second. No,
me.
1 second, 1 second. Let me answer Midwest. The
That we
idea.
admit, because
You said
I'm
what?
going to Aizon. I'm going to where Aizon was trying to point to you.
Yeah.
Okay, let me help there.
No.
My view will be
Papa, please. He asked me the question. I want to understand the question before I answer.
no. He said how many Baba earn 1 million in a year.
Okay, so understanding.
So I'm going to answer that question from my narrow view. Actually,
you guys should wait. Are you guys able to hear me at all? Or I don't understand. Are you guys hearing me or I'm cracking?
Yeah, I can hear you, Midwest, if you can hear us.
So give me some little audience because I've been listening to everybody. So now I want to also echo my view. I don't need unnecessary argument. We're trying to educate ourselves. And I strongly believe every one of us.
But comparison fact has a flaw at the moment. If you can give him time to round up, it will come to you.
So Midwest, that question you asked just now, right?
Just forget about it. Flow on your own.
Okay, then let's comparison fact carry on, please, in the interim. Comparison fact, XMOP. Hello.
Okay, somebody else.
In the absence of him, Midwest people, please, you have the floor. Oh dear.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. You see, the thing is this. We live in the country, historically, when they implement policy. I've never seen any president in this country that was so dormant, who never surrounded himself with people who always come out with policies to solve problems. But the greatest challenge we have is implementation. I will tell you, this task, in theory, is one of the best. It reflects the beginning of governance. But in reality, there's no structure on ground for it to work. Just go and mark my word. It's going to create a lot of confusion. And if care is not even taken, it will rubbish the government of Tinubu very strongly. My take on it is this. When Nigeria government want to implement something, they continue to write, and sometimes they create problem. The business you are coming to tax, like as I ask, they will tax transportation. How many transport companies write receipts for that is the cost of running their business? So okay, if you come, you want to explain as a business expenditure, you will be having difficulties if people want to accuse you unlawfully to even explain yourself, because most of those things are not properly documented. So at the end of it, it will be like Nigeria EFCC, who will arrest some people, maybe try to jail them, who will arrest some people, set them free, and at the end, the implementation becomes so complex. In theory, it is very good, but we cannot run it. With what is on ground, our total business system is black market, almost 100%. But let me say 80 to 90% as we speak, which is the daily economic state of every country when it comes to the retail. As we speak to all the various market and transaction, everything going on there is originally in capitalism system, even where they were using analog, everything there is black market. And it is not good for taxation. You always create problem, because if you register it and you know what people are doing in the first case, then you can start collect. By the way, is going to collect tax from these people, tax master. Then the income you said, what are the people that are privately employed? Who pay their tax? Where would they pay their tax to? Ministry of Finance that doesn't have data for citizens yet? Or the taxation office? I don't even know whether we have anyone. As we speak today, they are still cutting tickets in all markets to generate money for state. Huh? So, okay, how are you going to tax all these people without creating another problem? So I just echo my own view. I'm not here to argue. In written, it is good. But Nigeria cannot implement it. It's so complex. With the current
Okay,
situation
may
of
I just chip in there, please? You made a sweeping this thing. I think administratively, you will know
Can I come in?
that if you're a worker,
Can you hear me?
no, if you're a worker,
Can I hear? Can
you have what we call
Okay. Yeah, let me
housing
just. I mean,
allowance.
I don't know. Something
Hold
been
on,
going on. Sometimes I
comparative
can't hear. I
facts.
don't know what's going on. But
Comparative
anyway,
facts.
let me
Oh
echo
dear.
what
Just
what
hold on. Let me make
Midwest
this
said.
point.
I mean, I think that's the angle I'm coming. When I first came in, I was
Comparative
going to say
facts.
something.
Can you hold on just a second? Let me make this correction for Midwest people. If you work,
Can you hear me now? I don't know what happened.
in your
Somebody,
salary, you
can you hear me?
have your net salary.
Hello.
Next, you have housing allowance.
Hello.
Next, you have transport
Comparable,
allowance.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
You
Okay.
have
So let me start from. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me start.
just hold on. Let me start from Comparative
beginning again
facts.
because somebody
I'm
put
making a
me on
very
mute, so I don't know
formidable
what happened
point.
if you heard me. So the point I
Oh
was
dear.
trying to make, I said that was the
Comparable,
angle.
just hold on. Somebody's making a contribution. Maybe you cannot hear the person.
This is very important. It's part of our education because of what Midwest people said. It is documented
Sorry,
for
Baba.
every worker.
When you're done.
Yeah, I will check. Okay, I will just let me make this point. I will check one man. For every worker.
Can I go on right now? Because I think it's one man that is
dear.
putting me on mute. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe he wants to speak. Can I
Can you
speak
hear
right now?
anybody? Can you hear any other person? Comparative facts.
Hold on. Somebody's making making the submission.
Every worker, low or high, medium, has your pay slip or your pay structure where your net salary is recorded. Your housing allowance is recorded. Your transport allowance is recorded. And when you go on leave, your paid leave allowance is also recorded. If you have paid servants by your company, it is recorded. So these are well documented facts. So it's not something government will pluck out of the air. Your company pays tax. So invariably, that company is already captured with its workers, armies of workers. And one of the things you talk about.
Let me just ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
But I would,
Yes, sir.
no account you should call people here that they don't read. Maybe they don't understand. It's very insulting. We all are trying to echo our view. Even if
I didn't say that of you. I said that generally.
You said it before, General. I think it's not good because everyone have different experience, different background, and no matter the way we communicate, some people even study very higher, but they never study in English. So maybe their communication doesn't mean they don't have knowledge. But one thing I want to say is this: you just talk about capturing workers. Have you?
So you are excusing ignorance? No.
Wait, let me.
You are excusing ignorance. Then, if you don't know you
No,
don't know. No matter not reading or not.
I don't know where. Wait, I don't know what you will use to measure ignorance. There are so many countries in Europe. Their prime ministers are just secondary school holders. So you can verify that.
That's not the
but
point.
They know.
It's not about education. No, hold on, please, because let me create that impression. I brought up the deputy speaker of the House of Rep. I said because don't know the difference between the seaport and the river port. Is well read allegedly, but on that particular issue, is ignorant. So what is the problem there? Is ignorant.
Baba T, when you say somebody's, they just thought maybe you.
I don't want to go to that aspect. Look at what I want to tell this guy.
Midwest, you are flogging. You're flogging. You're just repeating the same thing you've asked. There's no need for it. If you want them to answer, let them answer it.
No, I never asked him. I want to talk. Wait, I'm not repeating the same thing. He said they will capture workers. Where do we register workers in Nigeria? If you employ private people.
Okay, it's called Federal Inland Revenue Service. They call them FIROS.
That's strange.
Okay.
If you don't know, we have what you call. Hold on. If you don't know, you ask question first. We have what you call FIROS. They are in charge of that of anything to do with taxes.
No, you don't get my question.
Okay,
just look at your state. Everybody that wake up this morning, they're in a Kiosa, they're in New Benin, some are employed and everything. Where do you register those people? And how many have been registered?
Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Let me explain something to you now. Okay, so when I went home,
No,
hold on now.
yeah,
Hold on. If you ask question, you have to give somebody time to explain to you what the situation. So when I was home last time, on the roadside I bought orange, and the guy that I bought orange from, the Hausa guy that I bought orange from on the roadside, and I said I transfer money to his OPay account. Okay, so I didn't give him cash. I transfer money to his account. So what the new tax law is doing is that mandating banks. Do you understand that? It's mandating banks to declare people's statement after certain amount of money is into that account to the FIROS, to the tax master. The tax master will not question money that goes into that account. It is the owner of that account to not tell the tax master, this money comes from this money comes from that, and this money comes from that. Simple as that. How is that difficult?
Wait. You see the problem we have, because my question is quite different. I just asked a question about that very particular guy. Employment is different from income. Do you register that guy as an orange seller in the first case? And secondly,
Okay, let me give you.
Money.
Wait, Akim, let me give him a personal example. Midwest. This is personal. My wife owns a couple of businesses, has several cars. She doesn't, or she doesn't pay tax previously. How did they capture her in Lagos State? By the number of cars registered in her names. She sat down one day and the tax people came knocking with a tax bill. Huge tax bill. Luckily, I was home. Luckily, 2 of my grandchildren were home. So we made phone calls and we went to the tax office and explained. What would we explain? Yes, you can see all these cars, all these things. They see these 2 children, their grandchildren. This is their parents that are sending money home that for their upkeep and to keep the home and blah, 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 blah. After all said and done, we reached a compromise and they captured her and she started paying taxes. Does that explain or help Midwest people?
Thank God they do that in Lagos. The thing I want to tell you, even before the tax law, they were doing that in Lagos. People pay tax in Nigeria. They have been paying. But however, we can see they don't also pay. I'm in support of that as well. We don't pay enough. But there are basic foundation to things. Where I'm still asking is this. When you look at Nigeria, we have a very robust...
We cannot be doing that as if we are going through a roundabout, We have to have a conclusion to a conversation point. You cannot...
No, Akim, I think, guys, I'm listening a bit. Akim, I think he's making a valid point now. I mean, we have a system right now where most of our money in the country comes from on the underground economy, right? We know Nigeria is a cash base, and so what he's saying is that there needs to be a plan to revamp that system, so that way they can effectively track the money flow in the whole country.
Is it that what the tax law is addressing?
It's not a law. It's not a law that will immediately revamp the way money is exchanged. That's what he's trying to say. Look, you can disagree with us and say the tax law is just going to come in and everything will be fixed about how we collect money.
Nobody says everything is going to be fixed.
Yeah, but you and I know that is not factual. We know the society. So we're just saying that in certain cases, and I think what it is a lot of times when people try to say it's a good policy, but we need to do this first before the policy, some people get defensive and think automatically, oh yeah, you're criticizing policy. But it is a fact. Wait, let me ask you this, and I'll let you talk, please. It is a fact that majority of our economy operates in the dark, in the underground cash-based system. And we need to be able to, if we want to effectively collect tax at every level, that needs to be fixed. That's not something we should dispute. That's a fact.
So how do you fix it?
It's the government's responsibility to create a structure where
Exactly.
yes, but what I'm saying is what I'm saying, we have to agree on the problem first, right?
Yeah, but if
And
this
then
man,
once we agree that there's this issue,
if
the
this
tax
man,
law, if you
if
put
this
a
man,
law, let me explain something to you. If
yeah,
you pass
explain.
a law, right, that taxes should be collected, and this is the way tax will be collected. But the underlying root cause of the way money is exchanged in the system is not addressed. Your tax, that's what my brother is saying, is that your tax law will not be effective.
Okay.
That is what he's saying. And it's
So
not something that we should dispute. We all know that it's something that needs to happen.
yeah,
I've
but
listened to what he's yeah. So
hold on 1 second. So when you I'm going to use a couple of examples. So when they start this NEL 14, right? And today they say they've captured about 500,000 students. Do you think that is the maximum they could capture? The answer is
not.
no. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a process, and this is the beginning phase. So the tax law will still be like that. But is it the right direction? Is it the right policy? Absolutely. But
But the conversation is not whether or not it's the right
hold on
policy.
now.
I think we all agree that taxes need to be collected. That's not the debate.
Is it going to be 100% effective from day one? The answer is no. But are they going to work through it over time? The answer is absolutely. It depends on how
there's
government.
something called the cart before the horse. You understand what that means, right? That in essence, I'll give you an example. If you're building a 3-story building, you're not going to start from the 3rd floor and then build the foundation. The same thing is here, right? If you know you want to implement, let me talk now, Kim. If you know you want to implement a tax law system, you have to look at the way money is exchanged in your system, and you have to put mechanisms and checks in place first, and then you implement the law, right? Because we all know that we have an enforcement issue. We all know that most money is exchanged in the dark. So we know that if you now put in the law, you will now be chasing people, spending more time chasing people, where if you fix the structure first and then you put in the law, it becomes easier to collect the money. So nobody is saying it's a bad idea. What we're saying is there's things that need to happen first.
Okay,
Go ahead.
1 second. So if you right now have a business and that business is not registered with the registering body that is in charge of
CAC, yeah.
And then there's government policies or there's a government policies to say, if you're a small scale business, you're entitled to 500,000 naira or 1 million naira, right, for you to support your business, as in not a loan, as in grant. Do you, as you that have a small business that did not register with CAC, will you not see that as an incentive for you to register that business?
Of course.
No, Ainzo. Look, as far as somebody.
But what Akim is doing is Akim is giving you a scenario of the perfect example, right? He's using a business, but there are other.
Hold on,
I'm going to help.
Let me finish now. I'm building something.
No, let me just drop this in. I'm even going to help that. That business is not in isolation, even if it's not registered. As far as people along the line who are registered do business with that company, you will be captured eventually. Because while they are paying taxes and they are tracking their spending habits, of course, it will get to you.
Wait,
Baba, can you just let me finish? Because
wait, guys, let me give you an example, right? I live in. Wait. I just want to highlight the way
this conversation
a cash-based society can really affect.
No, wait. Let him finish. Let him land his point.
You didn't let me finish before you came in just now.
Okay, Akim, go ahead. You go ahead.
Just going to take about 30
go ahead.
seconds. Just be patient, please. I beg.
Well, Akim, look. I live in Ontario, Canada, right? And there are certain businesses I go and buy stuff from. And when I go there, a lot of times, some of those businesses will give you an incentive to pay in cash, right? Instead of paying with your debit card. Why? Because their cash-based transactions are not tracked. They don't have to report. It's money that disappears, right? And this is in Canada. And keep in mind, I lived in the US for almost 18 years. So I can compare the two structures in terms of government efficiency with taxation. Canada is like 5 times more efficient than the United States. And even at that, as advanced as they are, they have that issue. Now, if you look at the Nigerian society, which is predominantly a cash-based society, in such a way where it is borderline chaotic. You understand? So there are certain situations where people operate within the margins of what is trackable, and those people will be able to fall directly under this law once it
So
happens.
what
But
percentage of the transaction you think are still cash based?
my brother, let me finish what I'm saying now. Yeah, if you don't want me to talk, then you'll be able to have a conversation. But there are other situations where majority of them kind of operate in, I'll just call it the dark world of transaction. What I'm saying and what my brother was saying is the law, as good as it is, because you have to have government revenue, and majority of the governments collect their revenue through taxation. As good as it is, you want to have systems or programs put in place to bring people out of that dark world into a structured environment so you can tax them. The one thing that I will say, yeah, you may not know about this, is that there's a I don't know if it's a software or a program that was designed by Bill Gates that they're trying to implement in Nigeria that actually brings in and tries to track cash transactions, right? I don't know what the timeline is on that or how effective it's going to be, but that is something that they are exploring. So maybe, and I'll give the government the benefit of the doubt, maybe they're already trying to work on this and we don't know, which is typical with this government. They don't say what they're doing. But at the same time, if they're not trying to put those things in place, they're going to have a law that will be in place. The enforcement will be poor and nothing will happen. Nigeria has ridiculous amount of laws on the books. Very few of them are enforced. And that is the point we're trying to make.
So
But go ahead.
so the idea, I think you guys are just looking at the you're just looking at it from a different angle, but not seeing the whole idea of the system that is being introduced. The idea of the system that is being introduced is to incentivize people. It is not to punish people, it's to incentivize people to actually come out and be part of the tax system. So this is why they're bringing this rent allowance. You can claim rent allowance. You can make a certain amount of deductions, and you can, at the end of the month or at the end of the year, if you're under the threshold, then you don't pay any tax. So we're talking about nearly 90% of small businesses are going to be tax exempt. So the question is, what are you going to run from when you know that if you come out over time, you're going to even benefit from government policies? If look, you have a business. I have family members that have tailoring shops. They register with CAC, because they understand that give them access to a lot of things. If you're not tax contribute, if you have a small business and you're not paying taxes, if you want to go and apply for visa, they're going to ask you for your tax clearances and stuff like that. What are you going to do? So a lot of these things have their own benefits.
There are so many activity office that do it for people, so that one is not an issue. They do it and it's authentic.
Yeah, there's offices that do it for people. I understand, and we've seen the effectiveness of that. Why? Hold on.
Let me cut you a little bit. That embassy, they knew very well that when it comes to foundation, there's already an error. So when you declare, as far as you have that paper, they confirm it with that office is authentic. Under normal circumstance, if they really want to put eyes on that paper, if the structure is there.
So Midwest, hold on 1 second. Do you know how much it will cost you do you know how much it will cost you to get that paper from that office because you failed to do the wrong thing in the first place?
Wait, no.
No, it's a question now. Something you could have got for free. Something you could get for free.
You don't know Nigeria. You don't know Nigeria system.
Something that you can get for free because you have good writing is going to cost a lot of money.
If you have good connection with good accounting office, they know how to do these things.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. At what price? At what cost?
I can't remember. When you need, nothing is free. But see,
exactly,
what I'm trying to say,
but
we're almost on the same thing.
Hold on 1 second. But if you do the idea the idea is that if you do everything the right way, it doesn't cost you money in that case. I have friends that have businesses in Nigeria that travels abroad. They don't need anybody to do anything for them. They use their account, they use their tax clearances. They don't have to pay anybody any money, because at the end of the day, you are at the mercies of fraudsters. Somebody, you can pay somebody. What if they give you something that is not good? How would you know? This is the old idea that you should do it the right way. And
Akin, Nigeria is one of the most complex places. I want to give you an example. Somebody was talking here. You see houses that they are demolishing in Lagos. People have some levels of document that is even tied to that office. But in reality, it is not original. These are major factors. Look, this policy.
Midwest, those documents are not tied to any office. You need to stop it. Those documents were not tied to any office.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think most of your narrative, as far as you have some valid point and very knowledgeable in some facts, but you tend to speak from a point of interest. Just because your interests lie with the government, everything is supposed to be, narrated in a plausible way that make people believe it. But we are not that stupid. We know about Nigerians, where we come from. Most of the things are devilish in the detail, until actually implemented.
You can
Hold on. Let me land. You've been speaking, please.
I can be optimistic.
Akim, please let him land his point. Akim, just calm down. Let him land his point.
Optimistic.
He's been waiting in the
even
wings.
when things are wrong, or his security is going bad, you say, "Oh, everything is kumbaya, everything is right." No, you don't expect everybody to have the same opinion that you have. That's why we're here. To conversate. Everybody, bring out their own opinion, and I have my own opinion. Midwest, I also has his own opinion. Babati or whomever I say have their own opinion, but you cannot be right 100%. The way you speak, you make it sound like you have to make. Hold on.
What is today?
Hold on. Let me land. You've been
what
speaking.
What is today?
Please.
What is today?
Can you just be quiet a minute, please?
Akim, wait. Give him time to land his point.
What kind of question is that? Let me land.
No, it's a question. What is today?
You and I know what today is. It's 10-6-25.
So
what the hell is that?
What is today? No, I want you to answer that. What is today?
10-6-25.
No. What day is it today?
Monday.
Are you okay? What kind of question? I just answer you. You asked me the date.
No, I'm not saying the date. I'm saying what day is it today?
It's a Monday. Does that satisfy you?
Today is Monday.
Is that an opinion?
You know what? You are so philosophical. It doesn't even make any sense sometimes. Okay?
What are you talking about, man? Is that an opinion that today is Monday? No, it's not. It's
a fact. It's a fact that today is Monday.
Exactly. So what do you mean my opinion is my opinion that your opinion?
What makes you so factual? What makes you so factual than everybody here? Can you just tell me?
I'm not saying it's not about
data
me.
Are you using? Even data is not a fact.
It's not about me. It's about the law that is being passed.
Okay,
so you cannot
the
say
law that is.
I have my own doubt.
No, you speak very authoritative. Like you speak very authoritative. Like yes, like your narrative is a fact. But it can be conjective.
It is not my narrative. It is what is in the bill.
Okay, but we are echoing the sentence that the bill is a good bill.
How is that my opinion in that case?
Can you just be quiet in a minute, sir? And why
do you want to quiet me when you are putting words in my mouth?
Akim, just calm down. Let him land his point. Okay, please.
Say, hey, comparable fact.
Go ahead.
You're
comparison
wrong, but let me land. Before you make your own insinuation. You keep on interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Truncating what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
Losing my thought. Progressive. You used to live in America. I think you call yourself progressive, but I think
I've never lived in America in my life. Never.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood because initially when you first started coming to this platform, I thought you was living in California because you call yourself progressive. So I thought you were progressive like me. So, but anyway, it's just an ideology. So, having said that, like I said, I echo what Midwest was saying. It's about the implementation. That is where I have an issue. I'm a proponent of this bill. We have to pay the tax or whatever. I think I'm going on by what is going on right now. Actually, has not started. The person that proposed this bill, that built this bill, the other day he came in and stated that everybody will be, everybody's going to be taxed. And the inference that we got from his talking point that even the Olo show will be taxed. Once you take your money to the bank, you're going to be taxed. Regardless of how you make the money. I mean, we know the antecedent of Nigeria, the implementation of things. People are here bragging about the next fund. Yeah, next fund to a starting area, but they have not captured what it's supposed to capture. Okay, let's give them a benefit of that. It's just the beginning, right? But we know most what people from the people that has spoken to is based on partisan. The people benefiting from it the most is people, with the APC ideology. That's a fact. I've spoken to people from Nigeria. I'm not basing my narrative on tribe, whatever you get. No, I'm talking about your affiliation. If you're one of the APC, your family or whatever, you're going to benefit more from it. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what may happen. I hope it's not. That's what we are crying at. We're talking about it. The implementation has to be, has to be.
Are you talking about Nel Fund?
No. I'm just giving this an example.
Nel Fund as an example of what?
The way it's been implemented hasn't been clean. That may happen in this tax bill.
What you are telling us now is that the people who are benefiting from that student law and like APC members.
Yes, from what I gathered. I'm not living in Nigeria.
Do you have facts? Can you provide facts?
God.
No, because you cannot just come here and just say.
Imagine.
Like, do you have facts to back up what you just said?
Babati, I can say what I want. Okay.
So come off it, man. So you just say anything that be.
I can say what I want.
We're in a beer parlor, right? We just
you can say
whatever we want.
You cannot. Okay. To my earlier point about ignorance, this is what I'm saying. You just say anything without.
I'm not ignorant on what I'm saying. I'm basing my narrative from where I had. Okay, so don't bring that ignorance.
But it's inaccurate with my
angle
point.
You are coming. What make your own point of view accurate? What makes you think that is?
No, hold on, my friend.
No, because there is statistics, there is data, state to state.
Yeah, so the same thing you said about the road that it was AI generated, and I gave you fact, but you still denied it.
Don't go there, okay?
Come on now, you do this all the time. Come on, my friend, stop doing that. My point is, if you say something, give us fact to look at. If you give me fact, I will not question what you're saying. Just give us data. Give me a link or something to read about that is get towards the APC members.
It's what I heard from people speaking from Nigeria.
How can they go by that? How is that even logical?
Check the data.
Fact.
People benefit and people not benefit on the ground.
So you
just like this. Hold on. It's just like this billion that say what disbursed the people. How many people has come out? Is it
you
not
can track it for God's sake? They have data for God's sake. You can actually track it. Look,
that Nigerians are collecting that.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, I want to also come.
Let somebody speak.
Let that statement that you make, for example, we can't actually verify it. Let's just take it allegedly. People are free to say anything they want to say. But the thing I still want us to dive into is we have to generally look at the Nigeria economic space, how we do transactions, how we do our dealings. You understand? And you see, even advanced country where they have structures about tax, there are ways to get through it to some certain degree.
Maybe how can you say that people are free to say whatever they want to say on a platform whereby you're supposed to talk about policies? Look, if we're in a beer parlor, we have beer parlor conversation, okay? But if we are here to speak about policies and counter policy, you cannot just say anything and let it go. How can somebody say that people who are benefiting from the NEL fund family members of APC, and then you say, oh, he can say whatever he wants to say? What are we doing here then? What's the point of being on this?
No. Let me interject. I think the whole point behind a platform where people are exchanging ideas and discussing is, yes, people are allowed to say what they want to say, and the counter to what they've said, the counter to what they've said, if it's not accurate or it's not factual, is for people to challenge it at its core and debunk it in immediacy. That is how you defeat points that are made that are not based on anything solid. But for you to say people can't say no wait, but for you to say people cannot say it, that is not acceptable. People can say it, but you can debunk it. And I think that's what wait. I think that's what Babati just attempted to do in challenging the point that comparable facts made. But what I don't agree with is for anyone to say people cannot say stuff. You can say it. Just debunk it. That's all.
Aizon is broke and bald, and he lives with his mom.
Well, I can debunk that.
No. There's no fact.
I can debunk that very easily. Okay, so let me debunk. Let me wait. Let me debunk that. Let me debunk that. Let me no. Babati is trying to make a point, and I'm going to buttress my point.
Aizon is a woman. Can you debunk that one for us, please? Aizon.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I will start from where Babati started, but first let me debunk what Babati said. I'm broke and bored and I live with my mom. 3 facts not based, or 3 statements not based on anything factual. Anything. All you have that is factual is my voice.
Come on, I heard
from a conversation, right? And the only thing you can say out of my voice is that I have the voice of a man. Or at least. Okay, you heard from some. Which exactly? But that is the point you challenge is that okay? You said.
Hold on, please.
You know why
you want to debunk this baseless comment? But
hold on, guys. I'm saying that this platform, brother, hold on now. I'm saying that this platform has a standard. There has to be a minimum standard on this platform. Is my point. You can say anything, but come on, there's this ridiculous point that we get to that we can just say anything.
No, Babati,
that is the point.
Guys.
Wait,
I think the thing is this, right? Can we accept anecdotal statements based on experience, which is what comparable facts was doing? He said, I went to Nigeria, I spoke to people on ground. No. Yeah, he spoke to people now. So he went to Nigeria, he spoke to people, and the people gave him the people gave him their narrative, which is that this thing is being divvied out based on political favors. So he was stating what he had experienced from talking to people. You can't totally throw that out of the window. Now you can debunk it and say it's not accurate, which is fine. But anecdotal experience is not something to be thrown out of the window, which is what the man was doing. You see what I'm saying?
Aizon, let me chip this in. Where the whole thing becomes irritating is like when they said, Aizon is bald and he's still living with
I'm broke and I live with my mama.
And you said no, and Aizon responded and said, no, that is not true. It becomes irritating when the other party now started insisting and imposing and beating it upon you that what you are saying is not true. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand.
Facts are sacred. Facts are facts. Irrefutable. If you say you go on the street and through hearsay, oh, this thing is being disbursed to as party favors, and you checked and somebody said, no, that is not true, please check the data. Okay. What I expect anybody to do then is to say, okay, if I've not checked the data, I will hold my horses, go check the data, and come back some other day.
Yes, I agree. So, but Baba, let me say this. You're right. I agree with you. But let me say this at the same time, right? If you're familiar, have you ever done a survey that's been? Okay.
Over many years.
Okay. And typically, what do they do? For instance, if I'm doing a survey in a place, let's say in Nashville, Tennessee, or wherever, right? They go on the streets. They have questionnaires, surveys for people to complete. They take a sample of people, they ask them questions, they fill out the questions, they go back, they aggregate that, and then they extrapolate that to the entire population in that area. Now, which is pretty much and that's why when they release the studies, they always have to identify their methodology, right?
The
But
methodology.
yeah, but at the same time, right, that method of getting a survey questionnaire can be also taken on an anecdotal level, which people can say, I don't know how many people
But
comparable
that is
parts talk
based
to,
on
right?
methodology, mind you.
Yes, yes, but I don't know how many people they talked to. For all I know, he could have talked to 20 or 200. He could have just talked to people in the southeast. Possible. He could have talked to people just in Abuja. He could have talked to people just in Lagos. I do not know, right? Which is, if I was talking to him, those are the questions I was asking. What part of Nigeria were you in? Who did you talk to? Were you just talking to PDP people? Were you just talking to people that are ADC? Were they just people in the southeast? Obviously, these, depending on where you are and who you're talking to, the narrative is different. You see what I'm saying? So there are things that we talk about when someone presents an anecdotal experience to say, hey, this is the feedback I've gotten. But with him saying that, I don't think it's something we should just totally dismiss. You can ask questions, you can debunk it, fine. But what
But
Akim
when
was
it
saying that he
concerns
shouldn't say it is
institution,
not, yeah.
Aizon, when it concerns institution structures, those are different ball game entirely. Because you can now approach that institution, you can interrogate whatever they are doing, you can study the data and look at it. Because in this Nel Fund issue, there is state by state, those who applied, those who succeeded. But unfortunately, let me tell you the truth. By the last time I checked that data, the Southeast were the least. They did not apply. I don't know for whatever reason.
No,
Same thing for the military recruitment.
because of this kind of narrative. That's
Wait,
why.
so what was the data? Who released the data? Who released the source of? Did it come from the government?
Netfund has the data. Do you look? Go to Netfund website. Netfund has.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking who released the data. I'm asking who released the data.
No,
They have a data
Nel
page.
Fund has a website for it. That's
And
where
they
you
have
find the data.
And they break down who applied based on regions.
Yeah, region
Exactly.
like
No,
this.
based on states. Based on
Based on
states.
states. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And even
Based on states.
they have a
Even the
Twitter page.
military, the number of people for recruitment coming from the East are not taking up their position.
Look, just
These are
Okay.
facts.
But Baba, what I would say is, like Babati did, you can challenge the person's comment at its core and say, hey, that's not accurate. And here's why it's not accurate, which is fine. That's the whole point behind this, having this kind of conversations. But what I don't agree with is for people to say you cannot say something.
Nobody said
That's my
it.
issue. You understand? He can say it.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on.
That's my issue.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That's my point. I said something to you earlier, which was ridiculous. I know it's not true, but I just said it. If you push back, the next thing for me is to provide evidence to my point. Like, okay, I know what I'm saying. But if you tell me, okay, where is the proof? And I say, don't worry about it, I can say whatever I want. You'll be like, wait a minute, what the hell? So if I make any allegation online or whatever, if I am pushed on that allegation, I then have to respond with facts to my point. But if you then ask me like, okay, where's the proof? Where's the pictures? Do you have any evidence? And I say, okay, no, don't worry about it. I know somebody in your house, and that's it. Don't worry about it. You'd be like, what the hell are we talking about?
Yeah, then you can.
That's the issue I have with the.
You see, Aizon, most of us Nigerians we are frozen in time. Who would believe that today's Nigeria, like Akim just said a couple of minutes back, that he bought oranges from the street side and he paid through POS? Would you think that possible of Nigeria? If you say that, some people will still argue, oh, it's not possible. It's not
No,
a
I do
dream.
it all the time when I'm in Nigeria. Now.
I know even as far back as 6 months ago, you were there. The same thing happened to you. So we are evolving. So we are not in isolation.
Aizon, you have to understand that you went lately, but there are people who haven't been in many years, and they just still have this. They still have this mindset. They still have this mindset of the way it was when they left. Do you understand?
You see,
I think it's still like that.
Some of the challenges that we have as in Nigeria, like me personally, I included myself, when the government introduced something, I think it's better we put pressure on them to do it good, because every government in Nigeria have been introducing policies. Now, what this policy, in theory, I said it is very good. If they implement it, this is the beginning of governance. But looking at the structure on ground and where they are putting these laws, the challenges is so enormous that it's not going to work. It's going to be so chaotic once they start it. But let's wait and see. Because the transaction or daily transactions of Nigeria business as we speak is almost 80 to 90% on black market level. To tax that kind of economy without creating a very big problem. Hey, by the way, if you look at the law, it's like they want to tax the rich people. And the so-called rich people in Nigeria, they know how to move their money to any way of their choice. So when you put laws anyhow, so that people will look for route. All these money exchangers, all these people who do whatever. We have neighboring country. Is Lagos too far away from Benin? So when you are trying to introduce things to people,
just because you don't want to pay tax, you take your money to Benin.
The Germans are taking their money. Wait, the Germans are taking their money to school.
Where one Momodu can take over government tomorrow and confiscate your money. One major Momodu. You want to take your country to that country, to Niger or Mali? I mean,
no, guys, I think when you listen to is it Midwest? When you listen to Midwest, you have to understand. He sounds like someone that actually wants this program to work. You have to understand, like Akeem, he sounds like he's because look, if I go to someone, let's say, let me give you an example. If I go to Baba and I say, Baba, look, I have this business idea, right? I want to import cashews from Nigeria and sell it in the US and do this to supermarkets, whatever the idea is, right? And maybe Baba is involved in import export. And he says, okay, it's a good idea on the surface, but let me give you some advice. Before you do it, if you're getting your cashews from Kogi, here are a few things you have to do first before you source your cashews from Kogi. That advice in itself would have saved me millions and maybe even prevented my business from failing. That's not a bad thing. So that's what sometimes, I think some people that support this government, you can't even say anything to say, look, there's something they can do better. Because anything you say, automatically there's a defensive shield that's put up. So in this case here, yes, we should have an efficient tax collection system. That should go without saying. In any normal country, there should be a system of revenue generation through taxation, right?
Can I say something, please?
But there needs to be. Yeah, I know, Akeem. But what we're talking about now, right, is, look, let's put the horse before the cart, not the cart before the horse. Let's try and find out a way to say, look, Asiwaju, if you're going to do this, there are some things you must do first, and then we can be successful and make sure it works. Not. Okay.
1 second.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Can I go to something? Okay, so in the Western world, I'm going to use 2 examples now. So the Affordable Care Act, when it was launched,
yes, it was terrible, by the way. Exactly. It was terrible.
The initial phase was terrible. It was a disaster.
Their website failed. Can you imagine?
So
do you know how much money? Do you know how much money that the bad rollout of the Obamacare? Do you know how much money?
24 hours.
Yes, it was terrible. Do you know how much money it cost the United States government?
So that's
because that's the whole point we're making. We can't afford to lose that kind of money in Nigeria.
Hold on one second. So when the British government tried to streamline the welfare system under the conservative government there, the system was also a disaster because they tried to bring it to a situation whereby people get paid monthly instead of weekly. The system was also a disaster. I'm talking about 2 nations that are first world nations that have all what it takes to implement. But those systems, the Affordable Care Act today is still working and people are enrolling and the numbers are growing. Look, if they're going to have issues, they will have problems and they will learn through the problem. there's nothing you start and you just start
And
it.
it will cost us way more money to implement than it would otherwise have cost. And this argument that we always have, this drives me crazy, by the way. This argument that we always have that, because America screwed up their rollout of a major healthcare system, and because the British also screwed up their rollout or something. Therefore, it's okay for us to have a bad implementation because these two so-called world powers screwed it up. No, we are better than that. And by the way, I don't believe that our standards. We are better than that. And I don't believe that our standards should be set according to the way they rolled out. I mean, I think we need to stop that level of an idea. We are better than that. We are better than that. I work with these people every day, Akin. I work with them every day. Trust me. And most of them, I'm not bragging. I work with them every day, and most of them cannot handle me. And I know for a fact, I know maybe 100 other Nigerians that if they were working in where I was working, will also be excelling. So, in my opinion, they are not better than us. I'm sorry.
Can I come in? Progressive.
Yeah, come in.
Okay. I've been listening, but I'm busy. Having said that, I think the last point that Akim made about the Obama rollout, is called it the systematic issue that they had. But that's it. When we talk about Nigeria implementation of whatever whatever project they have, the systematic is not about maybe say the system, which is the computer. They have to rebuild that everything was bad. But that's not Nigeria endemic problem. The Nigeria endemic problem we're talking about is the corruption part of it. Where things wouldn't we flow as it was stimulated to do. That's the problem. You don't base the Western, say their system didn't work, they have to rebuild it. No, Nigeria has an endemic system of corruption.
Comparable facts.
Few individuals. Wait.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, do you think the tax law is the right law? First of all.
Oh no, I've said it. Ask one
No,
man.
No. It's okay.
I thought it was right.
One second.
Correct. So, we are due for tax. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me just answer you. Yes.
Okay, so yes. So by the time the rollout starts in January, whatever problem they have then, you then have the right to come on this platform and complain about it. But you are complaining about something that does not exist.
Well, I'm basing it by the antecedents of Nigeria when it comes to a project of something of this magnitude.
The law comes in January. There's not a problem at the moment. What are we complaining about? Something that is not.
You have to complain right now. So they can streamline it. Hold on. We have to complain right now so they can streamline it and know where the problem is. Not that Nigeria is speaking against it. No. We know Nigerians. We know. Come on now. Like you're not from Nigeria. When was the last time you've been in Nigeria? You just stay. Hold on. You just stay in London. You just stay in Europe. Where they tax you 40%. Where everything is structured properly.
Comparable facts.
Nigeria. You haven't even been to Nigeria for 20 or 30 years.
Comparable facts.
I was in Nigeria
comparable facts.
November last year.
What do you want, Ola? What do you want?
Of course, I've been listening to you now. The question that we ask you is this: when you build a system, when you build a business, or when you start on a journey, do you get it perfectly from the first day?
No, it's a process. I know as somebody, it's a long time, it's a long time project, and I'm into that area. So
then we have to start somewhere. So all this fear of abuse, all those things.
Maybe we are playing a cautionary threat to Nigerian government that we know what's going on. They need to do it right.
Wait, let me put this on for you. Wait, my brother, look. We live in a country. That's why things are like this. Perhaps we might have missed a very golden opportunity because of lack of implementation. I tell you, this law is the beginning of governance. And in that case, those who are bringing it, they should look inward to the country where they want to put it and do some basic foundational things necessary when it comes to business. First of all, the business in Nigeria, daily transaction, that Nigerians are used to is so deep in black market level, in all level. And when you try to throw these things to it, those same trustworthy people who are pushing for it I don't use that word trustworthy, those people who are important to handle the position of implementation, you see them diverting all these things in a way that it will fit just for their selfish interest. And the chances for it to happen is very broad when it comes to my country. And that is my own story. And I said, we should let the government look at it very well, all of us. Some of us have done business here. We know how they follow us up. They know how sometimes they give you tax relief as a beginner. We know all these basic support that we enjoy from the government. But they still have problems when it still comes to tax. We live here in Europe where they have system. Switzerland is there waiting for them. They did not. That's why they didn't even join European Union. The Luxembourg is there. Yeah, the government with the structure, people we want to deal with.
Why they didn't join European Union? What kind of? Oh my God!
They did not join because the law will stop. The European law will not put a check on them. So for that reason, they gradually use their bank, not only for Africa, but however, not that it is not good. This law instead is targeting the wealthy people in our country and influential people. So they will make sure they fight it when the implementation starts. And if it fail, we will not see opportunity that will change us forever. We will not jump out and be condemning it. So we also I know it is good, I agree. Let us take a total look how we do our daily business and how are the chances for the top official people like the Tinubu one to target, how honest they are, how cruel they are, how smart they are. We have neighboring. I just give you an example. You said, oh, they will go to Cotton, they go to that. Look, any policy you make, other people are waiting to take an advantage. Don't take that away. We're talking about one of the largest economy in the world. Just because we don't catch all data, we don't know the consuming powers of Nigerians.
So Midwest, have you read the new tax law? Have you read it?
I read half of it, but not all completely. That does not mean if I read it, I have to look at where they are bringing that tax to. I'm used to tax. Whether I read it completely or not, I did not say it is not good because some of the area I encountered there, they are beginning of governance. People have to pay tax. The government must also know those who are paying it. People must also benefit. And by the way, you know the distrust between the people you want to tax and the government itself. They don't trust them. There are a lot of challenges. Nobody should just come in and say, I'm pushing it, I'm pushing it. When it crashes, what will happen? We also lose a good opportunity.
Guys, I agree with Midwest, my brother. But I called in actually. I wanted to ask Baba a question before about this situation in Kwara.
Hold on, is Baba here? I've not heard from him. Is he here?
Baba, where have you been? Baba has been here this whole time now.
I heard him earlier, but I wanted to ask him a question too, but I have not heard him speak.
Let's continue. Hold on, I want to say something quickly.
Akim, you know, go let this tax thing go.
Question, Akim, please hold on.
Akim, no go agree. Akim want to
this tax issue.
This Tinubu tax
this
for
tax issue. Let us talk domestic now.
Akim always speak from point of interest.
Yeah, go ahead, Aizon, please.
What's my interest?
Oh, yeah.
You work for Ogbebolo. Akim works for Ogbebolo.
We know that now, so don't hide your interest. It's okay. Everybody has interest.
So what's your own interest?
Aizon, go ahead, please.
Is to build my hospitality business to a better stand, to a high standard. I mean.
So that's so your own interest is your personal business. My own interest is.
Yeah, that's your only interest.
Aizon, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask. Make I ask. I actually went to school in Kwara, and those people are. I loved the place when I was there, even as a teenager. And those people were some of the most peaceful Nigerians I've ever met.
So what's going on there right now?
Yeah, they're being terrorized, and
I know about
it. When I was in school in Ilorin, it was interesting because, on Friday the whole city was shut down, and the Ilorin mosque, the center of the mosque in Ilorin, you can see it from almost anywhere in the city. That's how high up they built the top of the mosque. But all that being said, regardless, Christian, Muslim, the people I know, a lot of them are still my friends till today. Very peaceful, laid back individual. So it's crazy to think. And also, you know what's funny? It was when I was there, I met Yoruba Fulani. It's interesting. You meet people that are Yoruba, but they're also Fulani, which was they would have like a Yoruba first name, but their last name was more a Fulani name. So it's an interesting place, so to speak. So
plenty now.
then plenty, yeah, then plenty for
So,
that. But
so let me ask you,
I didn't know.
what is the
Eh?
population, between the Hausa and the Yoruba, in terms of demarcation in that
I
reference?
think I
I mean,
think Kwara, because here's the thing, Ilorin is just one part of Kwara. There are other parts of Kwara where it's there are other ethnicities there that people don't even talk
There
about.
are
But there are other parts
16
of
local government, the 16 LGAs, and out of the 16, 12 are
Yoruba.
core Yoruba.
Yes.
what did he
Yes.
say? I didn't hear what the person was saying.
16
He said that
LGAs.
16 and 12 are Yoruba. It's true because there are a lot of places in Ilorin and where Islam hasn't even really gotten to. It's a fully Yoruba local government. The people there, Yoruba names, they speak Yoruba. It's an interesting state, but Ilorin is different, Baba.
See,
Ilorin,
Ainzon, the problem there is deep and historical. If I listen to Galadima, the rabble rouser from the north, a couple of weeks back, I think, was it on a rise?
yeah, I think I know the interview you're talking about where he was
Yeah,
saying they had to rally people because they thought
yeah, the
someone was
Yorubas were going to
invading.
take
Yeah,
over
yeah, yeah,
Kwara
yeah.
back. So that was
Yes,
one of
yes.
the reasons why they rally around Buhari to come
Buhari,
back.
yes,
That has
yes.
been at issue like forever. I mean, but one thing that's not in dispute is Kwara is Yoruba land. The problem there
Can I
is
ask something? I can't hear anybody. I can't hear some people speaking. Who
we
is
can
that
hear
speaking?
We
you
can hear
quite all
you.
right.
I hear
Somebody
you.
be speaking, but I don't know. So let me ask, whatever is going on in Kwara State, does it have any kind of jihadist connotation? Are they trying to Islamize, some part of every part of Kwara State to be Muslim, or Muslim? Is that what's going on, or just um it just henchmen, killing people like we have crime all over the country? So what's actually going on? Because every day is
I,
about
I,
Kwara,
I I
Kwara,
think,
Kwara.
as far
Kwara
as
used to
I'm
be very
concerned,
quiet, from my own understanding. Not necessarily quiet, just like, reasonable quiet compared to what's going on right now. It seems like it's the epicenter of, terrorism right now.
okay, the fact is, like we said, Kwara is a Yoruba
Can you
state.
hear me?
No, it's okay. You cannot
Hello?
hear us, but I believe we heard you quite all right.
I think you
It's a
just
Euro.
go back and come in again. Should be better for you.
Okay.
If they,
You're gonna
yeah,
okay.
I don't know. Not
I've
me.
never
If
seen.
anybody will bring him,
I think Ola can do that.
Ola,
If
can
it's
you bring me
Ola
in?
can do
I
that
don't know if Ola is
easily.
here.
No. If you can promise to pay tax.
Are you talking about the one I'm paying already here? I pay a lot of taxes, but I pay taxes in Nigeria. I have business, so I pay tax. So
Okay, you
is
can go
that
and
good
come
enough?
back.
So
I'm
as
here for
we're
you.
saying,
All right, I'll come back now.
actually, it's a very unfortunate thing that is very deep in its historical being, in the sense that even the Kwara people they are very confused. Like Ainzon said, you will see some of them, they will bear Yoruba names, and then the next name will be Fulani names. And I think this problem actually was encouraged, I'll put it mildly, encouraged during the military era, when it is fashionable, when it is advantageous to align with the military boys. And I'll put it at the doorstep of Chief Olushola Saraki. At that point, because he held sway in that state.
Baba, first of all, what's the Fulani name? What's the Fulani name?
The Saraki, for instance, that's Seriki, that's Saraki. But the Olushola is Yoruba. During the military era, Chief Olushola Saraki said, "We are not Yorubas. We are Fulanis." Quote me anyway. He said that. And when it became convenient, when we returned back to democracy, he conveniently recanted and said, "We are Yorubas." Even the Fulani dynasty that it is ruling Ilorin today, not Kwara, Ilorin is the emir of Ilorin, not Oba of Kwara or emir of Kwara. He has a Yoruba first name. Ditto for his brother, who was in United Nations and Buhari's chief of staff. None of them who claim to be Fulani, who has Fulani blood in them, that doesn't have a Yoruba name as last name or first name. And it will surprise you, like I said about 2 years ago on this platform, even the famous Tunde Diagbon's father was a Fulani. So by choice of patriarchy, he is Fulani, or he was Fulani. Tunde Diagbon, but he was bearing the mother's name. The mother is an Diagbon, a proper Yoruba Kwara woman. But these are the things that is now slapping them in their faces because of the politics of trying to gain advantage in every political cycle in Nigeria.
Is that what is the problem in Benue and Plateau as well?
So we are talking about Kwara now, so don't let's widen it extensively. We'll get confused.
We are reducing what is an insecurity failure on the part of the government to some historical antecedent. It has nothing to do with that. It's just that the system as it's currently structured does not work. So this is one of the reasons why I'm always in support of reforms, whether it's economic reform or security reform. You cannot have.
But wait, Akim, before you go too far, what happened in Kwara is totally different. We are talking specifically of the incident that happened on Oke or De, where the non-Fulanis in Kwara were ambushed and eliminated en masse by the Fulanis. A day before that, the vigilantes of Okeode, they were disarmed. They willingly surrendered their ammunition and guns. And less than 48 hours later, the Fulani marauders came and mauled them.
That's even make my point even more.
No, it doesn't make your point, because it's about religion.
No, it's about lapses in insecurities and in the security architecture. So
that is very narrow view.
No, it's not a narrow view. Is the main view, because hold on 1 second. If that state right has a state police, and the state police, nobody will disarm a state police. That one is for sure.
We are extending. We don't have state police now, so
exactly.
Stay restricted.
So that's why I say it's more of a failure of the institution to protect its people. You cannot say because it's Fulani, is this, is that. Like, no. The question I always ask Nigerians: are there no Fulani in other countries in West Africa? Why don't we have the same problem in all of these countries? Why is it only in Nigeria? That
Okay, let me correct you. Let me correct you. No. Let me correct him quick.
No,
Yes. There are Fulanis in other countries, and yes, this problem exists. Go and look at what's happening in Burkina Faso, in Mali,
in Ghana,
right?
in Cameroon.
No. In Mali, in Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Sudan. The Fulanis in Mali have been fighting the Dogon for over 10 years. There are even specials and information put out. There's so much information about.
We're talking about states that are failed, that are almost.
No, those states have not failed. These states have just been fighting insecurity as long as we have. Right? These aren't failed states. What happened in Central African Republic? Central African Republic was not a failed state when this issue popped up. So you see, you're moving the goalpost. You said, give me other countries where this has happened. I gave you 4. Now you're saying you have to understand something here.
Akim, let me tell you something. The problem
to ask
is
something.
not limited
I wanted to put
to Nigeria. Hold on. So the thing is this: it's not limited to Nigeria. It's across sub-Saharan Africa. So and they've always been Fulanis. You understand? And when you say Fulani, the nomadic, the one that wanders around among them. That is why you hardly hear any other tribe. You won't hear Hausa, you won't hear Kanuri, you won't hear any other tribe. You understand? It's always this Fulani, and it's across sub-Saharan Africa because they are nomadic. So it's not limited to Nigeria. Thank you.
So let's talk about Quora, which is the main.
Can I come in?
Sorry, but I think there's somebody new that comes
Baba,
in.
can
I
I come in before you speak, please, on that? Hey, Baba,
Yeah, go ahead.
I've not had, I've not been on the platform with you, although I don't come here that much, but it's nice to see you. Even I thought you and I don't agree, maybe about 50 to 60% of the time, but I always like your point of view. Okay, so I just want to salute you.
You're welcome. Comparison facts.
Comparable fact, my brother.
Comparable facts.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So let me chip one opinion.
Say comparable propaganda.
Whatever. Let me chip a little bit of, because I know somebody that is here is going to counter me. I think the issue we have in Nigeria is a different thing. In other countries, maybe it's about 80%, 90% Muslims, so they may encounter what we are having right now at a minimum level. But the difference we have in our country is we have 50-50. And there's a jihadist, motive when it comes to the Muslims, in Nigeria here. They are different. They want to capture, kill all the whole Christian. That's exactly what there's a genocide going on, particularly in the north. So somebody may come here and dispute what I'm saying. That's a fact. You can't say, besides the terrorism or the crime going on, just that particular, we keep on denying the fact. There's the genocidal, narrative coming out from the whatever the Fulani or whatever you want to call them. Maybe not all, but the so-called radical ones. They are perpetuating what we have. We are not seeing the big picture. We're just focusing on on a myopic point of view. That's just what I have to say before my turn comes. So let me make that point.
So to progressive question: why are you dismissing religion and ethnicity as a factor in that contributes to insecurity in Nigeria, in particular the Quora incident when Baba brought it up?
No, I'm not dismissing. I guess I painted different.
No,
when I use the word Muslim, it's religion.
Not you. No, not
Okay.
you. I mean
Okay.
progressive because
Okay,
it was
thank you.
dismissing that it wasn't that because Baba was raising that point earlier that it is a major factor, a contributing factor, but progressive cannot dismiss that that narrative. Why would you dismiss that narrative, progressive, that those two play a major role in insecurity in Nigeria, in particular?
So, Babati, they are all factors that contribute to any form of insecurities. But what you always have,
but you are hold on. But yes. You are dismissive of those two. Was my point. You are dismissive.
No. I was not dismissive of the factors that led to that issue. I was talking about the lapses of security architecture on ground to tackle this problem. We have problems everywhere, but why is it that it's only in Nigeria that the security architecture always have lapses when it comes to tackling this? I'm not saying the Fulanis or whatever it is does not have hand in it or does not have any to do. I'm just saying this is a reason why we have to have reform in our security system. people can say people don't want to speak on that part. They just continue to say, "Oh, it's bad because there's a Fulani in that area. Is this and that?" Area. Yeah, look. It's almost like the argument you have in the United States. Oh, gun don't kill people. People kill people. Okay, you have people in Europe who have also mental health problems, but they don't have access to gun to just go and kill people. So if you put the right security system in place, and they say that the vigilante was disarmed, but if you have a proper state police force that were given information or a day before that attack took place, nobody is going to go there and disarm the state police of force. This is why the conversation we have to have about insecurity in Nigeria is a reform of the Nigerian police as to how we go to state policing.
What you don't understand here is that the Fulanis in Nigeria.
Wait. If you are creating state police, that
So, what did you say?
My network. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
I say,
can I take the floor back?
Is it not?
Please let Baba talk.
Indigenous
Let
people
Baba
they still
talk,
don't.
abeg.
I just want to
Please
ask a question.
Please let Baba talk so that
back,
we
sorry.
can even grasp the entire. Let us understand the even situation before we even react. So please let Baba talk.
Thank you, Ola. So the fact is, Kwara State has been contentious. We have Fulani problems in Nigeria, but it is more so tenacious in Kwara because of the unfortunate historical circumstance. Grounded, in fact, is that with time, be it 100 years, 50 years, Kwara will remain totally a Yoruba state. Because in a state where you have 16 local governments and 14 are blanketed by Yoruba speaking people, 4 cannot take over that state. But that is what is happening today because of the machinations of people who had control of that state when it was created. And if you look, unfortunately, if you look at those that have ruled that state outside the Sarakis, they have all been Yorubas. They've all been Yorubas that have ruled that state, yet they cannot have a grip of the entirety of that state. So why is that the problem? Religion. Religion was brought to play because in terms of religion, I mean, most of them, the Muslim people, are a majority. Even though we have great Christian clerics, the clergy from the Christians, this thing, that are from that state generally. And of course, this present attack, because Kwara has relatively been peaceful, but then there has been the rise of Isheshe of late, particularly in the last 2 years. Isheshe, that's the native tradition, worship, traditional worship, has been on the rise. And they've not, the Islamic people there have not been able to curb it because one word keep resurfacing that Kwara is 100% Islam, which is not true. It is in exerting that force that brothers now unleash violence on brothers. Because this is my personal view, I don't want to believe the emirate in Ilorin does not have a hand in what happened at Ukiode. I don't want to believe. This is personal view. What happened there? And it's about self-preservation for that emirate, because they know they are sitting on a false throne. They are sitting on a false throne. You cannot be a Fulani and emir leaning on religion, and yet you bear your first name, official first name. Names, let me say all, because all of them who claim the royalty in Ilorin are all Yoruba names. Religion is also at the forefront, and they brought in their brothers from the Sultanate to do the dirty work, to frighten the people into submission, as they've been want to do over time. But this time, I think it's a wrong move that they made. And there will be repercussion to pay, because pressure is being brought on Abdul Razak, the governor, to do something seriously about it, or else there will be reprisal attack. I know the Fulani marauders are very tough to target. They live in the bush, they don't come out, they are well armed, and you will be surprised in this part of the world, AK-47, AK-49, they are not very cheap. They cost thousands of dollars. But you see a Fulani in the bush bearing arms, even having grenade launchers. Who is funding them? Who are the people funding them? That's the question we should ask. Nigeria as a whole has a Fulani problem. Other West African countries.
Baba,
Yes.
everyone, how are you all doing? May I come in, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you are talking. Do you have some clue or something? Sorry.
Yeah, I have
So,
to. Yeah, go ahead.
well, if I've not forgotten, it's not been up to like 4 or 5 months back when the CDS was talking about fencing Nigeria's borders to Sahel, and a lot of people were criticizing him, saying that it's not a good use of money, that they are going to be chop money, do whatever, whatever, whatever. But people fail to see the bigger picture. The reason why a nomad, a Fulani nomad, can have access to AK-47 and what do you call it, and the ammunition easily is because of the porous border that we have. This border that you see, that is bordered by unstable countries and a fast-changing climate, and the Fulani who already rely on uh, a climatic era that is already, gone, and the places that they used to have vegetation for their cows is now desertified, are coming lower and lower and lower into the more, what do I call it? What was the more the rainforest-like vegetation that is
Pastoral area. We can have
yeah. Yeah. So that you have to see the problem first from that point of view, and then you have to see how arms proliferation is just so common around that area. Like those arms are so abundant. Pistols, AK-47s, rocket propelled grenades, AAs, whatever you want. If you have money, you can get them. Like since Libya fell, and a lot of that's Al Qaeda in the Maghreb, and a lot of clandestine operations, mining of uranium in those areas, mining of gold, illegal mining of gold in those areas. You see, Sudan is also suffering a civil war. Chad is somehow, anything can happen any day. In my own thinking, I don't think it's bad if you do that investment. It is only, it's better to prevent than to take medicine and and see whether you are going to get well. What has already happened to us has already happened. Those that have come in have already come in, and they have already have access to these weapons. But what we must do now is to start acting against the future, because this problem will not go away, it will only get worse. But if we can protect ourselves as best as we could, then maybe have another layer of protection of state police, then that will help in bringing the situation better. And don't there are different dimensions, and multiple layers that contribute to form a conflict of this kind, especially the type in Kwara State. You cannot just say it's just because of Islam, or okay, there is the Islamic dimension. Okay, it's Muslim Christians. That's about one divide. Then there is the cultural dimension, Yoruba, Fulani divide. You see, it's just like what they call the fire triangle. There is a fuel, there is a igniting source, and then there is oxygen to help it burn. So if one of them, so what the angle I'm thinking of is this Yoruba nation agitation that is underground, that current that started after Nnamdi Kanu started his own and they got inspiration. Where are they now? Igboho was the most popular one, but there is another, and they are still underground. And most of the time when they talk, you hear them talk about Kwara. Now this has kind of emboldened them, and because now that there is a Yoruba president, something might be probably emboldening the Yoruba too to attack the Fulanis. I'm just assuming, and that may be, something that the Fulanis have not been dealing with then. But now that there's this new Yoruba consciousness, that will now be something that will be played around. So we are so vulnerable and so many different ways to splinter us apart. And there are a lot of reasons why external forces want us to continue the way we are. We must still look inward. And Baba, I don't believe the emir has a hand in it. I don't believe she has a hand in it. I will if by
So
what
can you
I
repeat
know,
that? I didn't hear that last sentence. Can you repeat it clearly, slowly?
I said I don't believe the emir had a hand in it. I don't
Okay.
believe it, because you were saying that you don't want to
Yeah, I
believe,
said that,
or
and
you
I
are
say
beginning to believe.
I believe, because silence means acquiescence. That's my belief.
Well,
Sorry,
well,
Hassan, quick
yeah.
question. Are we past the narrative of, oh, they are Fulanis, they are non-Nigerians? Are we past that narrative, or are we still doing they are non-Nigerian Fulanis? Or are we past that now?
What does it matter if there is a
No.
constant?
It matters, because you need to know where, if it's external attack, or if it's local, or if it's within the Nigerian space. It matters to security police. It does matter, because
I think
I don't say that you
why,
have this.
let me tell you why I think it doesn't matter. Look at the United States, and then look at the UK. And then now just compare the level of homicides. And one country has access to guns, they think everybody should hold a gun, and the other country doesn't. But the rate at which people are killed each day, which one is higher? And it's an ethos, it's a belief. They just believe that yes, that's how it should go. Or compare it to Australia. Maybe because of British politics, you might even debate. Just compare it to Australia, where Australians don't have access to weapons.
Wait, Hassan,
Can I
can you factor in
can I
what
come in,
Buba
please?
Galadima said a couple of weeks back, which was my lead quote, when he said Kwara was being protected, and that was one of the reasons why they fought for Buhari to come in. Buba Galadima said that. And that
You
I
see,
based that. And apart from what Bubagala, he didn't say, he didn't, wait, Hassan, he didn't say anything new. He didn't say anything I didn't know, but he put paid to that belief by that singular statement which he made. And that is where I arrived at the belief that the Emirates in Ilorin has a hand in what's going on at the moment, because they are in fear
So you think
of securing their
Buba
stool.
Galadima and Buba Galadima is the one actually arming these Fulani marauders with AK-47s to come and kill people.
Now, I'm not saying he armed them or anything, but he says what he said for wider interpretation is like it is their space and they will not give it up for anything in the world.
Okay. But Baba, what I expect of you to understand is that these things that we are talking about, we are talking about power and legacy, and usually we conflate what
Not just
happens.
power and legacy, heritage and culture.
Yes, good synonyms. We conflate what happens in the microcosm, and then we interpret them as suitable as we want them to be. It is true that there is a place where people want to protect their a legacy or a heritage or whatever, and to keep the status quo as it is. Now, if Nigeria has been, why do you think that since we became democratic, that all these fault lines have become so wider and wider and wider and wider? Or how come that Nigerians
Because
were
the
more united?
military has been ruling us with the strong hand of the gun. So they managed to cow us all into submission. Now that a veil has been lifted, so everybody is coming out boldly to claim their space.
So you don't think we were more secure during the military era, that crimes were not as much as this, and that you could travel at night and go to distant
No,
places?
I'm talking about asking about a question on the Nigerian questions being interrogated. That's what I mean.
Yes, that's an implication of security. Now you cannot travel freely now without on the road, especially without thinking of the possibility of you being kidnapped or something.
Let me answer. See, yeah, that military era, that time was quite different from
Does
now.
anybody here
Even if you look
object to the proposal?
You are coming in broken.
What is that? Which proposal?
I said, does
Which
anybody here object the proposal to build a wall across our northern border?
Building. See, my
And
brother,
that's
we don't even need
in my considered opinion, that is ridiculous.
No,
ridiculous. Let me just.
No, hold on. What's the name? Baba, why did you say it's ridiculous?
Very good, Ola. In Niger caps us. When I say cap, that is like covering about 7 states in the north. 7 states in the north. So the border is fluid. Some people even go to a call, that is French-speaking school, from a Nigerian state, cross over and come back in the evening, vice versa, for both sides. You understand my point? So they don't consider that Niger as a country. As far as they are concerned, it is Nigeria. Nigeria is Niger. If I'm wrong, correct me, Hassan.
Baba, I think that assertion cannot stand.
When
Baba,
Nigeria gave up Bakassi, did it change anything?
You see, this is the reason why when the military coup happened and Nigeria was trying to muzzle the coupists, they kicked against it. That you cannot sanction our brothers. That's the word they use. Our brothers. You cannot do that. That these people are part of us.
Which people? Which people?
The northern states. The northern state that share border with Niger. They came out boldly and twisted the government.
When Tinubu, said he was going to attack Niger if possible or something like that, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Didn't your people came out boldly?
Yeah. And you have to okay. Now sanctioning diplomatic relations is completely different. It's a completely different thing than internal politics, and you are trying to conflate the two. Nigeria has maintained a diplomatic posture, and that is one of the reasons why it has become very, very influential. It's about buying influence and maintaining influence for your own interest, not necessarily doing something that will show you in the good light of the people with red ears. And what Tinubu did then was to disbandle ECOWAS. Now that ECOWAS is not what it used to be, essentially it has become what the French will want, because it is the French who have lost out, and Tinubu's posture was not an African posture. It was more like a French defending the French, because it happened at a sensitive time where
no, I disagree with you, Hassan.
Can I say something? Just a minute. Let me say something, Hassan.
There's nothing sacrosanct about democracy, because they preach it, but it is not practiced in reality. Even what America is, it's not the pure democracy. It's not a constitutional. I think places like Britain have even more claim to democracy, because what the US have is just something completely different, because they are not actually being represented in that sense. So I don't see anything sacrosanct about democracy and military takeovers, especially when it concerns some people's sovereignty, and then you trying to say you're going to war with them after all the problems that we are already having internally. That was
but isn't it ridiculous?
Let me say something, please. Just give me a minute.
President to do?
Baba, give me a minute.
To fold their hands. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think in reference to let me push back on Hassan. What Hassan narrative? Have 2 points to make in reference to this sanctioning or going to war. I'm not in. I wasn't in favor of the invasion, but the sanctioning would have been a right thing to do. I think Hassan is speaking from the point of view of kinsmen and religious sympathy. That's the angle that he's speaking, that we shouldn't sanction them.
I was against.
But you're speaking from the sympathy.
I was against attacking, because Tinubu said if it will take to use force, that we are going to use force, something like that. He insinuated something like that. So that is.
But that wouldn't be the first time, Azan. We used force. We used force in Gambia, didn't we? Didn't we use force in Gambia? We did.
But not at the first instance, and we were not the first to indicate the use of force. We actually came right at the end to demonstrate it. There is a diplomatic.
Hassan, it was not Nigeria. It was ECOWAS.
Tinubu was inexperienced about the diplomatic aspect of Nigeria.
But you don't expect a Democrat to sit at the same dining table with coupists, do you? Coming from the experience of our own political history.
Baba, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to also consider the reality that the countries that are not yours, and that your power ends where your border ends, and you have to respect other people's
So,
sovereignty.
Hassan, I want to ask
And
you a
in
question,
that
please.
context, there is an agreement where the way ECOWAS itself is structured, and governments are recognized because they are governments, not because they are dictatorships.
Are we still discussing this one in
Why,
Hassan,
why is the United States?
Hassan, I
Why
want
is
to
the
ask a
United States
question.
in cahoots with Saudi Arabia, which
Can you
is a
permit me
monarchy?
to say something about this
Hassan, I
something?
want to
Because
ask,
they
I want
take
to
a
ask a
lot
question. I want to ask a question.
Okay, Midwest, you can come after
We are not the police
Hakim
of
asks his
Africa.
question. You can come after.
Okay, Hassan, I want to ask a question, right? Do you not think that as Nigerian people, not the Fulanis, the Nigerian people, we should not mandate the Fulanis, both the ones in Nigeria and the one outside Nigeria, to the ones in Nigeria now, to apply for naturalization and be processed? Because hold on 1 second, and so
We
that they
won't
can
need
be.
that. We won't need that very soon. We won't need that. Biometric information. The moment we cover the border and we do a proper census, we take biometric information of everybody in every local government, in every ward. If you don't show up now, that
I mean the ones that are currently in Nigeria that are claiming to be Nigerian, the ones that are
we'll
currently.
find them out. We'll find them out now.
So
we expect them. We have to
yes.
expect them.
No,
Don't
like,
encourage.
I'm talking like. Hold on now. Hold on.
Ola, how do you expel somebody who says, my name is Mamadou Sokoto, my name is Maiduguri Sulaiman?
Hold on. I'm saying that the likes of Atiku Abubakar, the likes of Dati Baba Ahmed should not be made to apply for citizenship and be processed before, because they don't. This Fulani does not. They don't have.
No, Akim.
Hold on. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Because the Fulani, they don't have any historical linkage or route to Nigeria. So we should assume that any Fulani that is in Nigeria right now should be made to apply for naturalization.
No. Now, what I said, let me make something out of what you just said now and make meaning out of it. Like the Fulani themselves, they are entering dangerous areas because they are now very prone to being genocided themselves. Because when narratives about a particular ethnic group keep shifting, and the majority of the people and the countries and tribes have this same feeling over the same group of people, at some point something may give. And we don't pray for bad things to happen, but the way life happens is the way it happens. Unfortunately, life is not idealistic. It is not what Baba wishes it to be. It's not what I wish it to be. It is the way it is. The Fulani themselves could be genocided, and then a lot of innocent Fulanis will also be could face genocide if we begin to interpret things like purely in Fulani terms, cultural terms, ethnic terms, and things like that. But when we look at it from the security angle and deal with it from a practical security, preventative, and control mechanisms kind of way, then there will be no need for all this tribal talk. What is the need for Ilorin to be reclaimed back? You feel that reclaiming Ilorin somehow makes it makes the people around there suffer. What of the people who have lived there, whose identities have been formed there? You see, no, the land that your people are staying on now, if you go back enough, they were not the ones staying in there. The history of this world has always been about people moving from one place to another, and interacting, and
that is convenient for those who live a roving existence. That's what you hear from them. There are original people tied to certain aspects of Mother Earth.
Okay,
I want to come a little bit,
fell off from
Midwest. Hold on, Azan. Midwest, you can come in within the topic. Just stay within this topic we are talking about. So Just be
Me,
careful.
I want our border closed. Though. Me, in Borno, I want my border closed.
No,
I
I definitely support you. But let's hear from Midwest.
want to talk about this very particular topic of Quara. You know, he make reference to
We are
United
talking
Kingdom.
offense in our country now. You are shifting to Quara again. We've left that, although it's part of it, but we are talking offense in our
But
country. So
Olapara is part of what we are dialoguing about now. So Midwest can come in on that angle.
My own,
okay.
Yeah, my own take is this. You know, I don't see fencing as the major solution to this problem. But fencing will be good if it is implemented properly and properly controlled and properly, managed. But the real thing is this: if we want to stop this problem, it also boils down to what I call the tax reform itself, because that is where I always point to the way we run business. If people want to run cattle in this modern life, you're supposed to register it. You're supposed to have a place where you do your business. No government will allow people to be roaming about. You start in Sokoto, you come at Lagos, will be packing your animals, the shitting it is out of the capital city. If we get it right by saying, look, register your business, tell us where your business, and you put condition. If you want to do business, just for example, I want to do some business here, even in advanced country, you will see that business will take you around so many ministries. It can involve environment where you want to register it. Have no business with environment. It is you that have to go there to go and submit document that your localization for that business. I want to put it in this. They will check whether that business can stay in that area, and they will give you a paper. Yes, you can do it there. So can you go back to police? Police will give you your own character. I'm just giving you from example. You will involve it to go to Ministry of Finance and so many background checking. So in Nigeria case, this free movement is going to consume all of us. You see what's going on in Lagos? People are like, where they start this topic. Somebody say, no, you from this side, don't come and interfere in my issue. We need to find balance over this thing, because all this law they are using to try to suppress things may likely explode everything. Because those people, that law of running about should stop everything. Fulani will be safe and everybody will be safe. All these evil people, it is not even the cattle era that are taking advantage. Those who are creating crisis and they are benefiting by telling the government, bring more money, we will kinetic them. They are the one that has led us to this point. If indeed we support this Fulani, for example, they are in Kwara, they have a particular place. And when you see them in the other side, a law enforcement agent control them. Why are you here? And you discover you're not supposed to be there. It will be first suspect if anything happens in that area. So in our case, we should look at the way we have enjoyed what I call open liberty of excess natural abundance of resources for years, both human, both everything. Now it is not time for we to crack our brain how we should live. If we don't do, that natural liberty has gone. We're in a different era. So this is just my take on it. If they let them go and fence to Jericho, the enemy are already within. And if you allow them to roam about, that is their strength. They tell them to do their business in designated places where they have to. In any state, go and get a place, and that place must be registered. People must know those who are working there. If you register those people,
Instead
you
of
also
looking at it as Jericho, look at it like a trap, a mouse trap. It's a trap. That's a trap that you can't make, and we need to make that trap.
Look, there's a political Hakim. Look, on this platform, Good 18 Ola is here, and Aizon, they will remember BT. We've overflogged this issue over a year or 2 years ago. The problem with the South, I don't know how they managed to put it in our heads, our leaders in the South, that they will not give space for cattle, what is settlement. What I think we have a name we are calling it Riga or Rigo, that they are not going to do Riga.
Ruga.
They are not
Ruga.
Ruga. My own support then was for Ruga. That look, it will even expand our economy. Give them a space. When you still own the land, the government of that state owns the land. You prepare it for them. they come in, there is an economy about it, because those that are going to grow the grass that the cow will eat, the Fulanis will buy for their cow, will of course come from that state. The Fulanis that will occupy that space will also be paying rent to that state. So you can restrict them now to a certain space. But our people said no, Fulani must not gain 1 inch. Let me finish. Fulanis will not gain 1 inch in our state. We don't want to see them. In absence of that, that is what we're experiencing. 2 is that, look, of late, even the Fulanis themselves, the Nyemtiala, say, look, we will not, since we are a problem, we will not come again to the south. We will keep our flock in the north. We will kill our cows and refrigerate them and send them to the south. And then our south with our sweet mouth, we cannot eat ukweku, we cannot eat a frozen meat. That again becomes a problem. So what do we want to do? That's the big question.
So what's up with Southern investing in cow business? What's up with Southern investing in cow business?
Baba,
yes, sir.
Baba, I know you know more than people like us, because you know, in the southwest we used to have our own ranches. Now the one in
Agbo Malu
is the one that Ekiti State now, they be reviving the one in Ekiti Ikunderi farm. Then there's another dairy farm again. So the thing is this: I would rather go back to that old model where we used to have our ranches, because growing up in Ekiti, then there's Enila, we call this one Enila, all those bigger cattle with those are bigger than the one we have now. We call them Enila. They don't normally have horn. So we used to have all those ones that
in the Ogun they call it Malukete.
Exactly. So I would rather prefer all those ones than giving in, than just giving it to someone that is trying to hold me to ransom because they are taking arms, they are taking weapons against me. Because anybody that is violent now, that the orientation, if these people orientation, because we are dealing with orientation now, is beyond helping them for economic value. But when the orientation itself is that of maiming others or diminishing others, is a dangerous thing. No matter how, anybody that has spied someone in his life, whether by mistake or whatever, I don't even want that person an inch close to me. I mean a kilometer close to me. So I will not accept that, because when they are there, they keep expanding. That's the problem. So it's better. There's nothing stopping Southerners from doing that. So it's a matter of the government investing, and let us go and do that. I heard Ganduje.
You know what gives the Fulani the advantage? It's just that AK-47. It's just that AK-47.
Exactly.
If they don't have and if they don't have access to the bullets, they are as vulnerable as anybody. So
I know.
Why is everyone so deny the ability and see the difference?
For me,
I know, but the like of the grand patron, their life patron when he was alive, did not even matter. Instead, okay, when Ganduje said he can host all the Fulani in Nigeria, he can provide facilities for them in Kano State. What stopped them from going there? Because in the olden days, Baba, if I'm lying, please try to correct me, sir. In the olden days, for the shortfall of the cattle we needed in the south, they used to bring them through train. You know, they used to cargo them through train to the western part of the country.
It's train. We don't see them on trailer.
Those cows are our cows. They are not the Fulani cows. They are the ones that come from.
That's what I'm saying. The Fulani people should go and modernize and learn.
We don't go with our cattle and go about it.
Ola, let me come in. Ola, there is so much to it. One, there's that jihadist mentality, because he gave them the opportunity to to have a place where they become leaders within West Africa. Look, they are in Guinea. They can't try this rubbish because they have no political space. In Ghana, yeah, the problem is there, but they cannot do what they would do in Nigeria. So most of these countries, they never have chance to really settle down and become a king that rule over others. In Nigeria place, they were able to penetrate the northerners. And up to today, the more they are doing it, they now discover they are creating more leverage, more space for them to roam about. So in this case, what we need to do, to be frankly speaking, this issue, as Sam said, is going to get worse if it is not handled. And the best thing is for we to look into the way we govern ourselves, because the country now, love is decreasing. A kind of too much confusion about tribes, about religion, about everything. Why not sit down now and think of how possible?
Midwest, do you know why I support Azan on this fencing? You see, the excuse we have now is this: there are thousands of borders, right? And those people that are tasked with with manning our borders, they will have excuses. So Babati raised an issue that, okay, what about wild animal migration? I say that I understand. But if you have thousands of borders, if you fence and you restrict it to few, let's say 50, 100, that you can properly man. Exactly. So that you can properly man. So we will know those people to hold responsible. But naturalizing some criminal that already come into our country, that will even has cause a population explosion. And meanwhile, these people we are talking about, just give me a minute, I round up. These people we are talking about, they never get tired of seeking power. That's where the problem is. And for me, from Yoruba, I know our people till all those criminals and all those deadly people we enter our midst, we will be rationalized, we will be doing political correctness. I can see. Maybe how come we have other Nigerians? I don't have problem with Hausa. I don't have problem with Kanuri. I don't have problem with all those things. Because the question is this: once you mention Fulani like this, you understand my antenna. You see the antenna in my head like this. It just so
let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
In the south, we cannot debate between Fulani and these Hausas and Kanuri you mentioned. It's another issue.
If you hear the language, you can differentiate. If you've heard Fufude before, you know it when you hear it. But
the majority of the Southern people cannot differentiate them. We have to be honest. Except those who have lived in your community.
No, haba. If are you not Nigerian? Any Nigerian should supposed to be able to differentiate if a potentially dangerous.
They even have tribal marks. So they have tribal marks.
Nigerian, if you hear Fufude, you will know it's not. You will know it's not Hausa.
They are, yes, even among the Fulanis, there are subgroups. There are Sulubawa. There are some of them that they call Nande. There's another one that they call Fulani Njeji. And different.
But Hassan, let me speak. I will listen to
You know them. You should be able to differentiate.
Yeah,
allow Aizon to comment, please. He started
I was listening to the comments that you are making regarding the reasons why this is happening, and some of them I agree with. Before the invasion of Libya and the regime change there, the arms from Libya falling into the Sahel, yes, the
there are private military contractors from Russia right now.
Yes, they're private military contractors. They're also wait. Let me finish now. Let me finish. They're also geopolitical experts that I've listened to, very well respected geopolitical experts that have come out and have said clearly that these people are being funded by some Western countries to maintain a destabilization efforts in the Sahel, which has spilled over into Nigeria. As a matter of fact, during the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, recently, the representatives from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger all said in very clear terms that the French were actively sponsoring these jihadist groups. They even quoted languages from French high officials, right? So we are under invasion in the Sahel, which has come into Nigeria. But the one thing I would say to you that I don't agree with is the claim that climate change is impacting the Fulani, so therefore they are moving south with AK-47s and mass murdering people to take over their land. After all, the Fulanis are not the only
No,
ethnicity. Wait, let me finish
that
now.
is like
Yeah, they're not the only
go ahead.
ethnicity in Niger or Burkina Faso or Mali. Of course, we know the Dogon have been fighting them in Mali for over a decade now. We know the Mosi in Burkina Faso have been fighting them for a very long time. In Niger, you have Zarmasonga, you have other groups. Those people are not running around doing the same thing. I think, and again, I want to be clear, this is not um, a castigation of Fulani. They are criminals that live within their midst, that are nomadic in
Somebody that
nature,
was arguing in their
that have been funded that have been funded by certain people to carry out these acts. I have a very good friend of mine who's Sudanese, but he's Sudanese is a Christian Sudanese person, and funny enough, some of the people that also belong to the what's the name of the group? Is it the RSF or RSW in Sudan that's fighting the Sudanese military are Fulani as well. So there's clearly a fundamental issue with violence, a fundamental issue with people within this group being used as tools of imperialists to destabilize our region. And this seems to be a continuous process, whether it's in Sudan, it's in Central African Republic, it's in Niger, it's in Mali, it's in Burkina Faso, and we see the same pattern of behavior, and then we're seeing it in Nigeria as well. So it's something, but what I find disturbing, Hassan, and maybe you can speak to this, is why the Fulanis within our midst are Nigerian respected Fulanis, whether it is the Sultan himself or others, are not actively coming out to speak on this. They are so silent. Their silence is deafening. Something happens like this in Kwara, not a word. Something happens like this in
well,
Plateau, not a word. In Benue, not a word. Why? Are they not Nigerians? Do they not care that their fellow citizens are being victimized by people that come from their ethnic group? After all, if this happened and it was Yorubas or Igbos going around mass murdering people, the leaders from those communities will stand up, condemn, and in fact, they might be the ones to bring them to justice. So please, I don't know if you can
you
speak
see,
on this because this is also a big, big problem.
you
Go
see,
ahead.
in Maiduguri, we brought Boko Haram to justice. Like fathers pointed to their sons, uncles pointed to their nephews, sisters, you know, snitched on cousins. That was the way it happened. That was how, like, we got rid of Boko Haram in Maiduguri. But when you look at the caliphate, the Fulani caliphate, and the way the structure, uh, it is their survival strategy is that they are an elite class that are ruling over an indigenous people, right? And so that makes them a minority. They are minority, and that being a minority puts their power always at a disadvantage, because when ethnic consciousness wakes up, then there's going to be a problem. But there's another factor that strengthens their case. That is religion. You see, religion um diffuses uh your sense of identity to the point that you submit and you align to and obey authority because of religion. And that aspect of it puts the northwestern Hausa indigenous people, at at a disadvantage. Somehow they are so beholden. They are more. There is a conflation of Arabism and Islam uh, that that comes together. So if you are not well lettered, if you are not like groomed in philosophy enough and the understanding of cultures, you will not understand what is Arabic and what is Islam. Like for me, I'm a Muslim, a hardcore Muslim, but I'm also culturally rooted that I'm not, I do not want to do anything that is Arabian that does not sit well with me. We
Yeah, and
literally have
Hassan,
Arabic.
and Hassan, I want to commend you for that, because one of the biggest struggles I have had, my personal journey, is that I have encountered people from the Horn, Sudanese, Somalis,
Somali,
that are darker than me. They are darker than me, and I've had arguments with them about the fact that they claim they are Arabs. You know, and
I've met a lot of them too, and every time I cringe. I cringe. It is even worse than that. Those of the houses. So, but about not speaking, I don't understand why not, because they do not hold the power that they used to hold. The kings, the monarchs, because in reality, what they have is influence. Now, to jeopardize that influence among their ethnic base, they are finding it difficult. But the religious imams who have more listening ears, they are the ones that are supposed to take charge. And like most of the imams, like the what do I call them? The big imams, the sheikhs in northwestern Nigeria are actually of Fulani origin. Like they're actually of Fulani origin. So and some of them are talking. They are really talking. But the problem is that they are talking to ethnic Nigerian Fulanis, indeed the ones that are of Nigerian origin. But then the ones that are coming in from Gambia, from Mali, from whatever, from wherever, those ones they don't even bloody care what they've got to say, and they have weapons. So and they are protecting certain interests around gold and some minings and some whatever, and they have a constant supply of all these weapons. So it is what it is,
Then
in the
what
sense
role
that
is Imietiala playing in all of that? When an
uh,
external Fulani party will come to their own territory and then cause mayhem.
and Mieti Allah took very, very long. It is about these people. I don't know whether they've done it. I think they did it, but it took very, very, very long for them to do it. Well, there is an issue of what makes the Fulani very susceptible to be used in this manner. I think it is unfortunate that because of their culture and increasingly the nature of the world where their culture thrives has gone, and it's a different era now. But they have not adapted as fast as and the times have demanded. It makes them the right tool for all these false flag operations. So they are being taken advantage of for all sorts of clandestine activities, and it is now coming into the core. They are very good Fulanis, like very, very, very good Fulanis who are even so modern that like you you won't even know that they are Fulanis. Like okay, you may look at them and understand the
Yeah, of
semblance,
course,
but
of
then
course. They you can't doubt those ones. They are more civilized
yes,
than them. I don't even think you
yes,
will even know unless they tell you.
yes,
yeah,
yes.
Hassan, quick question
So
for you.
they do have,
In terms of
but they have no real control over because they are not listening. I'm telling you that they are this majority of the Fulanis that come into Nigeria and carry out this with weapons outside Fulanis. Now they came, and then when they met with our own indigenous Fulanis, some of our own indigenous Fulanis, Nigerian Fulanis, now joined them because they are uneducated and they are susceptible, and they are now also practicing with them. However, there are a lot of innocent normal Fulanis who have now been affected by this coming of the ones with guns. They themselves are now being threatened. The rustling of cows. Do you know how many cows are rustled every year in northern Nigeria? Around 200 to 250,000. Like they rob them. The foreign Fulanis rob our native Fulanis of their cows. Can you imagine? And then they then form kidnapping rings and then take some of the bad ones among our own who can speak Nigerian languages, and then so that they can do the negotiation. Like the ones that took a place in Sokoto, those ones, man, they don't even understand anything. It's only French. It's only French, and they are Fulani because of the dialect. You know, dialects are so different that even our own Fulani here can hardly understand their type of Fulani, but they are still Fulani. You can imagine. So this is something very, very serious that I don't think only speaking and disavowing, because if you are disavowing, then you are talking to the ones who are of Nigerian heritage, who have of Nigerian heritage. You are not talking to the invaders because they don't bloody care what you've got to say. They have a mission.
Okay,
to do, and
so
they are already.
the situation in Katsina, is that situation where they were appeasing those guys? Were those guys foreign Fulanis as well, or were they indigenous Katsina people? That the villagers and in fact, all the dignitaries came there. These men were there in presence with their automatic weapons. It was all over the TV.
One precedent that Umaru Yar'Adua set that probably the Nigerian state mistook it for and is misapplying it wrongly is that his amnesty program. While Yar'Adua succeeded because Yar'Adua is somebody who understands policy and understands what it means to implement policy and look at the cost, benefit and risk of everything. Now, when he disarmed the Niger Delta militants and essentially, doubled, Nigeria's oil outflow, the presidency, the DSS, the NIA, our security infrastructure, the army, they took note of that as some form of means to stop crisis. But then it shouldn't apply to every kind of situation. You understand? You have to do a socio-ecological analysis of that particular area and of the conflict before you reach such a conclusion. Now the governor is just doing trial and error. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's mad. That's not the way to do this. And of course they say that they have agreed, but I don't think it is true. Up until the day that I will see that Chinese companies who are mining gold in Zamfara are registered, and the richest governor in Nigeria, the richest. Do you know who is the richest politician apart from the president in Nigeria now? Can you guess?
Isn't it that guy in Zamfara? What's his name? Yari.
Malami.
Yari. No, which Malami? Malami Banza. Malami
Is
was
Yari?
compared to that.
Is Yari now? The guy in Zamfara.
Yes,
Yeah.
That guy.
How did he make his money?
It was bunkering gold.
Yeah. Did you guys see when
I
somebody
so
was
I do you bunker gold.
Baba na bunkering. You know, say na bunkering me I sabi so.
Baba, you follow the news a lot. Do you remember a time when one man was arrested traveling from Dubai or is it from Saudi Arabia with gold but with inscription of Libyan
Yeah, the stamp on it
yes.
engraved.
Did you see?
Yeah.
Yes. Now it was not Libyan gold though. It's
No, it was the one
Zamfara
from
gold.
Zamfara that they engraved,
Yes,
falsely giving
yeah,
it
that's how they
cover.
did.
That is coming from
Oh,
Libya.
Now that man is so rich that they had to placate him because if they were to do dollar to dollar with the president senate president, he was going to beat him because he had the money. Now, like everybody knows now that this guy is like richest amongst them, and somehow he is untouchable. Not the presidency, not the DSS, nobody touches him, and somehow this thing is still going on. Well, I don't know, but anybody can make his own conclusion.
Yeah, well, Hassan, it's political will. We can't be, look, in today's world, currencies don't mean much, right? Currencies fluctuate. That's the reason why a country like England that doesn't have one gold mine has most of the gold reserves. When you look at our country and all the gold we have, whether it's in Osun State or in Zamfara, these are key items that we can use to hedge our economy and build up our reserves as well. But if it's being stolen, then it becomes a major national security issue. And these are the things that political will, damn the consequences. They have to be able to tackle this head on. I was hoping this Asiwaju government was really going to do it, but it seems I'm not. Again, I don't like to criticize people if I don't have too much information, but Dele Alake does not seem up to the task, to bring this thing under control. We need someone that really has political will. Look at Burkina Faso.
You need prime Ribadu. Prime
Yes, exactly.
I think the problem is even higher than that too. I think the problem is higher than that. You see, when Tinubu was meeting with the King of United Arab Emirates and you know, and the French, and there is a lot of give me and give you that is done, in international relations. It is a jungle out there, a very, very, very deep dark jungle where the strong and mighty survive. It is a Hobbesian reality where if you are strong, you can do what you want to do, then you can do it. But it is done clandestinely in such a way that you can, at least have a plausible deniability. There is there is complicity of the Nigerian um, security system, would I say, in what is happening. But I think what the Nigerian government is at least trying to do is to keep it at a manageable level. But they agree that they don't want to bring those mining into the formal sector such that it can be, accounted for. What is being done behind like closed doors, then you don't know how much is taxable, you don't know how much money is being, carted away, you don't know who is doing whatever, and who knows who gets what cut and what, but something is happening that we are not privy to. But I hope
No,
one day
and
we will
yeah,
know.
and particularly the UAE is notorious for this because even in Sudan, Reuters reported that some of the weapons that were found in the hands of RSF, the rebel group,
Very
were
notorious,
weapons.
very notorious.
Yeah.
And they use
So
diplomatic cover.
correct. So it won't be a shock to see that they might even be the ones. I don't have any evidence of this, but they might be the ones sponsoring some of this
They
chaos
are
in
international.
Zamfara.
They are using
No,
in the Sahel.
are you saying United Arab Emirates may be responsible for crisis in Zamfara?
It's possible because they're sponsoring crisis in
Of course,
Sudan, and the
not
area where they're
only
sponsoring
them,
crisis in Sudan it has the gold, right?
not only
So
them. You see, the UAE is a satellite state, everything traces back to you people's holy America, and
Yeah,
there are
that's
places
just it because
that take
if
them
you
to
is doing
traumatic
that, then today
cover.
just say America.
So you see, the private military contractors that Russia sends in now that are working with Burkina Faso are trying to secure their own, gold, but they are also doing their own in a different way. Now look at what is happening in Sudan. It has become a full-blown civil war at the detriment of everybody. Like, if we are not careful in Nigeria, you see this ethnicity and religion, they will use it. Look at the way it started with Bilmeha, and now everybody that would just think of it shallowly will just go to the ethnic and religious. Hey, God, it's so
The
easy
the
to
the
humanize
the,
people
the
on
one
such
the one thing the one thing about Bill
so
Maher
successful.
that the one thing about Bill Maher that people are not talking about is that Bill Maher is also a Zionist, right? Most people are losing track of that. Bill Maher is also a Zionist. He's not on the right. He's more on the left. He funded Barack Obama's campaign partially, so he's also supported the State of Israel and Zionist project. This Nigerian highlighting claim is also a method of deflection to get
Yeah, that's
attention away from the. If you listen to the full comment he made, he said Christians are being murdered in Nigeria. It has been going on for a long time. Yet, he said, where are the liberal voices and the students protesting the lives of Christians in Nigeria? Yet, there you see them every day protesting the things happening in Gaza. What he's trying to do, and then Ted Cruz has picked up on it, what he's trying to do is deflect on the attention in Israel by claiming that there are other atrocities going on and we are watching. There's no anger towards that. So that's the whole attempt behind this. And if Ted Cruz is successful in pushing his bill, then it starts to take attention. And next thing people start to talk about. And if you notice, this is all happening on the eve of Tony Blair being appointed as the person to oversee this so-called proposed peace plan that Trump is putting forth in Gaza, where he oversees the settlement or I guess redistribution of the people of Gaza. Hamas releases the hostages. It's a mess. But this whole Nigeria is a smokescreen.
I don't know why somebody said it the other day here that the black man has like something of a curse that they cannot, put themselves together and understand that they are more better together than apart. Like, we are in an era now of where a lot of drastic change is going to happen in the next few years, whether we like it or not. And even our people that we have in the diaspora are supposed to be thinking of their home country first, rather than all these declining and depraved societies that they are living in. And uh, I was I attended a conference where with a lot of anticipation of security risks were done regarding the African region. And one of the things that came up was the fact that we there are a lot of satellites right now that hegemonic powers have out there that are pulsating beams, right back to the core of the earth, and are examining every molecule, every deposit of every mineral and where it is situated. And they have so scanned, and they have understood that a lot of lands from the Sahel down to uh, where we are to the Serengeti holds the reserve of these what do they call rare earth minerals. It's not even the gold or the uranium also, but they are all important because they all form part of what is needed for the next you know I would say industrial revolution. There was industrial, there was a farming revolution, but the next is technology, this computer and automation and AI, whatever it will take, all those reserves are beneath our indigenous grounds, and they cannot just come and just say, "Oh, yeah, get that, let us take it." They have to find a way to cause mayhem. And the problem is that a lot of African countries don't even have the capacity, the understanding to know that this thing is even happening, or
I'm sorry,
that they even
gentlemen. I
have.
have to leave you guys. I'm not feeling too strong. Thanks for your company.
Sorry, Baba.
No, Allah, Baba.
All right, cheers, man. I appreciate.
Voice, you know, buying.
I enjoy the company. All right,
Yes, sir.
bye.
So we we need to protect ourselves. If if I had my way, if I could imagine what an ideal Africa would be, is that you see anything south of the Sahara should just band together and become one state, one army, or one army, and then different police for every region.
In Nigeria, as small as we are in Nigeria, we can't even manage ourselves. Right? By the time we combine the
So
entire
that is the problem of the black man now that we're talking about. If not, why not? Why not? Why not?
Yeah, it's doable. It's doable. We just have to figure out a way. Like these conflicts. If it's
Are you sons?
yeah,
Once there's religion, what religion is the number one toxic thing that, because that one will be the first weapon some people will want to use to dominate. You
yes,
understand?
yeah,
Then when there's no religion, then they will default to ethnicity. So if you take religion away, first of all, if all of us believe that, okay, we are men and everybody has the right to do whatever he can do, as long as whatever you are doing is not it's not affecting others
Harmful
negatively.
to anyone else.
So that's fine. But because in the recent time, I'll be advocating for issuing licenses to preachers these days, so that any preacher that preaches nonsense like this, take the license away. If the person need to go to prison, let the person go to prison.
In Borno, you cannot just come and preach now. Try it and see what
exactly.
will happen to you.
But I mean, that's what Kagame did
Medellin,
in Rwanda. Now, Kagame
no, but
Kagame
we
did
have
that
to
in.
hand them. That's the problem. So, like, some things can be anticipated and prevented, where yet our government doesn't take that approach because they are massively overstaffed. The army is overstretched, and it is intentional. They keep bringing in small things to stretch them thin, stretch it up until they cannot handle it anymore, and then we'll reach a tipping point. That is why I feel there is nothing we should invest in more than defense. We should defend ourselves, recruit more
No,
military personnel.
you know what, Hassan? The issue is we have not come to terms, and I say we, most African. I think the Sahelian countries have, and that's why they've created this association of Sahelian countries. But in Nigeria, in
Good for
particular,
them.
this
Good
conversation.
for them.
Yeah, yes. In Nigeria, for us, this conversation that we're having, that we're in agreement on, I think you'd be surprised to find out how many Nigerians would tell you that what you're saying is nonsense. That we don't have this, there's no urgency, that we're not under any threat. And I think that's where we have the biggest issue, because we find it hard to even agree that we're facing a serious problem. Most Nigerians will tell you this doesn't exist. I promise you. I've had
until
conversations
they
with
wake
them.
up one day, until they wake up one day and then they see a different world entirely. And imagine
Yes. Okay, Hassan, look at this. Okay. Our legislators, our legislator is pretty much, I don't even know if they've passed it, but they were working on approving genetically modified foods in our country. Where the evidence is there about how it's destroyed other economies in India, destroyed soil, destroyed land. They want to approve it and let Bill Gates implement it in our nation. They are quick to try to bring in foreign
they've all been
institutions. Yeah, bringing
Useless.
foreign institutions to come and work in our security sector, which is a national security risk. Christopher Musa was saying it, and I agree with him that we should manufacture our own weapons and find ways to create a way where we're independent in that field. That's something that is
People
also
look
an
at
issue.
Christopher Musa as some form of a lunatic or thief or corrupt or something like that. I look at him and I see a brave soldier who understands the dynamics of the environment in which he is operating in, and who is
Yeah.
anticipating the risk associated with the present reality.
Yes, I
And
like him a lot. I've
taking
listened to
measures
him. I like him a lot.
oh, come on. I love him. I love that man. I just wish that the Nigerians see the military a little bit different, even though the military have their own problems with the way the other ranks have interacted with the people. But that aside, our very lives depend on having a strong military, because where we are going now, we need to seriously invest in defense. That is just it. If it means to do the world, do it. Recruit more, yeah, do it. But it's a dystopian world we are moving into, which is more likely to be a surveillance uh, way of living. If the Chinese already have the technologies to do all these things, and the Chinese are already they already have all our biometrics because they control our largest financial institution in Nigeria. 6 trillion naira of Nigeria every day is handled by China through OPay. Kai, so
That's
much
crazy.
insecurity, so much
The, the,
security
the,
risk
I
that
mean, listen, if the way we are right now, if a country decided to invade us, it would be the easiest thing ever. Our presidents go to their hospitals. Our our food is reliant on a lot of what they bring in. Our manufacturing sector is defunct, so everything we import, we are the easiest set of people
Did you
right now.
did you see what one I think is it a Bulgarian or a Portuguese member of the EU his rebuttal against GMOs during one of their sessions, and he
No, I
did
didn't say.
oh my god, the way in which and manner in which he did it, like he first talked about how their indigenous, methods of farming and what has kept them, and that some Americans now want to substitute it with the seeds that then now they will control, and that they will have to pay for the seeds and then have to rely on them. I don't know how to rephrase it in a way that you'll understand, but I'll look for the video and probably send you the link so that you can see it.
Yeah,
But he
please.
said a capital no. He said a capital no, that thank you for this Trojan gift, that the people of Bulgaria will not participate in this Orwellian future that
Very good.
globalists are very succinct, direct, because really what they're trying to do is they have already done that with our ginger. Like Nigerian ginger now is gone. Nigerian ginger,
Really, what
yes,
happened to the
yes.
ginger?
So 3 to 4 years back, an American firm came and partnered with this farmers union, ginger farmers union, and then he brought them a cc of ginger, and said that it's going to have more yield than the ones that they used to do, and then even gave them some funds and something, and whatever funds, some funds to do it, and borrowed them some and then give them the seedlings to go and plant it. Now majority of ginger farmers are in southern Kaduna, some part of Taraba, some parts of Adamawa, and in the Middle Belt region of Nigeria, and all that. Do you know what happened?
What?
That year, ginger failed in Nigeria. This is I think this is the 5th year. This was 5 years ago. Ginger failed. Suddenly, the ginger did not grow. The ones that grew had fungal infection. Now, this fungal infection was so fast because you know the way fungus spreads is different. It's spores.
Yes.
It
Yes.
releases spores, and then it goes into the air, and then it can cover miles and miles and miles and miles, and then it identifies its host ginger. Wherever you plant the Nigerian ginger, it will just go and attack it. Now we import ginger from China and India, and then
Jesus.
and ginger is now 2,000% more pricier than what it used to be just 5 years ago. So
So
this
is
is
there no way to
biological
reverse?
warfare.
Is there no way to reverse it? I mean, if are there
Do
lands
you
where
remember
they
what
didn't?
Pfizer did with kids in Kano?
Yes, where they were
How
giving them
long
the polio vaccine, and they were actually.
how long did it take? How long did it take for it to even gain attention?
Most people didn't know about it.
You see, what is happening in Gaza breaks my heart. It breaks my heart, but it breaks my heart more because I'm an African. That if this can happen to Arabia, like Arabs who have even significant influence and are more united in some sense, if something like this were to happen to us in Africa, who would bloody care? So we have to look at our first and our interest first. But majority of us don't see it that way. They see the Christianity, the Islam, the Kanuri, the Fulani, the Meme, the Boime, and all these things. And it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, the whole essence of existence is to experience a journey. I take life as a journey, where there are bumps, on the road, and there are some sharp turns and adventurous. Sometimes you go to bed hungry, but then when you can wake up happy. That's the way I take
Yeah.
life. But then I hope that um Africa Africa will will rise up. Especially, I'm talking of Black Africa. The day that Black Africa rises up, then that day everything will change. But
Let me say
waiting
this.
is ending.
I
Time is
think one of
running
the
out.
so time is running out. I think one of the biggest issues for us, and I said this to as many Nigerians as I can, is we make the assumption that our unity will happen organically. It will not. Our unity is something that has to be worked on every day, has to be actively invested in every day. I mean, Gowon had the right idea by creating the unity schools. I went to a unity school, and because I went to a unity school in North Central, I was able to meet ethnicities I would have never interacted with. And it changed my view of how I see different ethnicities in Nigeria. And so, because of that, we should invest back into those unity schools. We should invest more into the NY Youth Service Program, where people have to go to different states to serve. We should invest more into giving state government an incentive for having people that are non-indigenous of those states in high positions within the state. If you're a governor and you have a deputy, if you're a governor of Borno and you have a deputy governor from Imo or Benue, then there should be an incentive, financial incentive for that state, because we have to be able to see ourselves under that flag. And it takes work. It's not going to happen automatically. We're not just going to wake up one day and say, oh,
You know
no,
what forces people? You know what forces people to come together? Having a common enemy.
enemy. Correct.
But
Correct.
yes, yeah, but we are so fractured. That is why I say the biggest problem that we have is a crisis of identity, multiple allegiances. You have allegiance to Christianity, you have allegiance to Islam, you have allegiance to Nigeria, you have allegiance to your culture, you have allegiance to. So which one will you do? Which one will you not do? When it comes to taking the critical decisions, you are so confused that you end up taking half short-sighted decisions.
Hassan, Hassan, you have allegiance to that flag, right? And if it is not driven through active government, you can call it propaganda, but it has to be driven from the top.
Yeah.
And that is it's not just words, it is action, it is investment. You know, Hassan, look, I can take you, I can take you, you're from Northeast, take me, I'm from the South, take someone from the Southeast, take someone from the Southwest, take someone from the North Central, put us in a room and turn on a World Cup Super Eagles game. At that point, when we score, all of us will be hugging each other and jumping. It won't matter. Yeah.
We forget. Yeah,
We'll forget.
At that point.
Exactly. And that is the major, that example is a major unifying factor for us. So with that being said, we need to create more platforms that make us look at each other as one and build on that. But these governments these days, not just this government, the last 3 or 4 governments or whatever, in fact, ever since we came back into democracy.
They did it intentionally because the democracy is a feedback loop of it keeps pointing
Azan,
you know what? I agree with you
Well said.
absolutely, Ola. I agree with you. Aizon, I agree with you absolutely. We need to move on from our oil to Nigeria's oil. You know, is we. So that's Nigeria we want. So nobody will say that is our oil.
No.
I just say I had to come up and say that. I had to come up and say that. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
Is targeting that at me in case you guys missed
the example Aizon just made about football now, you understand? That was just it told us something that you see in that football, everybody enjoys. We know our identity, we agree together, and we celebrate ourselves this time around. But you know, when resources comes and we have some crooks that just because of their greed that want to hijack that resources, the first thing they introduce is politics. Once they introduce politics now, they start the manipulation. You understand? So whatever manipulation using ethnicity, using religion, they use that to whip up our sentiments. That is why today that the easiest way for any politician to get your attention is to shout corruption. That's the easiest way. And to tell you how they are cheating. So the problem is this. That is why I keep advocating that everybody should at least hold on to his own resources and should be able to agree at how we move together. Not because that, to me, resources is a major problem in this world. The only reason United Kingdom will come to Africa, you understand, to enslave them, to colonize, it's because of resources.
But Ola, there was never a time in the history of Nigeria that we as a people, I mean peoples now, sat down to have this conversation. That's the problem. We never
I don't think we can.
I mean, post the 66 war, like after the Civil War, there was no sit down, there was no conference to say, okay, let's even talk about what happened, and let's know where we are as a people. How do we work together? How do we? That's the issue.
It's not as though we did not even speak. Say we said that was why we had our Republican constitution in 1963.
When did we sit down? When?
No, we post independence we review our constitution.
I'm saying the post-war is like this post the Civil War should have been it.
That's what I'm saying. Even the discussion we had as identity should not even lead us to war. But when we have some people that are just stubborn that this is the way we must do it,
I'm saying no. We are different nations within a nation. Is what I'm saying.
Yes.
So that kind of talk where you say Aizon is coming on behalf of the people, Azan is coming on behalf of his people. What will this country look like post what just happened in 66 moving forward. We never had that opportunity as a people.
It would have been different. It would have been different.
Exactly. So
People
that was a problem.
people are accusing this guy of Ukraine. What's his name? This comedian.
Zelensky.
Yes, they are accusing him of just prolonging the war that Ukraine has already like lost in real terms, because there are no able-bodied men any longer. Like people have to go in their 50s and 60s to man positions in the front lines and things like that, and allowing themselves to be used as a proxy by the West to fight Russia. But then for him, uh, that only maintains his. That's the only way he remains in power. He's so unpopular. He's using a doctrine of necessity. Gowon shouldn't have stayed up to those years after the civil war and when it ended. He shouldn't have stayed. Even though he did very well, and kudos to him, Gowon is a patriot. But this thing with power, it can if your principles are not so deep rooted into you, ingrained, and your integrity so ingrained into you, power have this way that it seeps into your personality, and it just and you become so addicted to it that you don't want to leave it, no matter what, at no matter what cost. So it was that trap that we fell into. Was overstaying, and then getting cooled, and then counter cruise, and then it all went bad from there. But the starting point was the civil war.
Yeah, we've it was civil war ended, no vanquished, no vanquish, no whatever go on said at the end of that war, and then we just moved on, or supposedly we just tried to move on, but the wounds were still there,
How do you
and
move
every
on
now
from that? How do you move on that kind of that is even in America post civil war they have to sit down and say, guys,
yeah,
let's
that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I agree with you. You don't just move on. You have to come to terms,
That's what
and decide on how you build your country moving forward from there. We are a very diverse set of people with a lot of different, whether it's religion or ethnicity. These things have to be worked on, and there should be a zero tolerance policy towards any sort of behavior, right? Countries that are serious about this, if you notice, they have zero tolerance for any sort of behavior that really tries to separate, divide, or spark some kind of ethnic differences. They actively work on it, because the only way a nation can survive in this kind of situation is through a unified single view of how the country should move forward. If you lose that, you've lost everything. You've lost everything, and that is the key. And that unity maybe can come through having a really strong conversation on what do we do in terms of, do we want to become a unitary system, or do we want to go into a system where each region controls certain aspects? We have to have this conversation and come to terms with it. If not, you will continue to have this bickering and fighting under the table and people complaining. And today, when one person is in power, everyone is fine. Tomorrow, when they're not in power, everyone is angry, because everyone is fighting to get that national cake. But if we can create a system that works for all of us, right? And you create that system to say, fine, every region control its resources, but we work together as a unit, then there might be hope. But that takes everyone coming together and acting in the best interest of the country, which is one of the biggest problems we have today, because a lot of these politicians we have act in their own best interest. And damn the country. We're going to do what's in our best interest first. And so because of that, you see things happening that are against us. Now look at the GMO thing we're talking about now. A lot of these politicians have signed off on it in our House of Reps. They've already signed off. That is good. Bring it in. Not even doing the research, not even trying to understand the counter argument. Yeah.
Do you think there will ever be a time where we will truly have this sovereign national conference of really people that love Nigeria, really patriots that want this to work? Would that ever be that time anytime soon?
We had one, right? we had one with yeah, well, Jonathan had one.
No, there
And
was 93. There was Obasanjo just one. There was, so we've had three in the post. I'm saying we've had three post Civil War, but there's always been this hidden hand or agenda. Even though the people that came there were sincere, but the people organizing those things really had their own agenda. Even the IBB thing was geared towards his own becoming a civil president. So it's always been this hidden agenda. But I'm saying like a true sovereign, that's the operating word, where it is binding what we agree to in the conference. We never had any sovereign conference per se.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I'm asking that, do you think that anytime soon we're going to have anything close to that anytime
I
soon?
hope so. I don't see, like I don't see that being something in Asiwaju's. I might be wrong. I mean, but I don't see that being something in his priority list. I don't see that at all. I think we need to. It's desperately needed. I mean, Babati, look at what's happening
No,
around.
that,
Look at what's
that, that sovereign national conference you are talking about, it depends on your definition. I don't see it happening. But are we going to keep amending? Because what the proponent of those people that are proposing the sovereign, the way they are doing saying it is just a dangerous way. That you see that okay, you want to have sovereign national conference, it's as good as you want to subordinate government in power, that can give room for some coup plotters that have been looking for a way to hijack.
That's not true. For it to be sovereign, that
I'm
means
no.
Hold on now. For it to be sovereign, it has to be an act of parliament. So they are the one that are going to set the parameters of engagement. So for it to be sovereign, it's still going to be an act of parliament. So you're not so that is an inaccurate statement. My point. So there's still going to be a involved process now.
So the fact that the National Assembly will still be involved is saying that it's not sovereign too. So I think I don't see it happening though. You understand? That's why I will personally concentrate my energy on getting back to resource control, a system closer to the regional government that we're operating. We don't have to create regional government like it was before. But then, like I said, in that 1963 Republican constitution that we had, if not just because some people decided just to silence all those things, by now we will have improved on it and do better. But with this our politician, you want to have sovereign national conference. Maybe if those guys no longer have their way to the National Assembly, or they no longer have their ways to the State House, yes, they can support you. But as long as they're there, they will just be okay. So how come that is my time that you now want it sovereign? The only way such kind of sovereign can even favor them is say, okay, let us have this sovereign this thing so that even if you spend 8 years, you will continue. Or maybe they will listen to you. Because immediately you are raising it, they are suspecting you that you want to push them out of power. And that's the way the problem starts. So to me, amendment here, you get what you want a sovereign national conference. You want to control your resources gradually.
No, Ola, here's why I'm advocating for that, and Isaac can back me up on this one, or maybe if he has a different opinion, is because when you say sovereignty or resource control, it means different things to different people. If I ask Isaac what is resource control, he might tell me oil and stuff, whatever. If I ask somebody from the West, so everybody has a different meaning to it. But at least if you sit down, then you can tell me what it means to you.
Yeah,
that's you get my point, Aizon.
Yeah.
Everybody has different meaning to resource control. It's very vast. So that's my issue. At least sit down to talk. Let's even know what you are thinking. Let's know what you think about it.
But I think isn't that what we did when Jonathan had that conference, where they actually had some results and a plan of implementation, but Buhari threw it into the trash once he came in. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, he said he said, and I quote, it was dead on arrival.
It was dead on arrival. They didn't want to listen to anything that was there.
They had very good proposals on it, by the way. Very good proposals when it comes to transportation,
Everybody was involved. Everybody, from every sector of that country, everyone chimed in and they came up with, and that's why when Buhari was in office, um, a lot of groups were up in arms against him, including and especially Afenifere, because they said, listen, we already had an agreement after we met on this to move forward. This man just came in and said dead on arrival, which is what democracy is supposed to do. People come in, they give their opinion, you agree on something. It doesn't matter whose government is in office. You should implement it. These are the wishes of the people. But Buhari came in and just said whatever.
Okay, quick
And
question.
so,
I have a quick question
yeah.
to you. There's always been this narrative that has been echoed and re-echoed over the years. OBJ did it, maybe not so much good luck, but also Buhari. This idea that Nigeria's unity is non-negotiable. But so
Yeah,
how do we move from that where we even consider looking at the terms of the deal, terms of agreement?
But that's arrogance now. Babangida has said it a lot of times. That's something that comes from the military. It's arrogance and it's ridiculousness. You can't tell people before having a conversation that it's like if we're trying to negotiate, let's say a salary, for instance, or something between me and you, Babati, and you tell me before we even start, you say, Aizon, let me just tell you right now, anything above 1 million is dead on arrival.
So 1 million is it? That's it. You can't.
you just forget it. You killed the conversation before it even started. And at that point, for me, I'll just say to you, okay, you know what? There's no point. I'm just going to walk out of the room. We can have a conversation. Therefore, no deal. Right? So that's what these people are trying to say. Oh, it's non-negotiable. It is negotiable because we have a constitution that most Nigerians will tell you they didn't have a say in how it was implemented. We have a system of resource generation and distribution that a lot of people don't agree with. A lot of people are at odds with. We have regions that feel if they control their self-determination, control their resources, they can develop at a faster pace, still be part of Nigeria, but develop at a faster pace. Why shouldn't you hear those people out? Because you don't agree with what they're saying? No, that's not what anyone signed up for. Just because you don't agree doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to what they have to say. And if everyone can come to an agreement that, okay, fine, this is the direction we should go in, then by all means, let's go. And who's to say we don't become a more efficient society if that happens, right? If we have a Southwest that decides to control its destiny, come together, build infrastructure, becomes more prosperous, creates more ports, whether it's in Ondo or in Lagos, and at the end of the day, is contributing to the national pot, Nigeria becomes a much more successful country. Or whether it's a South-South, same thing. Largest coastal line in the country, all of a sudden becomes this hub for maritime business. Nigeria becomes a much more successful country. So it's almost like it's a no-brainer if you think about it, right? But for some reason, there's something that's just really, and I think Ola might have hit the nail on the head saying, you're trying to deny my ability to get out of the national cake if it's my turn. So why should we have this conversation? But if you think about it, if regions operate, then regions compete. And if they compete, then the national benefits. So why shouldn't we make sure that that's the kind of way we should operate? It just doesn't add up. But that's one of the several things that don't add up in that place. I think, people have said, Asiwaju, yeah, he has the second term he'll do it. I don't know about that. I'm not that optimistic. Honestly, I don't.
After that, the only way that there has to be some things that he will do in the first time that I will lead into it. The first thing he has to do in the first time that I think everybody across party lines, across ethnic lines agree to is state police. I don't think anybody's against it. I mean, not publicly.
Exactly.
So
no, you're right. Yeah.
Give me that one first in the first time, like the easy one. Give me the easy one first. Like let's put that out there. Then if you can give me in the first 4 years, then I will look forward to the oil and gas and all those kind of things in the second term. But I've said that if it doesn't give me that one in the first time, I'm not going to take him seriously when it comes to that part of his administration. I won't take him serious in that, or I won't take his word for it. But if you can give me state police, even go more to discussing community policing, because look at what happened in Kwara. I was reading the report. They said Nigerian security forces came in and took away their arms.
Wow.
And they attacked. So I've heard this before, where even in the Igbowo thing, it was the same thing, where Igbowo said the security forces that came in and took away their arms, and the next 24 hours they came back and they attacked with the. So there seems to be a pattern here. So let's even go further than say police and even look at community policing, where you can arm communities. Licensed, by the way.
Do you think they're complicit?
Absolutely. You can't tell me somebody's arm was taken away to 2 hours by the Nigerian security services, and within 2 days they're attacked by these people. Come on now.
Yeah, it's a suspect for sure.
Yeah, so I've had this like 3 or 4 times now. So if he has the power to, he has the political will. So what is stopping him from doing that? You can even say, okay, let's even start with maybe 3 or 4 states. Let's see what they do, right? Let's see who can afford it.
Do a pilot somewhere.
Yeah,
Pick a state
exactly.
and do a pilot. Yeah.
Then let's see.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys, I mean, I'm not, you know where I stand. I'm not a big fan of his anyway. You guys are the ones, he's your guy. But some things about him just baffle me. Like Quara being attacked, again, not a word from him. That frustrates me, because even if I don't support you, at least I see that as the bare minimum.
I will tell you one of the reasons I'm a fan of Tinubu. You understand? When you take the first when you take the First Republic away, and maybe to some extent some aspect of the Second Republic, most leaders we have today, they are just opportunists. Most of them, the people that are never prepared to become leaders, they just they manage to see politics as just survivor. That just like, okay, I don't have a job now, let me go and pick that Uber, let me go and pick that warehouse job. That's exactly who they are. So that's why when you look at how they messed that country up, you will see that they were not actually they were not groomed to become leaders. Those people that destroy our republic in 1966, even Gowon himself, that got a state that was telling that he had problem on how to effectively manage Nigerian money, a leader saying that, then even down to Obasanjo, no matter the performance that we can credit Obasanjo into, you understand, he was just someone that never prepared. So IBB and co. So when you look at this current one and its approaches, because I know, I understand the sentiment against Tinubu, but when you really look at Tinubu himself, all his approaches is just taking the standard way that people will behave in the business world. Is replicating that kind of thing politically. You see, okay, this man was fighting when I realized why he was fighting, for example, for this local government and all this when he created those to develop development area, whatever. When I look at the model, and this guy was right. You understand why those leaders, why some of the military that created the unnecessary local government were doing that just to do compensation and to take money and to steal money, right? They were not looking at it from developmental angle. They are looking at it that, okay, we are getting, let's say we are getting 40 billion annually. Then how can we capture 30 to 35 billion out of it? That was their own mentality for them creating, creating state and creating local government so that they compensate, they share the money among themselves. But now, you now look at someone that now look at it from developmental angle, just like the like of Awolowo would do, and all those First Republic politicians would do. You understand? So his mentality is liking to those of First Republic set of politicians. not all these accidental leaders like IBB, Buhari. Honestly, when we look at, people never look at the type of plague that Buhari was on that country. You understand? You know, so you understand why Nigeria, where we are now. You understand? When people was creating local government just to create, some people create personal assistance just to do compensation to the people. That is how Nigeria has been run. But this is the first time that someone is running it properly. Now, I know that people are expecting this guy to start running after people's sledgehammer. Oh, you are corrupt. Come here. You know, sometimes you have to acknowledge that human being, we have limited energy we can dissipate within a particular period. Otherwise,
Ola, honestly, I'm not even, for me personally, I can speak for myself, right? For me, I'm not even, that's not even my thing with him. You know, the way I see that country is the fundamentals that you need for a successful nation are not there, right? And maybe, you know, and I look at things.
Just give example of those fundamentals.
Yeah, clean pipe-borne water, right? I look at things maybe a little different. I look at it and think, okay, is it fair for me to be expecting the executive at the federal level to be responsible for pipe-borne drinking water across that vast country? Maybe that's not fair. Maybe it's not. Maybe. But what I'm saying, like, maybe that's not the expectation I should have. But I expect him to drive the conversation. After all, how many APC states are there? 20 something. There are about 20 something of them, right? The point I'm making is, right, we're in the 21st century and most of that country does not have pipe-borne drinking water. That's the fundamental. We all know the power issue. Although I will give him credit for now states can generate their own power. I think that was progress. So now it's up to
saw your boy
states.
though. From Bayelsa, they doing their own 63 kV power thing now. Shout out to him. So he's making move. Yeah, go ahead.
He's a good guy. He has one more time, and that's it. I wish I had started earlier. You know, but I think, look, those are the things that you look at, Ola. And for me, I look at Nigeria, because Ola, if you look at it, if he provides the drink, not him, but if, let's just pick a region, let's say Babati State, let's say Ogun State. Ogun State has pipe-borne drinking water. Ogun State has 24-hour electricity. Do you know what will happen to Ogun State? If I want to start a business in Nigeria, I'll go to Ogun State.
That's what to your point. You know, I was listening to this lady from your region. She's a business lady, and they were discussing states that have done that contribute to private businesses. And she said our business is powered by gas, and the number one place to go is because they actually give you a layout for your company. So that is deliberate attempt to actually help a business grow. So to your point, if you do water, power, road security, people will troop in because they know you are business friendly.
Yeah. So it goes without saying that for government, forget about everything else. Just create a space where people can say, you know what, if I go in there, if I'm a diaspora family, and I go to Nigeria and I say, you know what, I'm going to live in Abeokuta. There's a world-class hospital in Abeokuta. I have pipe drinking water. Guess what? You'll be shocked the number of people that will say, I'm going to live in Abeokuta, or your state, Ola, I'm going to live in Ado Ekiti.
I quite agree with you. Like, you know, over time we've lost the skill of how to govern. That's just the problem. You know, that was why I was referring to all those First Republic politicians that we now are the military that brought this that brought the war upon the country. Because the thing is this, it will take time for people to start thinking of how to manage again. I give an example. Niyi Adebayo did virtually nothing in Ekiti. You understand? There was a time we were even making jokes around them that all they know how to do is just to carry women around. Like this deputy was at Abi that time. You understand? Now came one with Ifayoshe that wanted to take over power. He started distributing water to people using tanker. And immediately the guy got to that place, started realizing what the like of Adebayo would not do. Okay, that's Fayoshe. But we have we have this guy in Cross River. You understand? That was doing Tinapa, all those things. Those guys, they still know how to govern, right? Then we have the father of them all, Tinubu himself, how he repositioned Lagos and how things are going. Why am I saying this thing? You understand? Over time, we are going to evolve that we will see people that know how to do things properly. You understand? So, like when you look at Lagos now, Lagos has been so fortunate. And I think other states now, you understand? Although this guy, you may call this guy a crook, I won't give him a pass to Benga Daniel. Do I think he really tried to do something in Ogun State? Yes. Even though there are something he can't explain. Benga Daniel really tried to regig Ogun State compared to the governor that even took over between 1999 and the time Benga Daniel took over. So it's going to take time. We are going to relearn that again. But most importantly, you understand? Okay, see now, we are still battling with our people now. Our people think Abuja is the solution. And I won't blame them because Abuja stole everybody's commonwealth. They took everything to themselves. You know, everything that was supposed to be in the region. They could have taken over Udua investment. They were taking they took over assets of those regional governments. That's where the problem is. So when you take over the asset, what will happen? Everybody will go to that place. Otherwise, as you speak today, to be honest, I've been saying this thing. We don't have business in deciding how to share the oil in Niger Delta. Those because okay, both of us were in Canada, right? You know, Ontario, Ottawa doesn't decide how Alberta deal with the oil. That's how it's supposed to be in Nigeria.
Sorry, to the question Aizon raised, you can both address it. Back in the days, local government, state, and federal ran the water corporation. If you remember, they have their own things. Some are run by state. In my own area, it was mostly state that ran it. In Songota that I also did talk for a while, it was the local council that ran it. So how do you bring it back, number one? And what do you think went wrong? Because this was all done during the military time, and they did it very well. So how come we were doing well with water corporation during the military, but we can't get it together during the so-called democracy?
No, because this is Laja. The thing is this. The problem of all these things is that resources. We still go back to that place. You know, many Nigerians, when we talk of this subsidy now, some people didn't know there was even student loan in the olden days. Some people are not aware that some people got student loan in the past. Or this thing that Tinubu is bringing, although the one Tinubu is bringing is totally different compared to that one. Now, you see the resources of that country as they go to that center. Some people just gang themselves up and sharing. How will you make 30 million on oil, on crude oil in a year? And you now use 20 billion out of it, out of 30 billion to pay for a subsidy. And you now use 18 billion to support Naira, the Naira that will not go to common people. Then it simply means that you have to borrow extra 8 billion to defend. Then when you do that, what do you have? What will you have left to develop? Nothing. So that's where the problem starts. That now, but when you address that one now, you understand? Immediately you address that one. What's happening in the country now? Even people are complaining. Okay, are they supposed to be doing Lagos, Calabar, Costa? Are they supposed to be doing? The thing is this: when you have money to work, then we start discussing. Because before now, you couldn't have told the Aregbesola about water corporation. I will listen to you when he could not even pay workers. Where will he get the money? You understand? So when you address the revenue issues and the asset that the state is that the federal government is grabbing, thankfully they started releasing them small, like all this electricity act that allows state to generate or private people to generate and sell. telecommunication, they did that in the past. So the moment you allow you take something that you in the unitary style that will corner at the center in the name of exclusive list, by the time you start making them concurrent and start throwing them to the region, people will develop. Even I'm of the opinion now that the federal government should have no business with a university when it comes to education.
No, but Ola, I think what Babati is saying too is that, you know, the water works before local, state, and federal were involved. That means it's not on the exclusive, right? So when you look at it from that standpoint, right, it's maybe just political will and priority. If a state governor comes in and says, I'm going to make sure before my first 4 years, we have pipe-borne drinking water in our state. Very few people are going to be using boreholes. Very few people are going to be doing all these things. It can be done.
And
it's political.
Can I tip in a question for you? Because I'm listening more. What I noticed also is that back then, before they had layouts for new. If they notice that there's a developing area coming up, people are building there, they will lay the pipes. They will start building they start building primary schools, secondary schools.
Exactly. That's how it's supposed.
Women or hospitals and local. So the LG Council will start building primary care centers. The state will build the pipes, and the federal will lay the NEPA thing to that area. So they were working together. I think maybe the growth, they could not keep up. Maybe I'm just suspecting that maybe they could not keep up with the rapid growth. Or what do you think it was? Because that was what it was.
I think.
Like I said, why they were not creating new value, the little money they are supposed to use for those social infrastructure, you understand? They are sharing it. That's what I'm saying. When you release fund